Mermaid's Destiny, an epic fantasy action-adventure series, Meragon Book 1, written by Mira Crest, narrated by Beverly Murray. Chapter 1. Dark shadows across the surface of the water, and her sister's sharp warning pulled her out of the recesses of the dream. Cirona kept her eyes squeezed shut as she tried to sift through what was dream and what was memory. Had she and her sisters really chased those warring shadows? Cirona had swum faster, almost skimming the surface of the water. She was the only one to see him fall. Him. The mermaid searched her mind, but it was as murky and tumultuous as the sea, whipped up by a storm. As she floated from dream to consciousness, Cirona kept her eyes tightly shut. Her ears echoed with the loud metallic crash, the sharp collision of heavy iron that had interrupted her dream and was still reverberating in her head. She knew something was wrong, very wrong, and she was afraid to move. She kept still and tried to sort shadows from dreams and dreams from memories. She remembered the wide wings and the slicing tail sailing over the heads of her sisters. Cirona had laughed as her younger sister dove in fright. Talia, only a year and a half younger than her, had stayed on top of the waves with her, and it was Talia that first saw the shadows. The sinister formations followed the dragon across the sky before surrounding it in dark thundercloud that threatened the smooth waters below. Cirona smothered a whimper. Had her sweet, loyal sisters made it to the safety of the deep, or did the purple flash capture them as well? The mermaid's eyes flew open. She had to see her sisters safe. Cirona was the eldest, the heir, and it was her duty to lead and protect. She cautiously pulled herself up to sitting and searched her dim surroundings. What had made that terrifying crashing sound? As far as she could see, she was alone, beached in some sort of damp cave, and her tail swept across the cold, clammy floor. She scented water, its tang so clear and pure she coughed in surprise. Where was such strange water found? Not in any tidal cave her kingdom had ever known. Cirona inched forward across the smooth floor. The damp atmosphere meant she had no fear of drying sickness, and the strong scent of water made her hopeful of an aquatic escape. Her scales whispered as she dragged further across the floor, and found an unexpected boundary. Dank bars of dark iron stopped her. She looked up, willing to climb, but the oppressive iron created a cover of crossed bars above her. Cirona fought back panic as she measured out her cage. The purple flash surfaced in her mind again. It had been a spell welded to render her unconscious. She clutched her hands to her heart as she grew certain the dark magic had not just been a nightmare. Someone had dared to use outlawed magic. They had kidnapped a member of the royal family. Her heart beat faster, and adrenaline pumped from the crown of her head to the tip of her fin. Cirona was well known in the Mermaid Kingdom for her temper and her power, and now she felt justified to unleash both. She raised herself up and held out both hands, palms up. They shone with an aquamarine light as Cirona pulled her element to her. Water trickled and splashed from the recesses of the unnatural cave, and then rushed towards the cage bars. Cirona concentrated it on the closest bars, certain she could corrode them and break free, but to no avail. The water crashed against the bars and immediately dissipated into steam. Her every effort sizzled against the strange iron and made no effect whatsoever. She tried until her arms shook and her palms stung, but the cage held. Cirona collapsed and curled her arms tight around her tail. She trembled as she thought through exactly what her foiled efforts meant. It had to be fire. Fire was the opposite of her elemental water powers, and it would explain how even the smallest drop of water turned to vapour when it reached the bars. Cirona shivered. Only dark magic could fuse an element to another substance. She sniffed cautiously at the cloudy steam and crinkled her nose at the burning scent of sulphur. Fire magic in its purest form had been melded into the core of the iron bars. "It can't be," she muttered out loud, too frightened by her discovery to stay silent. "Only dark magic can extract a pure element." Cirona clapped her hands over her mouth. That level of dark magic was only heard of in fairy tales, meant to scare little swimmers. According to mermaid lore, the extraction of pure elements took blood sacrifice and bound the practitioner to the dark. Those stories always ended with a gentle reminder that such things were part of the long-dead past, alive only in fantastical tales. This was the first time Cirona realised every story started with a particle of truth, before the pearly layers of legend hid the origin. Talia had been terrifying their younger sisters with such tales the morning before they saw the shadows. Cirona had chided her, but her younger sister had been adamant about every detail. Talia claimed there'd been an increase in strange occurrences that she believed showed a revival of the dark ways. "Stop scaring them!" Cirona had laughed. Cirona shivered in her cage and remembered how Talia had insisted something evil was stalking them. "Please, Sissy," Talia had begged her, "stay away from the surface today." Cirona had ignored her younger sister, even mocked her for her worry, and then they had seen the wide-winged shadow of the dragon. Forgetting her sister's premonition, Cirona had shot to the surface, ready to defend her ocean subjects from the beast. She'd been proud when her sisters had joined her, courageous despite their worries, and together they chased the dragon's path across the waves. Then the shadowed forms had flown together and cast a cold pall over the water. Above there was a furious battle, and it was Cirona that had spotted a helpless human fall into the waves below. She had shot through the churning water and found the dark-haired man beneath the waves. He was heavy, muscular, and handsome, and the mermaid had just pulled him back to the surface when the purple flash overtook her. Fear and grief clutched her heart as she thought of the unfortunate man she had been unable to save. Her father had long warned her that humans were more trouble than they're worth, but Cirona and her sisters prided themselves on helping all those in need. There wouldn't be so many hapless victims if the dragons didn't wage war all the time. "I should have known a dragon was a bad omen," Cirona told herself in a harsh whisper. At the sound of her voice, two large black eyes opened and looked on her across the expanse of damp cave. Chapter 2. The dragon leaned forward and peered into the cage as the mermaid shrunk back. His black scales glinted in the dim light, and it was no wonder she had not seen him before. With his eyelids low and hooded, the gold-flecked glow of his onyx eyes was diminished to what she thought had been a trick of her own sight. The dragon continued to watch her. Cirona shuddered. She knew from her childhood lessons that his glossy scales were impenetrable, and she felt a cold clutch of despair tighten around her heart. What power did she have that could match a dragon? Despite her fear, Cirona refused to cower. The dragon tipped his head to one side, sizing up the brave mermaid. Her coral-pink hair streamed down her bare shoulders, her skin pearly with moisture, and her modesty protected by a bodice of tightly woven seagrass. Strings of shells winked around her tight waist and complemented the multicoloured sheen of her scales. They undulated from deep sapphire to pale sky, with every shade of the water in between, and her curving tail ended with a thick frill of navy blue fins. Her eyes, an equally fathomless blue, were unwavering, though her lips were pressed tight with worry. The dragon didn't like her defiance, and his question, clearly meant to intimidate, boomed off the far walls. What do you know of dragons that you dare look at me like that?" It was true that dragons were thought to be the most powerful creatures on land and in the air. Their kind strove relentlessly for strength, though it was said to be tempered with a strict code of honour. Dragons were feared and respected above the waves, but in the safe depths of the mermaid realm they had been easy to be dismissed as myth. Cirona's mind was still reeling, storm-tossed over the fact that a real dragon was crouched before her. Not only was the dragon real, he was holding a conversation with her, while making uncomfortable, piercing eye contact. Awe mixed with cold fear of her captor. Cirona refused to show them. Cirona gave the dragon a distasteful smirk. "My kind doesn't bother to think about dragons." His great head, topped with onyx horns, snaked closer to her cage bars. "Every creature on earth should know enough of dragons to be afraid." Her blood sang with the instinct to flee, but there was no place for Cirona to go, and she refused to huddle in some dank corner. "Why would I be afraid with these bars between us? Seems like even dragons know enough about mermaid powers. Otherwise, you wouldn't have bothered with this precaution." The dragon gave a sulphurous snort of disbelief. "If you're so powerful, go ahead and break the bars of your cage, then." "You'd like to see that, wouldn't you?" Cirona crossed her arms. "I know you bound the bars with dark magic." "How do you figure that?" the dragon asked. All hint of arrogance was gone from his voice. "You're familiar with dark magic?" Cirona drew her shoulders back and her chin up. "I am highly educated, and the law surrounding dark magic was one of my final lessons." The dragon drew closer, his sleek scales clanking softly as he settled down closer to her cage bars. "Tell me what you know, mermaid." The stuffy expectation of compliance in his tone made Cirona's jaw set hard. Why should she tell him anything? Her heartbeat was still too fast, and the effort was drying her skin. She took a deep breath and tried to settle down. If she spoke to him about dark magic, maybe he would let something slip that she could use to unlock her cage. Cirona took a deep breath and appeared to give in with an exhausted sigh. "I know only dark magic can extract the pure essence of an element. There must be a sacrifice, probably something bloody and disgusting, in order to then use dark magic to bind the essence to a lesser substance." He considered that, scratching the base of his horn with one wickedly hooked claw. Then the dragon caught her with another piercing gaze. "Is that all? Is that the extent of your lofty education?" Cirona bristled under his sarcasm. Captor or not, she was not accustomed to any creature disrespecting her. "Then why don't you illuminate me, O wise one?" The dragon looked surprised again to see her so fearless. He almost smiled before her words registered. "You expect me to teach you about the bars of your cage?" Cirona curled her tail fins closer. If she wanted the dragon to let any information slip, she was going to have to provoke him. For all she'd read about dragons, the dominating trait was always pride. So she took another deep breath and gave what she hoped was a casual shrug. "Typical dragon arrogance," Cirona said. "I bet the only way you keep your wise reputation is by never saying anything. The moment you speak more than one sentence together, your ignorance is probably revealed."
"What?"
The roar crackled from his throat. She squeezed her fingers into tight fists and fought off the urge to throw up her arms as a feeble shield against his anger. Instead, she forced her voice not to shake. "You must have had someone else perform the dark magic for you."
"Wouldn't that be the wise course?"
the dragon asked. Cirona bit her lip. Forcing someone else to perform the dark magic was indeed the wisest way for the dragon to reap the benefits without having to give the sacrifice himself. Still, she was determined to push him, if only to know her captor beyond all his natural armour. "Where is the honour in making someone else perform your magic?" Cirona asked. Embers glowed in the dragon's nostrils as he fought to control his temper. "I assure you, Mermaid, my honour is not something that can be decided by you." "You really believe you are better than me? There's where your wisdom truly fails," Cirona said. She swished her tail fins out and curled them tightly to the other side, turning slightly away from the dragon, as if dismissing him. "Without dragons guarding the coasts, your precious waters would be overfished and polluted," the dragon snarled. "Without our strength, your waves would be conquered." Cirona laughed. "You think our realm is concerned with the tide pools you paddle in? Dragon arrogance once again blinds you from the truth. There is more below the waves than you can ever imagine." "Even if I was highly educated," the dragon mocked her, though his face was still hot with anger. She surprised them both by laughing again. "If you were, you would have been smarter than to attempt kidnapping a mermaid." He smouldered and paced the length of her cage bars before whipping his tail around and returning to stare at Cirona again. The mermaid was tense and alert, beads of water glittering over her skin, but she still did not cower. Despite the dark magic, the unbreakable bars of her cage, and the close proximity of a dragon, the mermaid remained defiant. The traits he had assumed of her kind, malleability and the easy flow of morals, were nowhere to be seen. "What about the mermaid's legendary forgiveness?" the dragon asked. "Shouldn't your loyalties and allegiances flow like your oceans, through the path of least resistance?" "You've never seen the ocean carve the granite shore?" Cirona was tired of his gleaming eyes studying her. She pressed one palm to the clammy floor of her cage and slowly began to gather her powers. "I learned long ago that mermaids are as changeable as the tides," the dragon spat. "How long will it be before you give in to your captor's wishes?" Cirona raised her hand, horrified by his dismal prediction of her future. The water magic within her splashed onto the dragon, aimed at washing away the threat she felt before her. He sizzled and spluttered, claws scraping as he scuttled back a step and shook the water from his shocked face. "You dare use your powers against me?" The dragon reared up, then thought better of it. Still in his tight crouch, he began to crackle and sparkle. The mermaid slipped and rolled to the far side of her cage as the dragon formed a burning orb just outside the bars of her cage. The small sun pulsed and grew until she could feel its heat reaching her scales. Mermaids were not afraid of the sun, but too much exposure would make her deathly ill. The dragon's miniature sun burned hotter than Cirona thought possible, and she felt the tightness start in her scales. Her fins curled up at the edges, dry and brittle, and she squirmed against the inescapable heat. What should have taken hours was occurring in minutes due to the dragon's focused fire. Cirona clung to the far edges of her cage as the drying sickness took over her body. A heavy dizziness clouded her head, and her breath rasped over her parched lips and sandpaper tongue. "Can't stand a little splash, so you have to kill me?" Cirona coughed. "Typical dragon thinking." The dragon raised a scaly eyebrow and turned the blazing orb with a lazy nod of his head. "Your powers are no match for mine, mermaid. I am only trying to teach you a lesson before you overreach and get yourself killed." "What do you care?" Cirona gasped as the dryness sickness progressed at an alarming rate. The mermaid squeezed her eyes tight against the blistering orb and directed her thoughts deep inside. Her sisters were there, her parents, their palace beneath the waves, all her friends, and the beautifully flowing life she had taken for granted. Though the orb burned her scales, she did not give any energy to crying out. Instead, Cirona planted her palms firmly on the ground of her cage and summoned every ounce of power inside her. The magic-imbued bars of her cage began to sizzle as Cirona pulled pure water vapour from the air itself. Despite the dragon's concentrated fire, their surroundings were still damp enough to gather her element. A heavy cloud formed over her cage, and the blinding light of the orb flickered as the dragon noticed her efforts.
Now, you'll only dry out faster. Why waste the energy?
The dragon asked. Cirona used his irritating words to focus her intention. You think my life is a waste? You think mermaids don't compare to dragons? Her lips were cracked, and each breath burned. But Cirona pushed herself onto her knees and raised her power higher. The cloud she created swelled and turned an ominous green. She was seeing bright sparks of light at the corners of her eyes and knew she would lose consciousness soon. The mermaid used every molecule of water left in her body to call up still more power.
Don't be so stubborn. Just admit you need me. You need my help, the dragon said.
Your help? You're trying to kill me, Cirona rasped.
I'm trying to prove a point, the dragon said.
Dragons didn't care what pain they inflicted as long as their opinions were enforced. Hadn't Cirona heard her father complaining bitterly about dragons' short-sighted restrictions all along the shore? And this dragon was content to sacrifice her life for the sake of his petty point. Cirona lifted her shaking hands off the ground and gathered the last of her strength. The storm cloud thickened, and the dragon shifted uneasily beneath it. She waited until his black eyes met hers again. The dragon narrowed his glance, still not believing she could do anything to stop him. That last flash of arrogance was enough for Cirona. She would prove her power or die trying. She brought her hands together with a sharp clap, and the cloud broke open as if in a storm. The deluge was so heavy that it fell between the mermaid and dragon like a velvet curtain, and when it cleared the orb was gone. Cirona rolled into the warm water and revived herself, despite the close proximity of her enemy. They were in darkness again, and the dragon's black eyes watched her without blinking. Chapter 3. Cirona splashed the last of the warm water onto her scales and then retreated to the far corner of her cage. She'd defeated the dragon's orb and proven she could defend herself. But now her energy was depleted, and the mermaid feared she could not defeat her enemy. Her mind was a whirlpool of fear, and she took long, steady breaths to calm her thoughts. The dragon's unwavering eyes still watched her, and Cirona needed to clear her head. He can't kill me, the mermaid thought. It made no sense for the dragon to capture her unharmed, cage her, and then kill her. He must need something from her. But what? Her insides shook with fear, but Cirona raised her eyes to meet his again. The narrow glance was gone, and the dragon returned her gaze with ease. She noticed deep flecks of gold within the dragon's black pupils. His heavy head, about the size of an elephant seal, tipped gently to one side as he continued to watch her. Above the black scales of his impressive jaw, Cirona thought she saw his lips curl into a subtle smile. "Impressive, mermaid," the dragon said. His condescending tone stiffened Cirona's spine. She drew herself up, shoulders back, and faced her captor again. What? No belch of fire to finish me off?
The dragon chuckled. Why would I do that?
Why would you kidnap me and hold me hostage in a cage? Cirona countered.
He studied her still. You can summon water of any kind, even the vapour from the air.
Cirona crossed her arms and scowled. Don't know much about mermaids, do you, oh wise one? Her sarcasm made the dragon chuckle again. He seemed delighted to have discovered their powers were equally matched. His reptilian gaze was gone, replaced by bright curiosity and a rueful smile.
I've never met a mermaid brave enough to pit herself against a dragon.
Cirona didn't trust the admiration she heard in his voice. Instead, she concentrated on studying the bars of her cage again. She had to focus on escaping the dark magic bars before the dragon took offence again. Her rectangular cage measured about 10 feet by 8 feet. Behind her, the cage bars were about a yard away from a dank wall, but the angle was odd, almost as if the entire cage had shifted from its original position. The dragon smiled as she shifted her gaze to the bars nearest his great head.
I never thought I'd be glad of a mermaid's company, but you have proven to be a most excellent example of your kind.
Cirona scowled, refusing to be charmed by the dragon's sudden good mood. What was the loud crash that woke me? She asked. His onyx brow furrowed.
Something shifted the ground beneath us.
Something? Cirona asked. It was an odd word, as dragons prided themselves on always knowing the correct answer. She slipped closer across the damp floor of her cage and studied the bars closest to the dragon. In the dim light, she made out a double layer of bars that she hadn't noticed before. The only reasonable answer made her brave enough to slide closer. "Are you caged as well?" Cirona asked the dragon. His luminous eyes slipped from her gaze.
Brave but not observant, mermaid.
Cirona slithered closer and saw that she was correct. She hadn't noticed his captive state, because his cage bars were pressed close to hers. The dragon's cage was larger, but as Cirona peered up into the dim cave, she saw the crossbars high above it. Towards the far corner, the bars spread apart at an angle, and it was clear the cages had not been intended to be so close. "That was the crash I heard, the noise that woke me," Cirona said.
The dragon conceded. The ground shifted and our cages slid together.
"And you didn't think to mention that before?" Cirona shrieked. "We could have been working together this whole time, but in typical dragon fashion, you were too arrogant to share your knowledge." The dragon lashed out at the cage bars between them, and there was a shower of painful sparks.
"Share my knowledge? Why would I when I was unsure of you? We are caged by an unknown captor, and I believe caution is the best course."
Cirona sat back and fought off the heart-sinking fear again. It was relief to discover the dragon was not her captor, but it was even more frightening to know such a powerful creature had been caged beside her. Who had used dark magic to imprison them? What being had such power?
"I said caution, mermaid, not capitulation. You can't give up now."
"Who are you?" Cirona demanded, done with the dragon's enigmatic way of talking. The dragon nodded and rose to stand in his cramped cage. He gave a stiff bow.
"My name is Argun, mermaid. And you are?"
She gave him a small nod and her name. "Cirona."
"Now tell me, Cirona, what do you remember from before your capture?"
Argun asked. He settled his black scales back down on the ground, closest to where their cages met, and crossed his wicked claws. "I remember your black shadow on the waves of my kingdom. What were you doing flying so far out over the ocean?" she asked. The dragon declined to answer her questions, and countered with another of his own.
"What else did you see?"
She slapped her tail on the ground impatiently, but answered, "Yours was not the only shadow. I got to the surface just in time to see dark forms converge on you." He gave a disapproving snort. "You surfaced alone to face a dragon and unknown assailants?" "I wasn't alone." Cirona hugged her arms tighter around her and tried not to think of her sisters. The pain of not knowing if they were safe was too much. "What did you see of the shadows that attacked me?" the dragon demanded. "You had the better view. Why don't you tell me?" Cirona snapped. Argun softened his tone, even though his gold-flecked eyes gleamed with urgency. "We have to compare what we know. Like it or not, Mermaid, we must work together to get out of here." "You forget you just tried to kill me." The dragon chuckled. "That little sparring. It was only a test to see if you would be helpful in making my escape." Cirona noted the dragon did not say our escape, but decided there was no harm in discussing what little she did remember. "I only saw dark forms, insubstantial like shadows." "And you didn't die for safety?" Argun asked. Cirona's heart stumbled as she remembered the man in the water. "No, I was trying to save someone." "You ignored an epic battle? To what? Save an anchovy?" The dragon's eyes blazed with irritation. "A drowning man! I stayed to save a drowning man, but when I reached him there was a purple flash," Cirona said. The dragon stopped, and his terrifying jaw hung open for a moment. "A man?" "Yes." Cirona traced her finger through the evaporating puddle around her tail and struggled to remember. "He had thick black hair and wore a necklace of strange shells." "Not shells, dragon scales," Argun said, more to himself than to the mermaid. "You knew him?" Cirona's eyes flew up to the dragon's face, but he was unreadable again. "Why don't you tell me what you remember?" Argun ignored her question and demanded, "Tell me about the purple flash you saw." Cirona searched her mind, but the memory was slashed with worry and fear. She took a deep breath and tried to piece it together. "It came down through the water. I remember because the ocean didn't dilute the colour at all." "It was just light?" the dragon asked. She dug her fingers into her coral-coloured hair and rubbed her head. Her focus had been entirely on the drowning man, and she remembered the square set of his jaw more than she did the strange force that had rendered her unconscious. "Think! You must remember," Argun demanded. "And what about you? Did you see a purple flash?" Cirona asked. "Was it light, or was there substance to it?" The dragon continued over her question. "It matters, because it will tell us more about the magic behind it." Cirona gritted her teeth, but smoothed down her scales and tried to remember. "It was just a flash, no substance, but I felt it hit me." The dragon whipped his tail around and sent up a spray of sparks where it touched the bars of his cage. "You must remember more than that." "I must." Cirona raised her hands up as if she'd like to strangle the dragon. It didn't matter that his neck was as thick and strong as the mast of a ship. "You were above the water and had a better view. Why don't you tell me the details?" Argun gave a dismissive snort. "I should have known better than to expect useful information out of a fish." The bars of the mermaid's cage sizzled as, in her frustration, she began drawing her power again. Cirona balled her fingers into a fist and tried to save her energy, settling for snapping at the dragon again. "This is your idea of working together?" "Yes," the dragon said in a lofty tone. "I will gather and assemble our information and then work out a plan for escape, though you have offered me very little to work with." And you have offered me nothing but arrogance and power struggles." Cirona let loose a handful of droplets that hissed against the dark magic bars of her cage.
"You are determined to waste your energy and our time, then?" The dragon looked down his black-scaled nose at the mermaid. Argun was right, and she hated him for it. Cirona took a few deep breaths and forced her fingers to uncurl. The moisture she had gathered was better used on her drying tail, and she bit her lip as she thought about the inevitable drying sickness again. The longer her captivity went on, the sicker she would become, and the more she would have to rely on the dragon to make their escape. Cirona couldn't let that happen. She had to ignore the dragon's pompous attitude, despite the growing certainty that she despised him. The spell was all light and no substance, purple light. "That is the last thing I remember," Cirona said. "And the man?" Argun asked. The mermaid was surprised to hear the dragon show any concern for another creature, especially for a measly human being. "I don't know. I couldn't reach him in time." The dragon peered closer. "That makes you sad?" Cirona turned away from him. "My kind grieves any unnecessary death." Argun nodded. "Then let us make sure our captor cannot hurt anyone else." The gold flecks gleamed in the dragon's eyes again, and Cirona knew it was more than an escape he was planning. There was a sharp-edged revenge in his look, and she shuddered to see the strength of it, even though the dragon was on her side. For now. Chapter 4. Cirona inched back to the far end of her cage as the dragon prowled the boundaries inside his own. Every few feet the scales along Argun's back rippled, as if he was restless, flexing his muscles, and underneath she could see an orange glow like embers. The mermaid suppressed a shudder as she took in his size. Bigger than a full-grown orca, and his tail was twice as long. Cirona's eyes widened as she watched Argun's tail rake across the floor, digging in with sharp spikes as his frustration grew. Or was it all just a good show? The mermaid shook herself and focused her gaze securely on the ground. It was hard not to stare at a living, breathing dragon. He was a myth and a frightening mystery, all suddenly real, and set just a few feet away from her tail fins. Cirona stared harder at the ground. Argun had a magnetic power she had never felt before, but she couldn't let it distract her from her situation. He prowled his cage, and she turned her back on his pacing in order to think clearly. Maybe he knew she would be fascinated. Maybe this was all just a ploy to get her to trust him. Why else would a mermaid ever trust a dragon? Cirona chewed on her bottom lip and wondered if she was being naive. Not everything was as it appeared, a lesson she had learned the hard way, and Cirona couldn't bear the idea of being wrong this time. Now she was faced with a real challenge. It would take everything she had to escape the cage, and then she had to find her sisters and ensure their safety. It was more than just her life. It was a chance to prove herself to her father and show him he didn't need a son. She squared her shoulders and forced herself to look at the situation clearly. Her pulse raced and jumped as Argun's onyx horns made sharp contact to the double set of bars that separated them. Still, she had to be pragmatic. The dragon had already underestimated her and insulted all mermaids. It was entirely possible he thought she would fall for a conspirator's plan to get her to talk. Looking back, she realized Argun had only ever asked questions and never gave any information of his own. The only safe decision Cirona knew was the dragon could not be trusted. Argun had his back turned on the mermaid as he pumped his lungs like a bellows clamp. His scales rippled and revealed his skin, glowing white-hot. Cirona only had time to scoot to the corner and wrap her tail fins around her before the dragon let loose an inferno. He directed the blaze at the far corner bars of his cage, but the mermaid still felt the temperature rise all around her. The bars hissed and steamed, glowing a bright blue under Argun's assault. His fire almost spent, the dragon whipped around and battered the cage bars with his lethal tail. The mermaid was relieved when the steam started to settle and the dry heat dissipated. She blinked against the bright spots the dragon's blaze had left in her eyes. In the far corner of Argun's cage, the bars were still intact. Cirona saw how strong the dark magic was just before the dragon reared up and attacked the cage with all his brute strength. With a roar that shook their entire surroundings, Argun rammed the bars, ripped at them with his wicked claws, and let loose another beam of bright fire. The mermaid could not help but cower in her own cage as the enraged dragon fought to break his prison. She hoped he would. It was hard not to marvel at his impenetrable scales, blacker than the midnight depths of the ocean. And Cirona was finding it impossible not to stare at the power beneath them, in awe at the granite muscles that surged as he charged at the accursed bars and hit them full on like a battering ram. She found it easy to believe he could overpower the dark magic, and she waited for the moment he would break free. Would he stay to help her? Would that mean it was all just a trick? Cirona tucked her head down again and worried she wouldn't survive to find out. Then the dragon went quiet. The dark magic bars resonated for a long while, and then it fell silent again. She looked up, and the mermaid's eyes went wide. Argun limped around in a circle, and Cirona was shocked to see he could be hurt. The dragon's shoulder looked as if it was covered in ash. When she looked closer, the mermaid saw it was a bruise. His black scales had cracked where his shoulder had crashed against the cage bars. A few of the dragon's claws were also chipped, and he laid down with a painful groan to worry at them with his teeth. Cirona could tell by the way he gingerly stretched out on his cage floor that his whole body ached from the impact. Either Argun was a terrifically dedicated actor, or he was well and truly captured, like her. Cirona scooted forward to look at his ashy bruise. "You've probably never seen so much callus," the dragon huffed. "We have warriors and guards. I've seen battle scars and shark bites," Cirona said. Argun turned his injury away and immediately acted as if he didn't have a sore bone in his body. "But you've never seen dark magic like this?" The mermaid was suspicious again. "Why do you think I have?" "You're right." Argun raised his head higher. "It was just a foolish hope." Cirona bristled. "I know the day dark magic was outlawed, the day the sacred pact was forged." "School lessons. Yes, thanks, fish," the dragon said, dripping sarcasm. "And I know dark magic like this has an awful cost." Cirona lifted her chin. "I'm sure reptiles must know so much more about blood sacrifice than I was ever taught." "Too civilized to shed blood, eh? How does your kind survive?" Argun taunted her, but he also lowered his head and considered what she had said. "You're right about it being a specific sacrifice." Cirona searched her memory. The lessons on dark magic, its consequences, and its infamous outlawing had all been wrapped in sombre days. Royal mermaids end their formal education by studying alone in quiet caves far beneath the coral castle. The secrets she had learned were all to remain under her thoughts, but rarely brought to light. It was knowledge best learned as a warning and then left in the far recesses of the mind. "Something horrible," the mermaid muttered. Argun cleared his throat. "Yes, dark magic of this caliber requires the sacrifice of one's own kind." Cirona shuddered. Mermaids don't kill their own kind, no matter what mistake has been made. "Mistake?" The dragon snorted smoke. "Mermaids truly are too forgiving. Dragons call it treason, but even we don't kill our own kind over it." Is that what your dragon fairy tales taught you? Cirona slapped her tail on the ground. All you know about my kind is that we are too forgiving.
Is that not a point of pride with your kind? Argun asked.
Mermaids are forgiving, but not stupid. Cirona rose up on her tail and faced the dragon. We're certainly not foolish enough to pursue wherever this leads to.
Both captives looked up to the dim rectangular roof above them. It was difficult to tell if it was a cave, a hull, or something they had never encountered. An oppressive silence settled over the mermaid and dragon, and it became hard to breathe. Finally the dragon ruffled his scales and shed ash from his bruised shoulder. The mermaid lifted her stubborn chin again and decided taunting Argun was better than worrying.
We both agree this is a terrifying blunder.
Cirona crossed her arms and fixed an accusing stare on the dragon.
Did dragon arrogance bring you here?
You still think I am your captor? Argun's nostrils smoked. You think this is all a ruse? I suppose it's the only way you can keep your mermaid tides from aligning with me.
My people do not have fluid morals or loyalties. We are an ancient line, though. We do not succumb to self-worship like some reptiles do,
Cirona told the dragon.
Argun rose up as high as his cage would allow.
Mermaids have always aligned themselves with whatever side suited their moods.
We guard the ocean and all the life within. Mermaid side with peace and wisdom.
Cirona tossed her wavy hair. I believe that is the reason we parted with dragons all those centuries ago. There can be wisdom in war. Sometimes peace is only found when a just ruler emerges, Argun said.
Cirona futilely sprayed the bars of her cage again. War is nothing but the pursuit of power, like this must be. The dragon settled down near the bars of his cage that met hers. He lowered his head to meet her eyes.
Again, I believe you are right. This is all being done in the pursuit of power. But what power?
It must be as specific as the sacrifice made for these cages, Cirona said. She was shocked when Argun's eyes gleamed encouragement, and then she stammered. You can't deny this isn't something a mermaid would do.
Argun frowned, but nodded his tacit agreement. And you still believe a dragon capable of this dark magic and even darker intent?
Cirona met the dragon's dark, sombre eyes. I would be foolish not to consider it, wouldn't I?
Again Argun nodded. Seeing that you are still speaking to me, I still have hope of redeeming myself.
His unexpected comment silenced them both again. Cirona felt an uncomfortable warmth in her chest as she thought about the genuine remark. Argun's jaw was set as if he wished he could catch back the comment, and that only convinced Cirona of its sincerity. Her heart flickered. It was still a dizzying dream that a real dragon was laid so civilly in front of her. That he softly spoke of proving himself to a mermaid only warmed her heart more. The mermaid laid a damp hand over her breast and steadied her pulse. Cirona had to think clearly, act like a leader, and stay focused the way her father had always trained her. She shook off all other thoughts and asked the dragon, "What do you know about fusing pure elements?" Argun scowled, but finally conceded to discuss what he knew.
I know that once fused with the iron, the pure element defeats all others.
Cirona frowned. There has to be a way. It is mermaid belief that everything in the world has its opposite.
If it was made, it can be unmade, the dragon agreed. Maybe my fire was not refined enough. It must come from my purest self.
The mermaid studied her drying hands. And I was still holding on to my fear while I gathered the water. Maybe if I call only pure thoughts and water to me. They both retreated to their respective corners to think about where they were and what they had to overcome. Cirona quickly gave up the idea of defeating her cage bars on her own. The water she could summon was muddy at best, and it would take weeks for her to purify it to the point it could defeat the dark-infused iron. Argun settled into a deep meditation, but his mind kept surfacing to study their surroundings. He still couldn't believe he had been captured, and that he was still being held made every fibre of his being shake with rage. If only he could focus all that energy on their captor, but there was still no clue. Argun cleared his throat, but the fearless mermaid shushed him. "Do you hear it?" Cirona asked. She sat up and tipped her head. "Whirring, like an engine." The dragon listened, astounded, and discovered she was right. Chapter 5. "Light! Create that miniature sun!" The mermaid rose up on her tail and commanded Argun. "Wouldn't that make you ill?" the dragon asked. Cirona pinned him with a haughty look. "I think I've proven I'm strong enough. Just make a light in here. We're on a ship." Argun couldn't argue with her logic and sent a fiery orb as high as the ceiling would allow. Dragon and mermaid peered up together, finally making out the massive rivets that held the ship together under years of dirt and hard weather. The hold was black with grime, more a dungeon than a shipping container, and Argun sent his orb to the far corners to illuminate any other cargo. Empty, broken casks, not boulders. Cirona muttered to herself as she squinted at their surroundings. Why isn't there anything else in here? "What exactly are you looking for?" Argun asked. The mermaid shook her drying hair. "Over there, is that another cage?" Argun directed the orb, but watched Cirona. "Why does a ship worry you more than a cave?" he asked. She shot him an impatient look and directed him to aim his light in another dank corner. "You hear the engine? We're moving." "It's just an old fishing net." Argun swept his light higher again, so the majority of the hold was illuminated. "We're in the same amount of danger moving as stationary, don't you think?" "It's not me I'm worried about," Cirona said. She strained her eyes to find any other sign of a cage like theirs. "I'm flattered, but I can fly," Argun said. The mermaid gritted her teeth at his arrogance. "Search the walls. Where's the door?" Argun continued to direct the blazing orb, but his eyes kept returning to the mermaid. She was doing her best, but he could see her frantic heartbeat and the way her eyes tensed as she held back tears. She was afraid, but not for herself. "Who was with you when you surfaced?" Argun asked. "When you chased my shadow, you said you weren't alone. Are they whom you are searching for now?" Cirona's shoulders went rigid, but she faced the dragon and answered truthfully. "My sisters were with me when I surfaced. I led them straight up into danger, and I couldn't protect them." "The dark spell knocked you out, and you don't know what became of them." Argun lowered his head to convey his empathy. "At least they are not in this hold." The mermaid bit her lip, unable to decide if their absence was for the better or worse. Where were they? Were they safe? Her mind reeled as the dragon extinguished his orb and let the hold settle back into dank shadows. It was all her fault her sisters had been put in danger. She had to escape and make sure they were safe. "Would you rather they were here?" Argun asked. Cirona glared at him. "No, but we're on a ship, remember. That means I'm getting farther away from my sisters every second, and it's a big ocean out there." The dragon nodded. "I understand your urgency." "Do you?" Cirona's panicked energy turned to arguing. "Aren't dragons solitary? What do you know of family?" Argun smiled, pleased to oblige her need for a fight. "What do you know of dragons?" he shot back. Dragons are legendary for their wise and solitary ways. Cirona crossed her arms decisively.
That wouldn't be a wise way for a species to survive, and dragons have survived for a long, long time, Argun pointed out.
The way the dragon smiled made Cirona's arms loosen. The rueful smile had a quirk of longing in it, and suddenly he seemed so human. That expression was familiar. It reminded her of when her father spoke of the generations to come. "So, you understand about family," Cirona said. She lowered herself to the floor of her cage. Argun settled near her.
"Though I personally am an only child, I come from a large and proud family."
"And you'll fly to them as soon as we break out of here?" she asked.
The dragon's expression crystallized into unreadable onyx again. "It depends on where we are, doesn't it?"
"I can dive down and find out our location from my allies," the mermaid said.
Argun snorted. "And then you'll swim hundreds of miles?"
"Whales swim thousands," Cirona reminded him.
"I can cover continents in hours," the dragon said.
Cirona crossed her arms, tighter this time. "And you wonder why I assumed you're solitary?"
"Because I do not rely on others?"
Argun shook his horned head.
"You mermaids are always foolishly entering into alliances, trying to get everyone to work together. And does it?"
"Yes," Cirona said.
"All the time?"
The dragon was proven right when she refused to answer.
"Dragons declare their intentions are self-serving. There is honour in upholding your own kind first, and even more in the honesty with which we do it."
"And you think that will make me want to help you?" Cirona asked. Smoke puffed out of Argun's nostrils as his only acknowledgement that she was right. He did not think he could break his cage bars alone, and he needed her assistance to escape. The dragon's only comfort was the mermaid needed him more.
"Just like you'll expect me to give you a ride when we escape this ship," he said.
"A ride?" Cirona was horrified at the thought, though it was thrilling. "I don't need your assistance past these bars and walls. The ocean is there, and I will be safe much faster than you will be flying unprotected through the sky."
"You think those dark spells cannot penetrate water?" Argun asked.
It was the wrong question, and brought her sisters again to the forefront of her mind. Cirona was only certain of two things. She needed to find her sisters, and she would never enter into an alliance with a dragon. "Our agreement extends only to the water," Cirona declared. The dragon nodded and fired up another orb, so they could study their cages more closely. It was time they worked together to break the dark magic that held them prisoner.
"Do you see any markings on the bars? Runes? Spellwork?"
Argun was anxious to uncover more about their captor. Cirona searched, but couldn't find scratches of any kind. The dark magic had imbued the iron with unnatural perfection. The closer she leaned to study the bars, the more she could feel the fire magic burning. Finally, she had to scoot back to a cooler corner of her cage just to recover some moisture. Her head was spinning. "There's nothing. I don't understand. Who would kidnap us?" Cirona asked. Argun extinguished his orb and settled into a meditative pose.
"I'll discover them, and they won't be able to flee."
"They'd be able to right now," Cirona pointed out. Argun erupted into flames, but the water magic in his cage bars turned it all to futile steam. He beat his wings until a tremendous wind ripped through the bars, but nothing so much as rattled. The enraged dragon paced in burning circles, before remembering he had intended to meditate and focus his power.
"I need to concentrate," he blazed at Cirona, and then settled down. "Do no other creatures ever think to look within?"
You mean scrying? Cirona asked. I saw an old mermaid traveller who told fortunes in tide pools.
Argun grimaced. This is nothing like that, Mermaid. You wouldn't understand.
Cirona shrugged her shoulders and turned to face the far corner of her cage. The ship had shifted it further from the wall, and she decided to see if she could draw water through the seams. Soon moisture dripped down the rivets and pooled outside the mermaid's cage. Argun felt the dank brush of water along his scales, and his eyes blazed open.
"What are you doing?"
"Not very good at meditation, are you?" she commented over her shoulder, while drawing more water.
"It's impossible when you are determined to interrupt me with your futile attempts against that fire magic."
The dragon prowled the walls where their cages met.
"How much more steam must you produce before you realize your power won't work?"
Cirona flipped her hair back over her bare shoulders and stretched out her wrists and fingers. Who said anything about steam?
"That's what happens when fire meets water."
Argun spoke as if explaining something to a small child. True. Cirona pulled the water up into a waiting wave outside her cage bars. Though there is a lot less when fire meets ice. The dragon watched, gold-flecked eyes flashing encouragement, as Cirona changed the water. She whispered an ancient mermaid chant that compelled the water to change form, and it slowly froze into a solid wall surrounding the cage bars. The mermaid then gathered her strength and kicked the ice wall hard with her tail. The ice crumbled, and what little bit clung soon evaporated with a high-pitched hiss. Argun was about to open his mouth and comment on her failure, but the mermaid was not done yet. Cirona immediately called up the ice, and with the added magic of another ancient rhyme, made it boil. The bubbling wave engulfed the still thawing cage bars. For a moment there was the grating sound of metal straining, but then the last of the moisture evaporated in the steam the dragon had predicted. Cirona slumped back to her cage floor, exhausted. Go ahead and mock me, but I haven't seen you do any better.
I didn't know mermaids could manipulate water to that extent.
Argun had genuine awe in his voice.
Can you also change it from salt water to fresh?
I don't practice alchemy. Let me guess, dragons learn alchemy as babies, Cirona said. She slowly gathered her strength and realized the dragon was not making fun of her. You didn't know I could boil and freeze water. It's basic mermaid magic.
And an excellent attempt. I thought it might give. Argun cleared his throat. Maybe with a few of my suggestions.
Cirona held up a hand. I'm not strong enough yet. Your turn. Argun turned back to his cage bars, inspired by the mermaid. Freezing and then boiling the bars had made the metal creak and strain. That meant the dark magic was not absolute. The bars could be broken. If he could build up an ice-blue flame so cold it burned, then he could blast it with his fiercest red blaze, and perhaps his powerful ramming could do what the mermaid's weak kick could not. Do you know your limits? Cirona asked over the dragon's shoulder. Argun turned and frowned.
What do you mean?
I mean, do you know how much strength your powers take? If you burn up all your energy, I am not carrying you out of here, the mermaid pointed out.
Argun uttered a scalding curse. You're right. My freezing flame takes too much energy. I would never be able to follow it with a red-hot blaze.
The answer was obvious. They needed to collaborate, though the dragon would never suggest it, and Cirona had vowed not to align with him. Instead, they discussed various points of chemistry and the tensile strength of metals. Argun was impressed with the creativity of Cirona's thinking, though each conclusion came to a dead end. The mermaid appreciated his methodical thinking, but in the end it was wearing down her hope. Cirona turned to face the far corner of her cage again. "We both heard the metal. I have to try again." "What about your strength? You've already depleted it, and you are fighting off drying sickness." Argun sounded genuinely concerned. The mermaid promised to focus on 2 bars, just enough for her to squeeze through. Cirona began to call the water to her, but her shaking hand did not escape the dragon's sharp gaze. "We need a new plan. Rest. Let's think together some more," Argun said. Cirona relented and settled down to rest, despite her body's tingling response to the dragon's gentle tones. How could she hate him one second and be comforted by him the next? It must be a trick. Why was it so tempting to trust the dragon? Cirona took a deep breath and blamed the temptation on her growing panic. She was feeling the fire magic of the cage bars slowly drying out her strength. No one in any ocean would blame her for trusting a dragon far enough to get her out of such a cage. "Do you think anyone knows you were taken?" Cirona asked Argun. He shrugged. "I am sure they began an investigation when I did not report in." "No one in my realm is going to believe dark magic was the cause of my disappearance. It's the stuff of fairy tales and nightmares, not real," Cirona said. "So even if anyone came to find you, they wouldn't be prepared to break you out," Argun finished the mermaid's thought. He was looking at her so intently, and there was something so familiar about his expression, that Cirona had to break her gaze away. Was she entranced? If dark magic was real and still being conjured, then why not small tricks? She took some comfort in her wild conspiracies, because it seemed so much more natural to distrust Argun than it was to feel a growing kinship with him. Cirona retreated into a corner and tried to focus on her sisters. She immediately imagined them teasing her. "Sissy always did have a soft spot for monsters. Remember that time she invited a giant squid to the summer's swim? Or maybe she'll really marry that crocodile she fell in love with when she was 8. She strained to hear their laughter over her growing worry, but the pleasant memories faded, and she was once again faced with the onyx dragon. Argun's eyes were curious yet stern. He knew the best way to keep her calm and recuperating her strength was to get her to talk. "What is waiting for you when you return to the ocean?" Argun asked. "Do you have a skill or trade?" Cirona did not want to talk about her sisters any more, and she certainly did not want to reveal she was royalty. What if that was the information the dragon had been seeking the entire time? "Nothing that will help us break out of these cages," the mermaid admitted. She smoothed down her now flaking scales. Would Argun laugh if he knew her greatest asset was her consent to marriage? Her choice of mate would map out the future of the kingdom for generations to come. It was of the utmost diplomatic and legacy-securing importance. But now it seemed like a trivial reason for being. That's why Cirona had always focused on her role as a leader. She was to teach and guide her sisters, since they would have the glorious yet dangerous freedom to marry whomever they chose. And now she was lost. Even if Cirona's sisters had made it back to the palace safely, she would no longer be able to protect them from her duties. She had failed as their leader and left them with an uncertain future. "You didn't have a job? Are you married, then?" Argun's question was so close to her thoughts that the mermaid jolted. "What do you mean? What do you care if I'm married?" Cirona asked in alarm. The dragon chuckled. "I'm simply trying to help you find your motivation." "And what about you? Are you married? Is that your motivation for getting out of here?" she asked. Argun shook his head. "I have no wife. My motivation is pure. Revenge." Cirona sighed. On top of all her other worries, now she was concerned Argun intended to stay and fight. The dragon would never admit he might be outmatched, and would never retreat to gather forces. Getting him to change his mind would be as futile as trying to break the bars of their cages. What if they bend? Cirona spun her tail around with an excited slap. The metal strained when it went from frozen to boiling, but I tried to break it. What if we just try to bend it? You don't have the strength, Argun said. Cirona used her water power to draw a rusted-out pipe towards her. It had been rolling uselessly side to side as the ship moved, but now the mermaid positioned it between the bars. Argun watched, his nostrils smoking as he pursed his lips, and Cirona had to take a few breaths before she could work her magic under such intense eyes. She concentrated on just 2 bars, first summoning enough water to freeze a 2-foot section, and then gathering what moisture remained into a boiling wave. As soon as the boiling water hit, the bars began to sing. Cirona positioned herself to push the rusted pipe with her tail, but it had been splashed with steaming water and scalded her fins. Cirona cried out in frustration, and the dragon looked relieved that she was ignoring her pain. An excellent attempt, but maybe I can give you a few small changes to try, the dragon began. Cirona took a deep breath and refused to let Argun's sage advice make her mad. She needed to recover her strength to try again and again until she was free. Chapter 6. Argun watched the mermaid recover from her failure and secretly marvelled at her tenacity. He had always been told that mermaids were passive and all but let the tides of world power wash over them. Cirona was anything but passive. Even as she huddled on the floor of her cage, she was actively pursuing escape. Argun saw the moisture she carefully called to her to heal her tail fins and bolster her strength. The dragon had also been told that mermaids were easy to defeat, as long stretches on land made them severely ill. He had already seen some of the effects of drying sickness in the mermaid, but she was amazingly adept at treating the symptoms. He studied her from the corner of his eye, and carefully noted the strength of her tail muscles. Between the blunt force her tail could create and the range of her magic, Cirona was a worthy ally. If only she would forget about her sisters and really focus on the present moment. Argun could see the way Cirona's pulse jumped in her throat. The thought of her sisters and the distance the ship was stretching between them was clouding the mermaid's thinking and sapping some of the strength she was trying so hard to regain. The hard truth was the mermaid sisters were most likely dead. If Cirona was their leader and protector, and she was so easily defeated, her sisters did not stand a chance against the mysterious foe. The only other plausible explanation was that their captor was interested in Cirona only. The attack had been focused, planned, and those carrying it out would have known she swam with her sisters. If the younger mermaids were necessary, they would have been caged in the hold as well. Their absence meant they were expendable, and Argun suspected their attacker did not care who he hurt in the execution of his plan. Cirona must have suspected the same thing, because her eyes kept searching the shadowed corners of the huge hold. The pulse throbbed in her throat, and the water she was calling to her jumped into droplets. "Did you see the purple flash?" Cirona asked Argun. "Was it focused, or did it flare out? I can't remember." Her thoughts had been following his same grim conclusions, but the mermaid refused to give up hope. It was a foolish waste of energy, but Argun finally relented. "From what I remember, the spell seemed very focused, though it may have continued past me like a shockwave, and I wouldn't have been able to perceive it." Cirona glared at the dragon. "Great, so helpful, thanks." Argun tipped his head. "You know what would be helpful, a boost of energy." The mermaid brushed her hair back and gave him an irritated look. "I'm only going to rest a few more minutes and then try something new." "No, not like that. More of a psychological boost to supplement what you're rebuilding," Argun said. Cirona narrowed her eyes, but didn't disagree. "Like warriors getting riled up before battle?" she asked.
"Exactly."
The mermaid smoothed her tail scales and smiled sadly. "You don't know me well enough to make me mad."
"Like your sisters."
Argun had steered the conversation in the right direction, and now he lowered his head and prepared to strike the match. Cirona tried to soothe the dry patches on her tail, though the smile was still on her face. "My youngest sister knows me so well. She only has to say a single word to set me off."
"So you have a temper?"
The dragon was fascinated at the thought of the graceful creature in a deadly rage.
"That will only help, as long as you can direct it."
"Unlike you," Cirona snorted.
"What?"
Argun lifted his head again and looked at her from a regal height.
"I can always direct my energy."
Cirona gestured to the scuffed black scales along his side. "And now you're getting mad. Aren't I the one that's supposed to be getting all riled up?" Argun gritted his great teeth and lowered his head once more. He fixed the mermaid with his most ominous stare.
"Your sisters are dead. We both know it."
"Awful!" The mermaid sat back with a look of disgust. "What an awful tactic to use!"
"You were meant to lead and protect them, but you were defeated and captured. It is a common occurrence in battle."
The dragon inched closer to Cirona's cage bars.
"They died because you made a wrong decision."
The mermaid balled her fingers into fists. "I won't believe they are dead until I see it with my own eyes."
"Use it, Cirona. First you have to feel it. Your sisters, your blood, your family, gone. And there is nothing you can do."
Argun taunted her. The pulse in her throat throbbed again. Cirona's eyes widened as her focus blurred, thinking back to the last moment she had seen her dead sisters. A shudder went through her body when she remembered the purple flash, and then it started. Her palms began to stream. The dragon moved as close as the cage bars would allow.
"We don't even know who did this to us. What if his intent was to kill your sisters? Will you be ransomed back to a grieving kingdom?"
"No one would target my sisters," Cirona said. Her chest heaved as the dragon's words bored into her thoughts.
"You don't know. All that can be counted as truth is that you are here and your sisters aren't. The most likely explanation is that they are dead. No one that uses dark magic would ever leave witnesses behind,"
Argun said. Cirona reared up on her tail. "You speak of my sisters as if they were defenceless."
"You were defeated. You are caged."
A dark blush spread from Cirona's cheeks, down her throat and across the mermaid's chest. Once Argun saw the anger heating her from within, he closed his eyes and focused his heart on her. The blush burst into a bright, angry glow. The mermaid directed her fear and rage at the bars. Cirona felt the surge of power that Argun had promised, but it still did no good. Her only comfort was that when she fell, the dragon lay his great head on the ground parallel to her, just as exhausted and bewildered as she. They lay and recovered from the bitter disappointment together. Finally the dragon took a deep breath and spoke.
"My favourite bedtime story as a young child had a dungeon like this in it."
Cirona snorted and kept her eye on her drying tail.
"You don't believe me?"
She shrugged. "It is kind of hard to imagine a dragon all snuggled up for story time, but I find it easy to believe your favourite story had a dungeon in it."
"The dungeon sat empty. All the doors had been removed," Argun explained.
Cirona sat up, and in the centre of the lower cells stood a great forge. The dragon's eyes glowed.
"So you know this story?"
It's about how true alliances are forged when everyone is considered free and no creature is kept behind bars, Cirona said.
The way I was told, there was also a fountain, a place to temper the fire and strengthen the metal, Argun continued. I was taught they represented our worlds.
Mermaids and dragons have worked together throughout history, Cirona reminded him.
Argun nodded, though the moral of the story is that the iron forged could be used as caged bars, weapons, or bent to a new purpose.
Cirona disagreed. The story illustrates how fire and water both affect the metal, but only together do they forge the steel. The creatures stared at each other, firm in their beliefs even as they marvelled at the common myth. This time it was the mermaid that relented. She glanced back down at her drying tail, and then studied the cage bars once more. Either way, we should acknowledge that partnerships increase strengths, she said. Argun tapped his razor-sharp claws on the cage floor decisively.
Then we will create a partnership, and together we will break out and defeat our captor.
Cirona held up both hands. We will create a partnership and escape with the intent of returning to our families as soon as possible. The dragon growled, and there was a whiff of sulphur in the air.
Our families will never be safe with a dark magician around. We must defeat them here and now, or risk losing our opportunity to rid our world of this evil.
We don't even know if this supposed dark magician is even here.
Argun had to consider her point. Perhaps we have already been sold to a mere opportunist.
That thought panicked the mermaid again. That means we could be travelling for weeks to the other ends of the earth.
The dragon tapped his claws decisively again. Then this partnership must be resolved now.
We escape together and send for help, Cirona suggested.
We escape and pursue any clues we can find about the dark practitioner, Argun countered.
I will not escape this cage only to be kept from my family. Cirona slapped her tail on the cage floor.
Why are you hesitating? Argun stood up and his black horns clattered against the top of his cage.
Cirona tried to stop herself, but burst out, Why should I trust you?
The dragon's nostrils flared in disgust. You dare to doubt my trustworthiness? Once a dragon forges a partnership, it will be honoured to the death.
Just because you belong to an arrogant race that believe you are always the epitome of honour doesn't mean any other creature holds you in the same esteem, Cirona pointed out.
Argun coughed and spluttered a bright flare. My kind has proven themselves throughout history to be the most honourable. We adhere to a long tradition of seeking strength, not only in our physical selves, but in our minds and alliances. You should be the one grateful that I have offered such a partnership.
Cirona scowled at the dragon. None of this is proof. Tell me, dragon, if the tables were turned, would you enter a partnership with no proof of trust?
The dragon's cough turned into a litany of curses that singed the far corner of his cage. Argun was about to declare them enemies, despite their shared troubles, but the ship shifted dramatically. His claws dug into the floor as a wave tipped them. The cage bars rattled. Quickly, Mermaid, before our cages are thrown apart. Can we agree to partner on our escape?
Cirona reared up on her tail again, worried which way the stormy sea might toss her cage. I don't know if I can trust you, she cried out.
Do you trust that I want to escape as much as you do? Argun asked.
The ship tilted back, but did not stop at level. This time the cages groaned as their weight pulled them towards the opposite side of the hold. Cirona would be badly battered if the cage slipped faster than she could dive and roll. She prepared herself for the worst.
Do you trust that we need each other to break these bars? Argun continued.
Fine! Cirona yelled, too worried about the turbulence to be able to stand his pushing. I trust that we have a common interest, But outside of escaping, we want two very different things." The ship began to right itself again, and Argun grew angry at the untenable circumstances. He stamped his foot hard enough to shake the hole's floor. "I am not a solitary monster. I have a family to return to, one that I want to see every bit as much as you want to see yours." "But you'll stay if you think you can track our captor and have your revenge," Cirona said. The ship settled, but both Mermaid and Dragon stood at the ready in case there was another upsetting wave. When equilibrium returned, Argun took a deep breath and tried one more time. "Then let us agree our common interests do not extend past escaping these cages. Now, before more turbulence severs our chances at a partnership completely." Cirona felt the ship's rocking subside and shook her head. "No, not before I know what you plan to do once you are free." Chapter 7. The dragon turned his back on Cirona and settled into a meditative position. At first she was glad of the break in negotiations and forced herself into a light doze. Her body ached all over, and the scales of her tail were quickly drying out. Cirona scanned her body and sensed strengthening energy to every inch, though thoughts of the dragon kept intruding. Did he do the same body scan and healing when he meditated? Then Argun's stony quiet began to grate on Cirona's nerves. She tried to focus on gathering moisture and soothing her impending drying sickness. A draught was leaking into the hold from above, and the stiff breeze was taking its toll. Cirona had to use more strength than she wanted to gather the necessary moisture. As she smoothed down and healed her brittle scales, Cirona felt the ship surge and fall gently. Her heart leaped into her throat, despite the easy ride of the wave, and she remembered the shrieking metal that first woke her from the spell. If the cages were tossed again, the chances were high she would get seriously hurt, and if the dragon's cage was flung far away, then Cirona's chances of survival would be slim. "I didn't mean to cut off the possibility of a partnership," Cirona called. "I just believe that deciding together should be our code." "What if we come to an impasse?" Argun did not turn around, but his ears were folded back and listening intently. "What do you suggest? We flip a coin?" "We need to discuss each move and agree," Cirona insisted. Argun spun around and roared. "What if there's no time? Surely someone as anxious as you are to return home can understand we must operate at optimum speed. That will never happen if we have to argue over every small detail." "Launching a solo revenge attack doesn't feel like a small detail to me," the mermaid snapped. "Once I am free, I will not be held back," Argun growled. Cirona lifted her chin. "Then maybe we can reach an agreement. Once we are free from cages and clear of this ship, we can go our separate ways." Argun snorted hot embers. "Like I said, Mermaid, there is no more time. The offer has expired, and now is the time for action." "What action?" Cirona slipped across the floor and tried to catch the enigmatic dragon's eye. "Whatever you are planning to do will affect me, and I deserve to know." "I plan to provoke the sailors of this ship," Argun said. "If we are to be traded, then they will have an interest in my health." "You plan to call whomever is sailing this ship down here?" Cirona shuddered. "What purpose could that possibly serve?" "It may bring our captor," Argun said. He made it sound so simple, but Cirona's mind was awash with terrible possibilities. What if they subdued the dragon somehow, and she was left trapped with no hope of escape? The mermaid knew the sight of the dragon brought low would be more than enough to crush her spirit. It was painful to discover she needed Argun, despite his refusal to enter a reasonable partnership. "What if he hurts me?" Cirona asked. It was a self-centred question, with a larger inquiry hanging in the air, and it took the dragon by surprise. "I may not agree with you, but I would hate to see you wounded by what must be a very large crew," Cirona told him. Argun blinked.
"Mermaids are said to be naturally compassionate. Too soft."
Cirona shook her head. "No, it's you. We may not be allies, but you mean something to me now. I don't want you to jeopardize yourself." The dragon shook off her oddly soothing words.
"I assure you, Mermaid, I can handle a few sailors."
"But not a dark magician," Cirona reminded him.
Argun scowled at the bars of his cage. "I hope he shows himself."
"What if they separate us?" The dragon positioned himself as close to an overhead cargo door as he could.
"If they don't, the movement of the ship soon will."
He was right. The ship had begun to rise and toss more often, and the wind roared a warning of the coming storm. Cirona rose up on her tail, despite the pitching floor, and pleaded with Argun. "Please don't do this, for the sake of our partnership." In her desperation, Cirona reached out and scalded herself on her fire-infused cage bars. "If you promise not to do this until we have fully thought through the plan and possible outcomes, then I will trust you. Show me I can trust you."
"I plan to, Mermaid, but in my way," Argun declared.
He bent his long neck up and back and roared to the top of the hold. He roared so hard that his cage bars shook and rattled against Cirona's. She covered her ears as the sound lasted long, a reverberating testimony to the dragon's lung capacity. Argun roared until dirt and grime shook loose from the top of the hold and floated down around them like ash. The dragon paused for one mighty inhale and then roared a second time. Cirona bowed her head to the ground as she pressed her hands over her ears harder. Argun had reached a new level of intensity, and it bounced off the hold walls with a deafening echo. When it was over, Cirona's muscles were trembling. She pushed herself up to sitting and peeled back her protective hands. The echoes died away, and cold silence took over the dank hold. Despite her shaking, Cirona held her breath and listened. Argun was listening as well. There were footsteps above, but they had not broken the regular pace he had picked up since becoming aware they were in the belly of a ship. The sailors were conducting their business as usual, though there were no friendly quips or shouted orders. "No one's coming," Cirona said.
"Silence!"
Argun could not believe it was true. They listened intently again, but everything seemed to continue on as before. Cirona eventually turned to treat her drying skin, but her movements were carefully quiet. She found herself agreeing with the dragon's plan now that it had failed. She felt profound disappointment at finding no change to their current stagnant position, and realized that almost anything would have been better than being stuck. If someone had looked in on them, or shouted for them to be quiet, or even tried to subdue Argun, it would have given them an opportunity to learn more of their fate. Being left in the dark was almost harder than being confined. The mermaid's mind spun in panic again, and she grasped onto the first possible clue she could find: the engine noise. In the deafening silence that followed Argun's outcry, Cirona could hear the engine whirring more clearly. She pulled back her heavy hair and listened to the machinery hum. "There doesn't sound like there's anything magical about the engine," Cirona said. Argun gave a harsh sigh before he stopped and focused on the whirring noise. "And nothing remarkable about the ship, despite the size." "And the emptiness of the hold," Cirona pointed out. It was strange that the hold had nothing in it but 2 cages. The ship was clearly meant for large quantities of goods, so whomever was sailing it for personal reason must be very rich. Argun was once again appreciative of the keen mermaid, and he turned to watch her as she listened. Cirona shushed the dragon and his clanking scales. "I hear something else."
"Seagulls," Argun said.
"Why do they sound strange?" Cirona was speaking aloud to herself.
"Because their calls are coming from below the ship," Argun told her.
"Don't be ridiculous. You're just mad. Your roaring didn't work." The dragon scowled.
"Why don't I hear any waves?"
Cirona opened her mouth to make a sharp retort, but her breath came out in a whooshing sigh instead. She couldn't hear any waves either. There should have been the thump of the waves, the constant rush of water along the hull, and the splash of fresh spray coming down from the deck. It made no sense as the ship still rose and dropped like it was riding waves. "More dark magic?" she asked in a hushed voice.
Argun gave a short, crackling laugh. "Have you ever seen an airship?"
It was the mermaid's turn to scowl. She had seen airships coasting far above the waves, but she had never heard that they felt the same as riding the water itself. The motion was so similar, but Cirona could not reconcile why she heard no waves. "This doesn't feel like an airship," she declared.
"So those seagulls I hear are really underwater?" Argun asked with a barely concealed chuckle.
Cirona looked up and studied the cavernous hold again. "It's not an airship. You're just hearing the seagulls' cries echoing off the floor of the hold. The sound is travelling down from that open cargo door and bouncing around in here."
Argun nodded out of respect for her critical thinking, but he did not agree. "Their cries are too distant to have travelled down and bounced all around. Those calls are coming from outside the hull down there."
They both looked at the exterior wall Argun pointed out with one long hooked claw. The seagulls called again, but the sound was fainter still. Those plaintive calls took with them the whispered hope that anyone outside of the ship might have heard his roaring. Mixed together with the engine whirring and the uncomfortable silence from above, it was impossible to tell for certain which direction the seagulls' cries came from. "What else do we know about this ship?" Cirona wished to change the subject. The dragon settled down close to her.
"You're worried about being so far from water. That seems natural and very smart to me."
Cirona felt the swell and drop of the ship again and decided it was good enough evidence. "You think that if this is an airship that I will need you more than ever. You think my avoidance of drying sickness will force me to make an unsavoury deal with you?"
Argun held up his front claws. "How can it be unsavoury if we both escape?"
"You think you can force me to aid you in your revenge plan, but I will not be kept from my home or sisters any longer." Cirona heard her own small voice echoing in the hold. The dragon rolled his black eyes, the gold flecks sparking even in the dim light.
"So, you still refuse to enter into a partnership with me, even though it could save both our lives?"
"Only because you spend all your time being as contrary as possible. Dragons are not the only intelligent creatures on Earth." Cirona slashed her tail across the floor and moved to turn her back on Argun.
"Wait!"
There was something grim and final in his tone that made Cirona turn back.
"Like it or not, we need each other."
She wanted to disagree. Cirona wanted to stand with generations of mermaids that had shunned the arrogance and control of dragons. Still, Argun was right. There was no other way. If she wanted to survive to see her kind again, Cirona needed to work with the dragon. Chapter 8. "Then what are you going to do?" Cirona pointed a finger at the black dragon. "Let's see you focus your power and try to break your bars." Argun tipped his chin up. Every fibre in his being refused the thought of proving himself to a mermaid. Though she had a point. He had pushed for their partnership, and now had to show good faith on his side. Besides, Argun thought, if he succeeded, the idea of the partnership would be moot.
"Then I need quiet," he said haughtily. "I need you to calm your pulse."
The mermaid pressed a hand over her heart as it sped up. The thought of him feeling her pulse actually caused it to accelerate. "Give me a minute." Cirona glared up at him. Argun watched without blinking as the mermaid gathered herself and took a deep, cleansing breath. He found himself inhaling and exhaling in sync with her, and forced out a fiery sigh.
"Good. Now that it is calmer in here, I can concentrate."
The dragon shut his eyes and settled into a meditative pose, tail encircling him and muscles relaxed. His head tipped upwards as if listening to a higher voice, and Cirona found she could not take her eyes off him. Did dragons gather their element to build their power, like mermaids? Argun was so still, the mermaid found herself blinking and seeing an obsidian boulder, then blinking again and finding the dragon's form again. When he opened his eyes, the gold flecks gleamed like live embers. His body exploded out of the still, stone-like form of his meditative state, and fire erupted from his roar. Argun directed the entire furnace of his concentrated dragon's fire on 3 bars in the far corner of his cage. The metal began to sing and then scream, but it did not give way. The hiss of the steam from the pure water-empowered bars was a mocking cry between the dragon and mermaid. "What if you try that on my bars?" Cirona asked when Argun said nothing.
"Fire doesn't defeat fire," he growled.
Cirona couldn't let the dragon dwell on his failure. She needed to think escape was still possible. "We don't really care about defeat. We just want to see an effect on the bars. Don't you agree?" Her tone purposefully mimicked his lofty way of speaking, and it was enough to rouse Argun from his brooding.
"Fine. Let's see if there is any effect."
"Don't you need to rest?" Cirona asked. It was the wrong question to ask a proud dragon, but she knew how much her efforts had drained her. Argun used the insult to focus the fury of his dragon fire. He blasted Cirona's cage bars, his dark scales reflecting the bright fire as he inched closer. When the flame flickered, the mermaid was ready. She threw an ice ball at the bars to see if they would bend. The cage bars must have reached a supreme temperature, because the ball was easily sliced in two, and the halves fell to the ground, where they instantly melted. The dragon paused only long enough to yell directions at Cirona before he blasted her cage bars again. "Try freezing the bars!" They tried every possible combination of temperatures and assaults, but nothing was working. The dark magic repelled their powers. No matter how he blazed, Argun's fire could not defeat the dark core of the cage bars. Cirona never gave up, even as her strength waned and her tail dried during the heated attempts. Finally, Argun sank to the floor of the hold and closed his eyes. Cirona curled up and fell into a dreamless sleep. She woke with a start the second his scales rattled. The dragon watched her, his head resting on the floor about 5 feet from where she lay. Cirona should have been afraid, but at this point the sight of Argun's gleaming eyes was a comfort to her. She pushed herself up to sitting. "What haven't we tried?" Argun lifted his head with a smile.
"I'm glad to see that mermaids don't give up, unless you are a unique aberration of your kind."
Cirona shrugged off his callous way of speaking. "I'm going to take that as a compliment, as long as you tell me you have a new plan." The dragon chuckled, but then winced as he stretched his sore muscles.
"It's your turn."
She took that to mean it was her turn to try her water against the dark magic of his cage bars. Without pausing to tend to her flaking tail, Cirona gathered her powers again and tried to erode just one bar. The mermaid's endurance was failing, and she had to give up after only a few seconds of concentrated water magic. "This isn't working." Cirona's voice was breathless and angry. Argun was relieved to hear the anger. He didn't know how to deal with tears, and he was worried his watery neighbour would be able to cry a river's worth of tears. "There is no magic in the world strong enough to be unbreakable." His words were a comfort, though his tone was lofty again. Cirona couldn't waste any energy on being annoyed with the dragon's arrogant manners any more. She sat down and soothed her parched scales while she worked through all the attempts they had made. "And we agree there must be a counterbalance to the energy in these bars, yes?" Cirona asked Argun. The dragon thought for a moment, and then shook his head. "It feels more like there is an imbalance trapped in those bars, and all we have to do is figure out how to release it." "The dark magic will drain away, and balance will be restored." Cirona gathered water around her without trying, a sure sign she was excited. Argun waved a wingtip at the mermaid. "We have no tools, no ingredients, no knowledge of what trapped the power in our cage bars." "No," Cirona smiled up at the stern black dragon, "but I have a new idea." The ship dove into a deep trough, and the mermaid's excitement was subdued as she strained to hear the splashing of waves. Was it a trick of the dark magic that she couldn't hear the ocean water? The dragon rode out the turbulence with an ashy sigh. "Haven't these all been your ideas?" Cirona scowled. "Well, if you feel like sharing, go right ahead." Argun looked around his cage and grimaced. "Fine, let's hear the next great idea." She bit her lip as the dragon turned his expectant eyes on her. Cirona regretted speaking up, not because the dragon's stern attention was intimidating, but because she hadn't thought her plan all the way through. It occurred to her now, as the dragon stared down at her, that her new idea could give him a frightening boost of power. "Maybe you're right. I'm too impatient. We should just observe for a while," Cirona said. She settled down and tried to peer calmly around the cavernous hold. "What is it? Why are you hesitating?" The dragon frowned every time he couldn't understand her actions. "First you want to tell me. Now you want to wait?" "I'm sure dragons are taught to not speak rashly before applying logic." The mermaid tried to distract him, but Argun's laser gaze did not miss the nervous shifting of her own eyes. She couldn't quite meet his stare head-on like she had before. "Perhaps you are tired." It irritated Argun that he could not fathom why she acted the way she did. Cirona bristled. She had spent her entire life trying to prove she was better than a son, and she prided herself on her strength and endurance. "I still don't trust you," she snapped. Argun chuckled. "And we've already come to the conclusion that trust has nothing to do with us helping each other escape. It is a matter of survival, not civility." "So we're back to you assuming that I need your help." Cirona threw her hands up in the air. It was much easier to look foolishly insulted than explain to the dragon a plan that might increase his already formidable power. He raised his eyes to the ceiling and grumbled. "You know, the faster we get out of here, the sooner we no longer have to try and hold conversations with each other." Cirona saw Argun's eyes drop to the throbbing pulse in her neck. She forced herself to take deep breaths and bring her heartbeat back to a reasonable rhythm. It was impossible to think when the dragon looked at her like that. She had heard the gory tales of merfolk caught in the hypnotizing gaze of a dragon. Except this was more confusing than a fairy tale power struggle. For all his onyx scales, Argun was very expressive, and Cirona had only seen such an admiring yet irritated look passed between her parents. He should have been predatory, and too proud to speak to a lowly sea creature. If Cirona was supposed to believe all the tales she had heard, Argun would never have spoken to her. The dragons of lore would never encourage and debate, tease and incense, and she certainly wouldn't have felt comfort in his hulking closeness. Argun rolled his eyes, and the familiarity of the exasperated expression almost made Cirona smile. It must have been the strangeness of the circumstances that made her feel a kinship with the dragon. "Fine," Cirona let her smile slip out. "As long as we agree to that, I will attempt it first." She thought it was an easy way to take her worry out of the equation. If Cirona tried her new idea first, she would be the one that ended up with a surplus of power. Deep breaths kept her pulse from skittering, but the mermaid looked down at her tail instead of Argun. He hummed to himself as he narrowed his eyes and studied her carefully. "No, I think I won't agree to that. At least not until you have explained your idea." Cirona crossed her arms. "It's an even exchange. I share my idea, and you promise I get the first attempt."
"No deal. Now talk."
Argun slashed his tail over his head in a threatening display. The mermaid was trying his patience. Argun had found himself bewildered, impressed, and baffled by the beautiful creature ever since she had awoken. He tried to resist the distraction, but Cirona was fascinating, and he had to admit her mind had shown flashes of brilliance. True, she was twice as stubborn as she was intelligent, but Argun found himself liking that trait in her as well. It was infuriating. He dove his tailspike into the floor of the hold with a resounding crack. "The ship could toss our cages apart at any moment, Mermaid. Tell me your idea now, before it is too late." Cirona's chin went up a notch, her eyes meeting his with a fiery glare. "It's my idea, so I get to try it first."
"What idea?"
Argun lowered his head and countered her stubborn stance. The mermaid ran a finger through her pale pink hair, and Argun wondered for a moment if it was as soft as it looked. Would it feel like floating silk, or be slick like kelp? She furrowed her brow as she looked at him. "I think we can reverse our attempts and see an effect." Argun plucked his tailspike out of the floor and curled his tail around him to think.
"Reverse our attempts?"
"We should try to absorb the power in the bars," Cirona said.
He gave her a toothy, pleased grin and nodded. The dark magician might not have expected us to try working with the power instead of against it.
Cirona could not mirror his enthusiastic smile as she explained. "And the result could be gain strength on our side and weaken dark magic inside the bars. Then we should be able to break them and escape."
"Ah," Argun said, "and that is why you want to go first."
The mermaid dared a hopeful smile at him. "You agree?"
"No."
Argun was a dragon, and it was only natural for him to want the power for himself. And both he and Cirona knew there was no way she could stop him. Chapter 9. The gold flecks in Argun's eyes sparked to a new life as he looked at the cage bars from the new angle of Cirona's idea. He could absorb their power and use the boost to break his own. The dragon focused on the bars of Cirona's cage and prepared to draw the magic into himself. He closed his eyes, but they flew open seconds later.
"There's a flaw in this plan,"
Argun growled. Cirona nodded and her shoulders slumped. "You'll have too much power, and once you break out of your bars, nothing will hold you back to help me."
"No, that's not—"
Argun was interrupted by the sudden sharp pitch of the hold. The ship shuddered, buffeted by strong forces from the outside. Both the mermaid and dragon instinctively looked up to the high cargo door. A bright purple flash lit up the deck like a bolt of lightning. Then the ship plunged into another deep trough. "Did you see? Do you think?" Cirona clung to the floor, her mouth open in horror. "Yes, this is what we've been waiting for." The dragon hopped up and down, his eyes riveted on the thin seams of the cargo door and wide with hope. Cirona couldn't hide her fear, though. The sudden flare of annoyance she felt at Argun's obvious excitement helped her overcome it. "We have a new plan. Don't call attention to us now." Argun shook his head. "That flash was proof the dark magician is here, but more importantly, it shows he is feeling the need to defend himself. Perhaps my brethren have found me, and the battle is beginning in earnest." The dragon let out a mighty bellow and attacked his cage bars with a wild rage. His smoking roars shook the hold and had to be heard by those running around on the ship's deck. "Please, no!" Cirona cried between bellows. "How is it wise to provoke the dark magician now?" "He's casting the same spell. That means something out there is threatening him," Argun said. Cirona rose up on her tail to plead with the dragon again. "Or another creature has fallen unconscious under his dark spell." "And you expect me to sit back while this evil force adds to his collection?" Argun asked. "At least until the sailors open the cargo door," Cirona said. The dragon stopped short and was amazed she was again the rational thinker. "You're right. It would be better for us to be free when those doors open, whether or not we escape or fight." The mermaid shuddered at the dragon's martial thinking. "If you begin a battle, it will take everything I have to survive. I won't have the energy to swim to safety." "We agreed to go our separate ways once out of these cages," Argun reminded her stiffly. His claws tapped anxiously as he watched the cargo door and wished to join the battle above. Cirona tried a different approach. "It's been quiet since that flash. There is no battle. What if no one has come for us? That purple light could have been just a demonstration or practice." "Whatever it was created by the same creature that captured us. They are on the ship. Now is the time." The dragon paced his cage again, and then zeroed his eyes in on the mermaid. "How do you propose I absorb the fire magic? My kind has many basic spells, but this will have to be something special." "I don't know." Cirona rubbed her arms, suddenly cold. "You're right. Without the proper planned spell, you might never connect with the magic at all." Argun growled. "You are stalling again, mermaid." "What if it doesn't work?" Cirona cried. The ship was still pitching wildly, and she scrambled to fight the slippery floor of her cage. "I'm sure it will create a residual glow. What if the sailors spot it and someone is sent to investigate?" "So, you don't believe it will work, but you are worried about the residual glow it will create? You know it will work. Tell me how." Argun's voice was gruff. There was no more time for debate. "Is it worth the risk?" Cirona asked. The dragon slashed the bars of his cage with his spiked tail. "Enough! Do you want to die cowering at the bottom of a cage, or do you want to fight for your life?" "I want to see my sisters again," she cried. "Exactly. Now share your mermaid spellwork. How do I absorb all the fire magic in the bars of your cage?" Argun asked again. The mermaid was tired and shaken. She looked up at Argun with a haunted light in her eyes. "Who do you fight for?"
Argun stamped his clawed feet. How is this relevant now?
I need to know that you want more than just another battle. I need to know that you have a reason for living, a reason as good as mine, Cirona told him.
The dragon gritted his teeth. The life of a dragon is worth fighting for, in of itself.
No siblings? Father? You mentioned your mother telling you a fairy tale. Will you see her again when this is over?
Argun took a deep breath. I will see my mother when this is over, and you can rest assured, Mermaid, that I will tell her all about you.
Cirona stopped, and a weakly hopeful smile appeared on her lips. The absorbing spell is one I learned from my mother.
Teach me, so we can both see our mothers again.
Cirona knew she couldn't trust the word of a dragon, not once he'd scented battle. Argun was determined to fight, and she was afraid of him adding more power on top of that fiery passion. But there was no other way, and time was out. Chapter 10. Are you even listening to me? Cirona had explained the spell twice now, but the dragon was distracted by sounds from above.
Those footsteps! They sound human, don't you think?
Argun paced his cage and then paused to listen again.
Human sailors? Who would hire human sailors?
May we never see any of them, Cirona said. The dragon snorted a puff of smoke.
At least there you live up to the law of your kind. You'd do anything to avoid a battle, wouldn't you?
Proving my brawn or expressing my anger doesn't take precedence over my family, Cirona told him sharply.
How much brawn do you have to use to overcome a human? Argun asked.
Cirona laughed. Why would I need to overcome a human? They are practically helpless in my element.
Like the human you saw in the water?
Argun turned back to practice the spell, though he kept the conversation going. The mermaid paused, and a wave of sorrow passed over her face. I wonder who he was. He must have been a warrior.
Why do you say that?
Argun asked. Cirona shrugged, suddenly embarrassed. He had the black markings of a warrior across his chest.
What would a human be doing in a battle with a dragon and shadows, far out over the ocean?
Argun settled down to rest and rebuild his strength. You're too quick to assume that no one is as brave as you, Cirona said. That human could have been tricking them into taking him to their ship when you interrupted.
You think it's my fault that weak human plummeted into the waves?
Argun shook his head. Cirona lost patience. Why don't you tell me about the human? You must have noticed him before I arrived on the surface.
No more questions. No more answers, Argun barked.
Cirona pulled up her tail to her chin and rocked herself gently on the floor of the cage. Argun had no compassion, and his focus was so narrow that he missed the bigger picture. Humans were the opposite, constantly shifting focuses and often misplaced compassion. Cirona had never met one face to face, but she had often dreamed of it. And the human warrior had been so handsome she could still see the chiselled square of his sinking chin. Maybe my sisters saved him, Cirona told herself. Argun must have heard, because he was watching her closely when she looked up.
You know nothing about him, and yet you still hope he was saved?
There was no need to tell Argun how she couldn't forget the human's handsome face. Mermaids often aligned with humans, and for one to brave being dragged that far out to sea is a sign of a greater threat, Cirona said. The dragon arched a scaly eyebrow, but changed the subject.
I think I'm ready.
Cirona twisted her fingers together. Are you sure? What if the elemental power is tainted?
There is only one way to find out.
Argun positioned himself facing the bars between them and closed his eyes. She held her breath as Argun began to grow still and gather his power. He only made it to the third long breath before she burst out, "I'm not ready to die!" Argun's eyes flew open and he scowled. "All this time in a cage, and you have not prepared yourself yet?" "Prepared myself?" Cirona gaped at him. "In my culture we are taught from a young age to accept our death and to face it with pride," Argun said. "So you're not afraid?" The dragon relented. "Being afraid has nothing to do with it. Don't you agree this is the next step?" Cirona twisted her fingers, but had to agree with Argun. If they didn't try her idea, then she might as well just lay down and wait to die. "What if it goes wrong and you blame me? You'll leave me here to die." Argun laughed. "Again you worry that everything will go wrong, at the same time as you assume we will escape our cages. Is precognition common in mermaids?" "I hope we'll escape. Hope is not the same as courage." "I think you'll find they are more similar than you think," Argun told her. He closed his eyes again and concentrated on the spell Cirona had taught him. Argun needed to enter a higher state of mind, connect with the energy in Cirona's cage bars, and then draw the imbalance into his own energy. It would take absolute concentration and the ability to store that energy without letting it run riot through his own system. "Remember to direct it into your muscles," Cirona reminded him. Argun frowned. "Why not my fire?" "Too volatile. Remember, it will be pure fire energy you are absorbing." The dragon nodded and closed his eyes. Cirona watched until the granite-like stillness settled over his scales. Argun entered a deep meditative state. She felt it as soon as he began the spell, because the energy flow in the hole changed directions dramatically. The mermaid was used to feeling energy flow like water, but now it was suspended. Then Argun began to absorb the fire magic from Cirona's cage bars. The iron rattled and then hummed. The pitch reached higher and higher until it was out of range even for a mermaid's ears. They blazed forth and heated to an ice blue colour, but still Argun stayed focused and steadily drew the power from the bars. The colour flashed and then faded, and the bars returned to a regular iron cast. Now it was Cirona's turn, and the final test of their escape plan. She raised the moisture she had gathered and froze the now dull bars. The mermaid coated them with an ice so cold the temperature in the hole dropped 3 degrees. Argun's breath came out in slow, misty exhales. She kicked at the iron bars with her tail and heard the painful scattering of dried scales that broke off on impact. Then Cirona opened her eyes and saw the broken bars rolling uselessly away across the hold of the giant ship. Chapter 11. Cirona paused just long enough to glance at Argun. The dragon's eyes were squeezed tight, his chest heaving as he struggled to contain the absorbed fire magic. She held her breath as he gasped for air. Finally, Argun started pulling in long, slow breaths. He was slowly coming to terms with the power he had taken on. The mermaid inched closer to the broken bars, not wanting to startle Argun from his inner battle. She held her breath again and froze in front of the jagged opening in her cage. What if the dark magic he had absorbed turned the dragon dark himself? She slipped her tail fin through the broken bars carefully and gingerly inched forward. Cirona hadn't trusted the dragon before, and now she had even more reason to be afraid of him. Her only solace was the bars of his cage were still intact and would remain that way as long as she didn't absorb the water magic within them. Still, she had to wriggle and slide through the opening, just inches away from Argun's front claws. His breathing was steady now, and the heat Cirona had felt radiating from him was finally cooling. She moved faster and was soon free of her cage bars.
"Where are you going?"
Argun's rumbling question made Cirona jump back from their cages. That's when the dragon noticed she was free.
"It worked! Quickly, Mermaid!"
"But is it safe?" Cirona asked, refusing to move forward. "You struggle to absorb the dark magic. What if I'm not strong enough?"
"You've shown your strength,"
Argun said. His confident tone and the ringing sincerity of the compliment made it impossible for Cirona to move. She huddled on the ground a few feet from the cages. She still couldn't trust the dragon, or that she would survive absorbing the water magic, but he had set her free. The ship pitched gently, and Cirona's eyes flew to the nearest porthole. Argun saw her glance and grumbled.
"I doubt it if mermaids had honour."
She had 100 excuses she wanted to give him. Argun would have to understand in time that she made the right decision for her family, if he survived. The mermaid still couldn't move. Cirona wanted to make him see that a quick and quiet escape was truly the best plan. "I'll send help," she promised. The dragon reared up as high as his cage allowed and roared.
"Return now, mermaid, or I will declare your dishonour to the entire ship."
"Stop!" Cirona hissed. "If you let me dive through that window, I will be able to find help within minutes. My call can travel through the water and bring help immediately."
"Or you may fall to your death,"
Argun shouted. Cirona couldn't stand his tricks and her doubt any more. "Stop trying to confuse me. I have the best chance of escaping unnoticed if you would stop all your foolish yelling."
"And what if you are noticed? You will not survive without me,"
Argun reminded her. The mermaid tipped her chin up. "They obviously want us alive, but once I hit the water they won't be able to catch me." The dragon lowered his head and fixed Cirona with a piercing glare.
"And you'll leave me here to die?"
"Why would they kill you now?" Cirona asked. She was foolish to linger and talk with the dragon. He blasted fire so red-hot that long flames escaped the water-charmed bars and would have singed Cirona if she hadn't rolled out of the way. She scrambled towards the porthole, but the ship rode a sudden steep wave, and she lost her grip on the slick floor. Cirona skidded helplessly back towards the cages, but the wave continued to swell enough to make the iron-barred cages shift. Yells and screams from the deck filtered down to the hold, in between the shuddering scrapes of the cages. She struggled to find something to hold her back.
"Bad luck, mermaid, or does your kind believe in karma?"
Argun called. The dragon hooked his indestructible claws past the bars of his cage and waited to catch her as she slipped. Then the boat shifted and everything slid back again. Cirona rolled herself along to avoid the scraping metal and then aimed back towards the porthole window. She was only a few feet away when the ship dropped suddenly, and she crashed hard against the hold floor.
"Still believe there's water outside that window?"
Argun asked.
"The shape of the ship and what is flying it could make turbulence feel like waves."
"I can't help you, dragon. I'm sorry," Cirona said. She rose up on her tail and prepared to jump up to the porthole ledge. The ship tilted as she jumped, and the mermaid fell back into a free fall. She hit the hold floor hard and tumbled as everything rushed back towards the cages. As she crashed backwards, Cirona grabbed the bars of her cage from the outside. The unbroken bars still glowed with fire magic, and her hand was scalded. Cirona let go and helplessly slipped along the floor towards Argun. The dragon was still waiting with the claws out, but they were curled down now, determined to stop her fall without hurting her. She cried out as it looked like he would catch her easily, but then the ship dropped again. The sudden jolt separated the cages, and Cirona slipped in between. Argun cried out, and the bars of his cage hissed as he scrambled through the bars to stop her. Everything tipped again, and the mermaid screamed. The cages clashed back together and tumbled into a dark corner of the hold. When everything settled again, and Argun raised his head, Cirona was nowhere to be seen. Argun had seen many things in battle, and it was part of his training to look at tragedy without blinking. Still, he could not bear to search the shadows where the mermaid had disappeared. The cages had clashed together hard enough that the dark magic bars were still steaming. Unless the mermaid had been able to twist and propel herself clear, she had been crushed when the cages crashed into the wall. Either way, she was heading for a crash, Argun mumbled. The ship had settled again, and he listened to the whirring engine. Why the foolish mermaid wouldn't believe him about being in the air was beyond him. True, the pitch and dip of the ship felt a lot like waves, but Argun concluded it was more the effect of air currents on the Zeppelin above them. There was a tight squeeze in his chest when he realized he had no one to debate his conclusion with, and Argun forced himself to search the shadows along the wall. He wanted to believe that the brave and strong mermaid had survived somehow. Argun would have laughed at the thought the day before, but now he listed all the reasons he was right to believe she was still alive. She could have pushed off my cage bars with her tail and propelled herself at least 10 feet away, Argun told himself. He calculated the way he would have tried to escape and spotted a large jumble of old fishing nets and broken steamer trunks. Argun focused his eyes, let the embers of his magic light, and looked as hard as he could through the pile of garbage. The dragon knew before he saw her tail fins that Cirona was in trouble. Without thinking, Argun attacked the side of his cage. He rocked against it, shifting it as the tilting floor had, and the bars scraped along the floor. The cages were heavy enough that no separate floor had been added, but in his panic over the steel mermaid, Argun was able to move it along. When he was close enough, he reached his claws through the bars, though the dark water magic sought to boil his skin. "Mermaid, I'll lift those trunks, but you must roll free," Argun called. It wasn't until he had shifted the broken steamer trunks and saw Cirona inch out of the rubble that Argun realized what he was doing. Why was he helping the mermaid escape? She had no intentions of staying to aid him, though maybe now, in her weakened state, she would see logic and work to free him as well. Cirona was battered and sore, but she immediately began to pull herself across the floor towards the porthole window again. "Thank you, dragon. You helped me, and I won't forget that. I'll make sure your captor does not survive, and that help reaches you as quickly as it can." It wasn't her fiery rage that made Cirona stop and turn around, but the dragon's silence. She turned to look at Argun, and the dragon nodded his great head. "Though you baffle me, mermaid, I have to admit I am impressed. You outmaneuvered me, and now all that remains is to get off this ship safely," Argun said. "I'll dive into the sea and call for help as soon as I hit the waves," Cirona promised. The dragon chuckled. "Look before you leap instead." His superior tone was the last that Cirona could hear. She had let the dragon's arrogance and questions and doubts torture her the entire time she was caged, but now she was free. Cirona fixed her sisters' faces in the forefront of her mind and turned her back on the great black dragon. Her chest felt cold and hollow, but Cirona knew it was the right decision. She crawled and rolled her way back to the porthole window and made a successful leap. The window was stuck shut, and it took all her arm strength to haul her tail up and smash it open. Her muscles then gave way, and Cirona fell back to the floor of the hold. Cirona gritted her teeth. She was almost free of the monstrous ship. The mermaid jumped up again and hauled herself onto the narrow window-sill. The rusted metal scraped her belly as Cirona pulled herself forward and prepared to dive. A cool spray clouded her vision, and Cirona froze. When the cloud cleared, she saw a patchwork of fields far below. The ship sailed through the sky at a fast clip, and before she could blink, there was a cluster of jagged rocks and formidable stone wall below. The high wall surrounded a tightly packed city, the jumbled peaks and roofs only partly visible through the clouds and the dark smoke of cooking fires. Cirona searched the city's shadows as the ship rolled over it, but the far side of the wall never appeared. The city was vast, densely populated, and watched over by the stern eye of a citadel that made Cirona shudder. She knew instinctively this is where their enemy created his dark magic. Then the ship pitched, buffeted by a sudden breeze. Cirona lost her balance and flailed as she slipped too far out of the window. The ground spun a dizzying distance below her, and the mermaid let out a terrified cry. She flexed her tail fin and slapped it hard against the inside of the porthole. But it wasn't enough. Cirona's hands slipped along the damp shell of the mighty ship and found it too slippery to help push herself back in. Cirona had to spin her tail in great gyrating kicks and slowly pull herself backwards. As soon as she felt safe with the rough metal cutting into her stomach muscles, Cirona heard the dragon chuckling. She paused, hanging halfway out of the window, and felt her cheeks blaze. Inside the hull, Argun was now laughing at her tailed behind, dangling inside the ship. For a moment, Cirona wondered if she would rather die than admit the dragon had been right. Then the enormity of her sky-high situation hit her with full force. She was worlds away from her sisters by now, and entirely surrounded by dry land. She needed the dragon more than ever. Cirona dropped back into the hold and slumped against the dank wall. "Looks like we're still in this together, Mermaid," Argun said. For now, she was forced to admit. Chapter 12. Cirona clung to the edge of the airship. Her brave escape from the dark magic cage and the infuriating dictates of the captive dragon were nothing more than a fantasy. Her heart cried out for the choppy waves of her home seas, but the water was far behind them. Not only had Cirona been kidnapped from her home, she had been shipped halfway across the globe. She wondered briefly if falling out the airship's porthole window was better than wriggling back inside. The dragon already knew he had been right. Cirona could hear his cynical chuckles, and was acutely aware all he could see was her backside and tail hanging over the porthole. Argun had not needed to dive headfirst overboard to know they were miles off the ground and hours away from the ocean. Cirona's only comfort was that the dragon was still confined within the dark magic bars of his cage. Even halfway out of the window, she could feel the heat radiating off his onyx scales. Argun had absorbed the fire magic that had contained her, and now he burned with the hotly suppressed power. And she had betrayed him. Instead of returning the favour and absorbing the water magic that contained him, Cirona had turned her back on Argun and tried to escape to the waves. Now she squinted hopelessly at the retreating horizon and could barely glimpse a sliver of the dark blue sea. She had no choice but to slip back inside. Cirona slumped down in the far shadows of the airship's hold, and Argun's deep chuckle immediately stopped. "You remembered your word, Mermaid?" the dragon asked. She cringed under his reverberating tone. No matter what, Cirona had to get back to her sisters. The dragon had shown himself to be helpful and observant, and a correct judge of situations, but she still did not trust him. All he wanted was to be free of his cage, and therefore Argun's freedom was Cirona's only bargaining chip. Now, more than when they rode above the waves, Cirona needed the dragon, but she also needed to keep her focus. Nothing mattered more than returning to confirm her sister's safety. If only I hadn't urged them to chase that falling shadow. Cirona's chest clutched at the memory. That handsome man slipping under the waves. There had been a battle above, the black shadow of a dragon, and Cirona had led her sisters to defend their waves. Then she had seen him fall. The moment the dark-haired man fell helplessly into the waves was the moment that Cirona had shifted her focus. She had turned to save him, and the blinding blue light, the dark force that separated her from her sisters, had overtaken them all. It was small comfort that the same force had overtaken a dragon like Argun. He had suffered as she did at the hands of a mysterious kidnapper. Still, Cirona could not bring herself to face him. She could not risk being distracted from finding her sisters. She could not fail because he made her change her mind. Cirona took a deep breath, settled her thoughts on getting back to her sisters, and finally faced the dragon. "Say what you will, dragon, but I've seen outside," she told Argun. Argun frowned. The mocking comments he had been savouring soured on his tongue. The mermaid was right. Now that she had seen outside the porthole, she knew more than he did. She had yet another bargaining chip. The dragon shook his head sharply, his horns scraping the dark magic bars of his cage and causing a sizzle of water. "You don't hold up your bargains, mermaid. I won't listen to another word you have to say until I am free of this cage." Cirona crossed her arms. "So you don't want to know how far we are from the ocean, or how vast the city is below us?" Argun's black eyes glinted. "I judge we are a few miles above the ground, so whether or not we are over water, you wouldn't have made the fall." The mermaid smoothed down the drying scales on her tail and conjured a little moisture to soothe the encroaching drying sickness. Argun noticed and was reminded of the power source she had yet to tap. "You could heal yourself in seconds if you only absorbed the magic here," Argun called. Cirona looked up and shook her head. "My mistake in going out the window is now an asset. I know what lies below us. I know what we are facing." "And you still won't set me free?" Argun raged. "Then it must be nothing below us. A field and a goatherd's hut. Otherwise you would stop this foolishness and admit you need my help." The realization of what she had seen took hold of Cirona, and she shuddered. "What if I saw little reason to hope?" "Then you would have forgotten about your sisters so easily?" Argun asked. Cirona shot him a deadly look. The dragon had a way of finding the most flammable parts of the mermaid's heart and showering it with sparks. She blazed under his arched gaze. "I wouldn't be so flippant, dragon. Even you cannot stand against a vast walled city. The slums alone are enough to swallow you whole. The ocean is hours away, just a ribbon on the horizon, and we're flying closer to a fortress, the likes of which I've never seen," Cirona said. Argun lowered his mighty head and spoke softly to encourage her. "What colour was the stone? What shape were the walls? Were there any identifying statues or spires that have marked this place in history?" Cirona glared at him. "I'm just as learned as you, dragon, and I didn't see so much as a flag or standard that would tell me the origin of the vast city beneath us." "How fast are we flying? Did you see city gates? Did you see the countryside beyond?" Argun's rumbling question shook the bars of his cage. She didn't trust his questioning. Cirona could see beyond his questions about escape routes. Argun really wanted to know the opposite way to go. He would strike directly at the centre of his enemy's heart, unseen or not. The certainty of that struck the mermaid's heart cold, and she wondered how she could win a compromise in which they both escaped safely back towards the sea. The sudden creak of the hole's double doors brought all time for planning to an end. A hapless guard had come to investigate the effects of the turbulence. From the way he ducked his head and snuck a few unsure glances around the door first, Cirona could tell he was not authorized to be inside. He could be taken quietly. "I demand answers." Argun flared up and frightened the curious crew member. The skinny man flung himself helplessly against the wall of the hold, and then shrieked in fear when the double doors slammed and shut him inside. Even the splashy hisses of the dragon's dark magic containment were not enough to comfort the man. Cirona waited as long as she could, hoping the man would flee. Argun raged at the man, enough to frighten an entire army, but it wasn't enough to distract from the obvious chaos of the hold. Cirona's large cage was tipped up at an odd angle, and the shattered hole she had made of the disenchanted bars gaped above the frightened man's head. The mermaid?" the helpless crew member stuttered. It was too late, and Cirona couldn't risk the dragon unleashing his double-stoked reserve of fire magic. She would need all his power and endurance to make it back to the water's edge. "Here I am," Cirona called. The crew member cringed as if faced with a siren instead of a mermaid. He flung his arms hopelessly up to block his face and cried out, "How did you escape his magic?" "Whose magic?" roared the dragon. Cirona, still dizzy from her near dive out of the porthole, summoned her strength and called all the moisture in the room to her in waves. It built in seconds, until she was able to send an 8-foot wall of water over the cowering guard. As the water hit his stunned face, Cirona froze it and captured the man in perfect stasis. "What are you doing?" Argun's angry cry rattled the entire hold. "Stopping him from bringing the entire crew in," Cirona hissed. "What are you doing?" Argun stamped the floor and made the cages clatter. "Save your strength, mermaid. The time has come to free me from my cage. You have no other choice." Cirona looked at the dry and peeling scales of her tail, but could not bring herself to give away the secret magic of mermaids. She would freeze and capture another 100 crew members before she showed Argun what she could really do. Instead, she shushed him, and the quiet noise was more effective than any of the dozen fights they already had. She bent her head, and Argun complied. His arrogance burned almost as hot as the extra fire magic he carried, but Cirona pushed back. This was her decision to make, and she couldn't afford to make another mistake. Chapter 13. Cirona scowled at the frozen crew member. She had saved the dragon yet again, and he hadn't even blinked. The arrogance of the dragon! He sat patiently in his cage, sharp claws crossed, and almost smiled at her as he waited. Argun assumed that she had no other choice but to free him. He never for 1 second could believe a mermaid could survive without his superiority. She opened her mouth to point out how she'd frozen the guard just in time, but all that came out was a sharp yelp. The frozen guard slid across the floor of the hold, and the man's icy gaze turned towards her. "What now?" Cirona cried as she rolled out of the way just in time. The frozen guard skated across the vast hold and disappeared into the far shadows. Argun watched until he heard the faint thunk of ice hitting the wall, and then he shrugged. He turned towards Cirona and settled in to wait again. "I would think the sudden angle of the floor would imply we've begun our descent. Did you say we were approaching some kind of fortress?" The word impenetrable came to Cirona's mind, but she wasn't sure if it described the fortress she had seen or the dragon's unbreakable arrogance. He gave her a smug look, completely certain she would give in and free him from the dark magic bars of his cage. Cirona felt the inevitable weight of her decision as well. It was only fair to return the favour after the dragon had freed her from her cage, and freeing the dragon was the only way to ensure her powers were equal to his. After Argun absorbed the fire magic of her cage, his power had increased to a blistering level. Cirona's only hope of countering such firepower was to absorb the water magic that the dark forces had imbued into the dragon's cage bars. The idea that the dragon's continued imprisonment would mean the search for her would be lighter was feeble at best and delusional at worst. Leaving Argun caged would be like refusing a weapon when joining a shark hunt. Cirona could not leave any advantage behind, and the dragon's power, plus his powers of flight, would certainly be an advantage to a mermaid this far from the sea. "You've already come to the logical conclusion. Why hesitate?" Argun asked. Cirona bristled. "Nothing is certain," she snapped. "And that is why you will not free me? You need certainties?" Argun shook his head. "You have never been in battle, have you, mermaid? Certainties do not exist, and they certainly do not pave the way to victory." "I don't want victory," Cirona said. "I want a safe return to the element of my people. I want to find my way back and make sure my sisters are safe." "And that is exactly what a warrior does after the battle is won," the dragon insisted. Cirona wanted to cry, but the word warrior had sparked a fire in her chest. How many times had she stood defiant in front of her father and demanded he see her not as a daughter, but as a warrior? Her chest heaved with a sudden sob. A real warrior would have conserved energy, would have known their limits, and not wasted energy on desperate plans like diving out of the porthole. A true mermaid warrior would still have the power to shift form. Cirona blinked hard against the dizzying effects of drying sickness. She was too weak to shift, even if she was desperate enough to reveal such mermaid magic to a dragon. As hard as it was to admit, Cirona needed the dragon if she was to escape with her life. "You have to promise to return me to the sea before you charge blindly into battle," Cirona demanded. Argun narrowed his flinty eyes. "And if I don't, you will really leave me caged as the crew comes to discover you?" "Promise me safe passage back to the shore," Cirona cried. Even now, the dragon would not bend. He stared at Cirona without blinking and shook his head. "Once free, I will seek out our enemy. There is no way I can leave this field of battle without gaining something. It is not the dragon way to retreat without purpose." "I have a purpose." Cirona's heart squeezed as she thought of her sisters. She stopped speaking, but the sob escaped her lips. Argun lowered his head. "You are weakening, mermaid. My strength can carry us both through this. Free me, and I will see you back to your waves as soon as I can." "And you'll fulfill that promise by first endangering my life in your pursuit of revenge?" Cirona asked. The dragon snorted smoke. "Dragons keep their promises. Even your soggy mermaid law must uphold that truth." Cirona couldn't deny that everyone knew a dragon's promise held mythological powers. She felt herself weakening, and her resistance was further sapped by the growing cries of the crew. The man she had frozen was missing, and angry voices called him back to his post. "Did he go near the hold?" "You saw him go down below?" The shouts above were distinct as worried crew members gathered far above Argun's cage. More sailors gathered as the airship prepared to land, and all crew members were expected on deck. One sailor accused another at high volume. "You dared him! I heard you telling him the value of just one dragon scale." Deep in the hold, Argun scowled. "As if they could pry me apart and make me into charms." Cirona looked frantically about. If only she could set her cage back in its original position. A quick trick of ice should be enough to mimic bars, and there was a possibility the sailors would not realize she was free. The only problem was her cage had been thrown over by the turbulence, and now one corner jabbed upwards over the dragon's bars. Only his Herculean strength could place the cage back where it once was. The mermaid's only other option was to hide and wait, catching as many crew members as she could in one freezing tidal wave. But then what? She could not slither and roll her drying tail fast enough out of the hold to evade the sailors, and even if she did, there was nowhere for her to go. She would never make it off the airship and into the foreign city before her strength flagged and her magic evaporated. Argun sensed her panic thoughts and sought to calm her. If the mermaid sapped her strength through worry, there was no way she would be able to absorb the dark magic that held him. "Let them come, mermaid. I will keep you safe," Argun said. Rattling footsteps could be heard overhead, and soon a sailor's running clattered downstairs to the double doors of the hold. Argun heaved his onyx-scaled shoulders and shifted his cage to block Cirona from the door. The mermaid looked up sharply and realized the distressed position she had been holding as she struggled with her inevitable decision. "No, wait!" Cirona cried, but it was too late. Sailors kicked open the double doors of the hold, and Argun greeted them with a cloud of steam. The more fire he breathed against his dark magic bars, the more water magic turned his fire into hissing swells of thick steam. Despite the confusion and menace the dragon created, the sailors knew they could fire directly into the cage, and the mighty beast would remain contained. Black powder exploded against Argun's hard scales, and though his roar spoke more of rage than pain, Cirona knew that the peppering fire would hurt the dragon. It was all her fault that he was trapped and vulnerable, and despite his obvious disadvantage, the dragon had still moved to shield her when she was down. Cirona sprang up and wriggled past Argun's cage. There was nothing she could do now but stop the flow of meddlesome sailors. Argun's rage was wasted on the crew when they needed to know their true enemy. The dragon was right. She couldn't return to her kingdom now without some answers. "Stay back, mermaid!" Argun roared. "Don't waste your energy on these peons!" Cirona ignored him and continued to wriggle past his cage. "I wouldn't have to waste so much energy if you weren't in my way." "In your way?" Argun spun to argue with the ungrateful mermaid, but she had already made it past his bars and was facing 3 solid ranks of sailors standing 4 abreast in the door of the hold. The dragon had to admit the mermaid wielded a surprising power that surged forth like a great equalizing wave. The sailors stumbled back, both stunned at her defiant beauty and scared stiff by the frothing white caps she summoned behind her. Before Argun could reason with her, Cirona unleashed a great wave that froze the sailors into a solid block of awestruck faces. "You've weakened yourself again and blocked our only exit." Argun could not admit to the surge of pride he had felt as the mermaid vanquished their enemies. All he could do to quell his rising esteem was berate her battlefield choices. "You have no gift for strategy." "And you are constantly getting in my way," Cirona shouted. She turned her back on the frozen sailors and put her fists on her hips. "What sort of plan involved you blocking my way with your clunky cage?" "I was shielding you. There was at least 100 useful things you could have done before they spotted you, the least of which was save your strength." Cirona glared at the dragon. "Before we strike this deal, dragon, know this. I'm stronger than you think, and I will not hesitate to strike out on my own if our roads diverge." Argun laughed. "What does a sea creature know of roads?" That was the final spark that set off the powder keg inside Cirona. The mermaid's strength rose almost unbidden, buoyed up by her irritation, and swollen by her need to prove herself to the arrogant dragon. Her hands lifted, palms up, dragged up as her magic locked onto the water imbued in the cage bars. Cirona pulled back, and a small cry escaped her lips as she began to draw the dark water magic out of the iron bars. "Don't give up! You're pulling more strength in with every second," Argun encouraged. His black eyes glimmered as the bars of his cage leaked magical water. Cirona could feel the power seeping into her fingertips. Her dry scales rejuvenated. Her hair flowed in curling eddies as the magic coursed through her. Then tears sprung to her eyes. Water dripped from her lips instead of words, and the mermaid knew she was almost at her limit. The dark magic filled her, and she gasped for air. "Enough!" Argun roared. He blasted the weakened bars with a white-hot burst of flame, and they melted away to nothing. He stepped forth, free, just as Cirona collapsed under the weight of the water magic she had absorbed. Argun caught her gently, his razor-sharp claws held back so as not to harm her as he held her up. The mermaid pushed weakly against the terrifying grip of the free dragon. "You promised to get me safely back to shore," she gargled. Argun nodded with a smirk. "And I will, mermaid, once we have faced our enemy and seen his weaknesses." Cirona forced her strength back and pushed free of Argun's support. The water magic had overwhelmed her, but the power now churned inside her. She no longer had to fear being weak in front of the dragon. The mermaid lifted her stubborn chin and glared at Argun. "How about you get us off this airship first?" He laughed, relieved she had regained herself so soon. "Finally, mermaid, we agree." Chapter 14. Argun spread his wide black wings and pumped up over Cirona and the broken cages. He let out a roar of frustration and triumph, and then pushed off the wall of the hold, his sharp talons leaving the deep gouges in the metal. The dragon soared and spun, making the vast hold seem like a tiny closet in comparison with his powerful wings and whipping tail. He pounded against the cell of the hold and grinned when the sailors on deck all began to shout. They thought their magic was unbreakable. Only fools underestimate their enemies. The mermaid felt a surge of pride. She had defeated the dark magic that held them. Cirona took a deep breath and pressed a hand to her chest. The water power she had pulled from the dark spell pounded through her veins, and she knew why Argun flapped and spun through the hold. She felt invincible, even though she knew the magical boost would only last a short while. "Come down here," she shouted at the dragon. "Weren't you the one just reminding me to conserve my strength?" "That's before you felt it." Argun swooped down and landed with surprising gentleness next to her. "Now that the power is in you, how can you not want to flex it? Make our enemies fear the reprisal that is coming." Cirona forced down her adrenaline and spoke calmly. "We have no time to plan, much less take a victory lap." Argun laughed and leapt into the air again. He barrel-rolled through the hold, his roar frightening the sailors above into high alert. Then he blasted the first frozen sailor until the hapless human slipped from Cirona's ice cube. The dragon dropped down next to the prone sailor and hooked one evil talon through the unconscious man's belt loop. "What are you doing?" Cirona shouted. "You promised to focus on our escape. There's no time to snack." The dragon shot her a look of total disdain. As if I would even taste this dirty creature. Argun was about to lecture Cirona about the long history of dragon fine cuisine when there was a frantic chorus of yells gaining volume just past the frozen ranks of sailors. A new determined wave of crew members climbed over their frozen friends, and slipped into the hold bearing heavy arms. Argun left the prone man and swooped to stop Cirona before she fended off the flood of sailors. "This still isn't the time to use your powers," Argun yelled over the sailors opening fire. Cirona froze a new set of doors between herself and the sailors, and then turned to snap at the dragon. "Stop telling me about my own power!" Argun landed in front of her before she could summon more water to freeze into barricades. "You've bought us a minute, Mermaid. Let's use it to formulate a real plan." "What are you waiting for?" Cirona cried out. "Blast open that porthole and fly us out of here."
"We'd be a large target for the sailors on deck. Don't forget this airship is probably armed with cannons," Argun told her.
The mermaid's pull commanded such vast amounts of moisture that she practically stood, her shining tail held off the floor by the undulating wave that swelled below her. Despite all her obvious power, Cirona had no good way to manoeuvre through the ship, and even she had to admit she was dependent on the dragon for their next move. Argun smirked when she shrugged her shoulders and admitted the choice of plan was his.
"Don't worry, Mermaid," he said. "I think my conservative plan will please even you."
"Conservative?" Cirona was having trouble concentrating as more sailors gathered to chip through the walls she had created.
"I will blend in with the sailors. Once they break through that wall, there will be chaos, helped by you if you like, and then I will be the one to pretend to subdue you."
Cirona interrupted him. "You'll blend in. You're 12 feet tall with your belly on the ground." Argun laughed and rose back up into the air, his wide wings taking him the length of the hold to the prone sailor in mere seconds. Cirona narrowed her eyes and watched the dragon suspiciously. His scales seemed to break apart in bright flashes of light. Dazzled but determined not to take her eyes off the dragon, Cirona peered closer and gasped in surprise. The bright flashes of light flared out into empty space. The dragon's towering black onyx form was disappearing. She searched the bright flashes and found a man slipping on the sailor's stolen uniform. Argun ran down the hold in human form. Cirona took in his black flowing hair, his wide shoulders, and the square set of his jaw, and almost fainted. He was the human she had tried to save from the waves. If the dragon was aware that she recognized his human form, he ignored it. Instead, Argun held out his human hand and blasted a small cannonball of fire down the length of the hold. At the far end, past the prone sailor, a stack of old sails burst into flames. "Get ready!" Argun cried. "You really want me to let them in?" Cirona asked breathlessly. He was at her side now, his strong arm looping around her waist. "Make it look good," he said with a smile. Cirona raised the temperature of the ice with a wave of her hand. As soon as the sailors stirred and splashed through her melting barricade, Cirona feigned a losing struggle with a disguised Argun. "I've got her, but the dragon's loose!" he cried out. Sailors streamed by and headed for the fire at the far end of the hold. Argun hefted Cirona over his shoulder and ran for the double doors of the hold. They were halfway up the tight stairs to the deck when there were new cries from the hold. The sailors had discovered their large target was nowhere to be seen, and some had stumbled upon the naked sailor, whose face they recognized. "Imposter! There's an imposter! He's got the mermaid!" Cirona struggled over Argun's shoulder. "What now?" she cried. "Just hang on." He vaulted up the steps and onto the deck. Even as he jolted and jostled her, Cirona marvelled at the strength of Argun in human form. He held her as if she weighed no more than a scrap of fabric. Her long tail was no problem as he spun and ran to evade the sailors. Still, it was not long before his strength was cornered, and she could not stand to hang helplessly over his shoulder any more. "We have to get off this ship," Cirona cried. She blasted back sailors with a sudden wave. "Better save some of that for our landing," Argun said. Before Cirona could wonder what he meant, the dragon hoisted her higher on his broad human shoulders and climbed onto the side of the descending airship. The ground was still 200 meters away and consisted of packed dirt and stones lining a broad square. The mermaid would have to raise a tall tower of water to slow their fall, and there wasn't time for her to summon enough moisture. She wriggled over his shoulder and down into his arms until they were nose to nose. "Don't! I don't know if I can save us." Argun's black eyes twinkled, and he gave her an arrogant grin. "Never going to give a man a chance, are you?" He stepped overboard, with Cirona wrapped tightly in his arms. Her breath was gone as the ground rushed towards them, and then Argun released her. He spun mid-air, and huge black wings unfurled. His dragon form stretched out below her like a huge, swooping black shadow, and Cirona caught hold of his powerful neck just before he pulled up and missed the ground by a few mere feet. Cirona flattened her tail against the dragon, becoming one with his shape, as he spun them up into the sky again. Once her breath returned, she fought control back into her voice, and then yelled into Argun's ear. "Go left, back the way we came. I saw the sea there on the horizon." Argun chuckled as he easily evaded the airship's cannons and flew higher to study the layout of the fort below. "Don't worry, Mermaid. Just hold on, and I will find our common enemy." Cirona's breath fled again as the dragon dive-bombed over the foreign city. It would not have mattered if she could have screamed. There was no stopping Argun, and Cirona had no choice but to go along with the dragon's pursuit of vengeance. Chapter 15. Cirona clung to the dragon's neck with all her strength. His mighty black wings pumped as Argun flew them up and over the airship. The air felt thin and her head spun, but Cirona realized he was flying them out of the range of the airship's cannons. The smell of black powder still burned in her nostrils as the mermaid forced her panicked breaths into steady inhales and exhales, timed with the dragon's flapping wings. This was no time to faint. She had to remind herself of that again when Argun dipped and soared over the city in a wide circle. It was easier to channel her fear into anger, so she yelled in the dragon's ear, "My scales are not indestructible like yours." "Don't worry, Mermaid. I will keep you safe," he assured her. "The only way to do that is to fly me to the shore. Let me go and get help." Cirona squeezed her eyes shut as Argun spun around the vast city again. "Think how much easier this would be without me." The dragon chuckled and winced. He had taken fire as they escaped the airship, but even wounds wouldn't stop him from pursuing their enemy. "As much as that is true, we don't have any time to waste. By the time I deliver you to the sea, our enemy would have regrouped. If we want to know who we are up against, the time is now." Before she could argue, the dragon swooped low over the city walls again. Cirona forced her eyes to stay open as they flashed over rooftops and market stalls, and then headed straight towards the fortress gates. She heard the explosions of black powder and hung on tighter as Argun dipped and spun to evade hurtling cannonballs. He laughed as they emerged from the dusty clouds unscathed. "What good is this besides presenting them with target practice?" Cirona cried. "I'm memorizing the layout of this city," Argun said. "Or would you have me raise the innocent market-goers to the ground, like what I did with the forces that captured us?" Cirona couldn't argue with the dragon's reasoning, but she had to point out the obvious. "We don't even know if our enemy is in this city, and if he is, he could be anywhere." "Evil lies behind the thickest walls, or under the roofs decorated in gold. Wouldn't you agree?" Argun asked. He took them higher and hovered far above the city. "And I am betting it won't be long before our enemy appears. Our escape will make him look weak, unless he finds a way to retaliate." Cirona's blood went cold.
"The blue flash! Argun, we have no way to defend ourselves against it."
He nodded solemnly. "Yes, but it is also the only thing that will point us directly to our enemy."
"But you're wasting all the power you absorbed from my cage bars. We need to make our escape while we still can."
Argun ignored the mermaid and swept his dark shadow over the vast city again. Just as he circled the fortress again, they saw it. A blue glow growing brighter, seeping from the windows of a tall tower in the centre of the walled fortress. "There!" Without waiting for Cirona's protests, Argun aimed directly at the tower.
"It's a trap!" Cirona cried as she clung to the dragon.
"If it is, we'll break it." Argun flexed his vicious talons and tore straight through the stone of the tower. The growing blue flash blinked out as they crashed inside. Cirona slipped off Argun's back and slipped underneath a wide oak desk that had been battered back by the crumbling rocks. She hid, knowing full well the dragon intended to fight, with nothing more than his strength and the element of surprise they had just used. The dust settled into an eerie silence. Where a window had once been was now a ragged wall of wide open air. Argun stood on the edge of the room, his black wings spread wide, his onyx scales flashing. "Show yourself!" Argun roared. "If you had been patient, we could have had a proper introduction." A bearded man in a black flowing robe appeared on the far side of the tower room. "Dragons are fond of formalities, aren't they?" "Warlock!" the dragon hissed.
Cirona held her breath as she peeked out from under the oak desk. Warlocks no longer existed. Yet the robed figure wore the ominous costume of the evil, extinct race. She watched in horror as ancient symbols appeared and disappeared along the folds of his robe. They glowed and faded in deep shades of jade green, an ancient magic that she thought only existed in mythology. Then she saw his eyes. The warlock stepped confidently around the stone rubble without ever taking his eyes off the dragon. Deep under his black hood, those eyes emitted a hollow white light, the true mark of a warlock. "I will forgive your rudeness, dragon, as I know this must be a shock to you," the warlock said, "as I will forgive the mermaid for thinking she can hide from me." The warlock's eyes glowed brighter, and Cirona could not fight the unseen grip that suddenly lifted her from under the desk and deposited her in the centre of the room. She refused to cower between the dragon and warlock, and raised herself up as high as her tail would hold. "Princess," the warlock bowed deeply. "Do not address her." Argun's deep growl was punctuated by a floor-shaking stamp of his foot. "Leave her out of this." The warlock's long beard twitched up in smile. "So, you have already bonded with the mermaid, your majesty. Excellent." Cirona could not hide her troubled thoughts as she glanced back at Argun. They were both high royalty from their respective lines, which meant the warlock's plans went much further than just the two of them. "I don't bond with reptiles," she said in her haughtiest voice. "And even trying to protect each other, this is working out just as I had hoped," the warlock said. Despite the destruction of his tower room, the warlock acted as if it were a throne room, and he the undisputed ruler. He lifted an ornate chair from the rubble with nothing more than a glance of his white glowing eyes, and made himself comfortable before addressing them again. "My name is Nemio, master of the hidden magic and saviour of my dying race," the warlock said. Argun snorted a puff of sulphuric smoke. "Your kind has spent centuries destroying yourself, seeking the very magic you think will save you. When will you learn, warlock? This world does not want you." Nemio chuckled. "I care little for what the world wants. It is the world I intend to have."
"And how do you plan to accomplish that?" Argun asked. "I would think it would be obvious, even to a blinded creature like you, that you will not escape this tower unscathed."
The warlock laughed out loud. "Legendary arrogance! Oh, I am so pleased you both represent your races so perfectly, though I am surprised to see a mermaid so defiant." Cirona bristled at the insult. "My kind will never bow to you, nor will we negotiate with creatures that have sold their souls to dark magic." "An unbending mermaid?" Nemio laughed. "You will soon see, my dear, that the world will flow my way. Then your kind will have no choice but to swim with my tides." Argun let loose a blistering roar of fire that charred the arch ceiling of the tower. "Let her go, warlock! Dragons do not seek compromise, and so our fight is here and now." "Why would I release her when I need you both?" Nemio asked. The dragon smoked as he lowered his head, eye to eye with the hooded warlock. "You will have neither if you do not let her go this instant." "What would you have me do? Use my dark magic to send her back to the shoreline?" Nemio asked. "Order your sailors to stand down, and she will see herself back to the sea," Argun said. Cirona opened her mouth to speak for herself, but the warlock's sudden keen interest stole her breath away. His strange, hollow eyes travelled over her curiously, and Cirona could feel his underestimation. "So, she is not powerless on dry land," Nemio said to himself. "As I am not powerless anywhere," Argun roared. "We've defeated your dark magic before, and will do so again. Let the mermaid go, and I may let you live." Cirona shuddered as the warlock's eyes swept over her again. "No, she will be an interesting specimen to study after the extraction. I am quite inclined to keep her." Argun saw Cirona's fingers flex, and he knew she was drawing water magic to her. He stepped forward and brought her under the shade of one enormous wing. "The only extraction here will be your poisonous life. Release her, or I will take it from you now," Argun growled. "Extraction?" Cirona asked. She wanted the warlock distracted as she drew more water to her. "Defiant, and afraid, and curious." Nemio gave a pleased chuckle. "Yes, you are proving to be an interesting specimen, mermaid." Argun's wing contracted around her, but Cirona pushed it away. "What do you hope to extract?" The warlock's strange eyes emitted the hollow white light again. He leaned back in his ornate chair and stroked his beard. Cirona knew he was inclined to share his whole evil plan, but the dragon's patience had come to an end. "She is not a specimen," Argun roared. The same strange grip lifted Cirona helplessly off the floor. She struggled mid-air and tried to send Argun a pleading look. How could he have forgotten? It was his plan to face the enemy and learn all they could. Now the dragon was bent on destroying his enemy before any plans were discovered. Nemio carefully placed Cirona on a stool that he conjured at his feet. "My dear, don't worry. All your questions will be answered." Argun's black glass eyes flashed. "Answers or not, we will be leaving now, warlock. Release her." Nemio reached for a strand of Cirona's coral-coloured hair. "Enough of your bluster, dragon. I am growing bored." The dragon answered with a war cry that shook the foundations of the tower. Argun then raised himself up to his full height, wicked talons flashing as he charged forward. Cirona flinched, but the warlock's magic held her captive at his feet. She closed her eyes and prepared to feel the battle break above her.
Instead of the clashing sounds of war, Cirona heard nothing but a horrific, throbbing hum. She pried one eye open and was stunned to see Argun frozen above her. The warlock held him with a shimmering cloud of blue light, the same blue light that had stunned and captured them both in the first place. The dark magic held the dragon effortlessly, and the warlock turned his white, shining eyes on Cirona. "Eyes open and watching. You are a brave one," Nemio complimented her. "This, my dear, is an extraction." Misty tendrils emanated from the warlock's wide robe sleeves. As Cirona watched, the tendrils wound together and tightened into a long, flowing arm. Fingers formed at the end and flexed open and closed. Then the arm reached towards Argun. "Don't!" Cirona could not stop herself from crying out. "Ah, yes, so the bond goes both ways. Excellent," Nemia muttered as his dark magic touched the dragon's armoured chest. The misty fingers plunged straight through Argun's onyx scales as if they were nothing. Even his roar of pain was held tight by the dark magic all around him, and Cirona heard herself crying out in the horrific silence. "Stop! What are you doing?" she screamed. The warlock plunged his dark magic deeper into Argun's chest. "An extraction, my dear. I am taking out your dragon's heart." Chapter 16. Cirona looked helplessly up into Argun's eyes as the black magic fingers plunged deeper into his chest. Despite the anguish, his eyes were clear, and the look the dragon gave her said to stay still. He wanted her to conserve and hide her power. In order to help Argun, Cirona would have to break the warlock's grip on her, and then summon enough strength to break the dark magic tendrils apart. Even she was uncertain she was strong enough. Then the tendrils dipped deeper, and the dragon's black eyes glossed over with pain. Cirona's response was immediate, a painful rush of empathy and anger. As Cirona began to strain against the force that held her, Argun fought with every fibre of his being. The warlock's strange eyes widened as he had to double his efforts to keep the dragon still. He loosened his grip on the mermaid and left her underestimated at his feet. Feigning that fear was keeping her frozen, Cirona held out her palms and called forth all the water magic she could summon. "Your puddles won't help, my dear," the warlock said. His teeth were gritted with effort, but he continued to speak in an even tone. "See him weaken? I have his heart in the palm of my black magic, and soon I will pull it free." Cirona shut out the smothered sounds of Argun's pain and focused all of her power. Nemio's curiosity had revealed he did not know everything about mermaids, and she knew surprising him would give Argun the best chance to break free. The warlock was expecting a wave or a deluge, so Cirona worked to cool her waters. Icy shards formed along the cracks in the floor, and Cirona hurried to freeze hundreds of deadly sharp icicles before she dared to look up again. Argun's eyes were closed, but his head was still held high, and his strength gave her all the courage she needed. "Let him go, warlock!" Cirona rose on her fin as she fired the icy shrapnel. Two surprises unarmed the warlock. First, that Cirona's water magic included ice, and secondly, that she aimed directly for his magical tendrils instead of his body. It was too late for Nemio to redirect his protections from his body to his magic, and the dark arm was broken. The warlock's eyes glittered like colourless crystals as he turned on her. "Your power is more versatile than I guessed, Mermaid." New tendrils snaked from his sleeves, but Nemio did not have time to twist them together before Argun smashed his talons down between the warlock and Mermaid. "No! Escape!" Cirona shouted, but the dragon would not listen to her. "Go now and get help! I will hold him off!" The mermaid was again lifted by an unseen force,
but this time she formed a whirlpool around herself that washed it away. Then Cirona fired scalding splashes of boiling hot water towards the warlock. His eyes flashed white like lightning, and Cirona felt a blast of heat like the full brunt of the desert sun. Drying sickness drained her magic and left her struggling on the floor of the broken tower. Over her head, Argun let loose a blast of dragon fire that was immediately turned to dark smoke by a wave of the warlock's hand. She choked on the thick air and fought to summon her water powers again. It was too late. Argun had not taken his chance to escape, and as Cirona watched, the warlock's tendrils formed into a sinister hand again. The extraction magic plunged into the dragon's chest. Argun cried out as his power was wrung out of him. The great onyx scales that protected him fell to the floor like hail, and suddenly he was changed to his human form. The dark magic hand tugged at his heart, and Cirona watched, horrified as Argun's human form twisted in pain. The mermaid summoned the last of her strength and fired a spray of water at the warlock, so powerful that it sliced locks off his beard. Nemio stumbled backwards, forced to pull his dark magic from Argun's chest. "Enough of your interruptions, mermaid!" shrieked the enraged warlock. He dropped the dragon's human form completely and stood up from his ornate chair. The wide sleeves of his robe rolled back as Nemio lifted his hands, and a rumbling tremor answered his dark magic summoning. "Get out of here, Argun! You have to go!" Cirona cried. Argun pushed himself to his feet, but his muscles were shaking and weak. She watched as he struggled to shift back into his dragon form, but each time his magic failed. His black eyes met hers across the room, and Cirona felt a mix of fear and pride. Even in human form, the dragon was relentless, and he turned to attack their enemy. Misty tendrils caught at Argun's human arms and tugged his bare feet off the tower floor. The warlock pulled him close, only to have the shifted and powerless dragon kick him squarely in the jaw. "Enough of this child's play!" Nemio cried. The tendrils formed another arm, massive this time, its width eclipsing all of Argun's chest. Nemio squeezed him tight as he turned to reclaim Cirona as well. She surprised him again by deftly rolling across the room and taking cover again under the oak desk. The warlock clearly did not know how graceful and fast mermaids could be, even on dry land. "The extraction is almost complete, mermaid. You have already lost, so why sacrifice the little strength you have left?" Nemio called. Argun's stifled cries told her the dark magic fingers were closing around his heart once more. Using his pain as a target, the mermaid sprung up and sent a churning wave to knock down the warlock. He fell, spluttering, but came up, laughing, the dark magic arm returning to him despite her attack. Cirona didn't have time to look if Argun's heart was in the dark magic fist. Instead, she summoned another burst of scalding water that sent the warlock scurrying behind his ornate chair. He called for his guards, and there was a quiet moment as everyone strained to hear what was coming. "Save your strength! Save yourself!" Argun called out to her, his voice weak but stern. "Save your soul!" the warlock cackled. Behind him was the thundering footsteps of his guard. Cirona crouched behind the oak desk and cursed her lack of choices. She had no idea how to navigate the city without the dragon's help, but now he was too weak to shift. She could defend him, but there was no telling when his powers would return, and by then they would be overrun. The mermaid heard her father's voice, cancelling compromise in her head. Always mermaids sought to find an accord, and she was trained from an early age to prize peace over victory. Peace was more important than her life, and Cirona knew she should cease to resist. Only through cooperation would she learn what the warlock wanted. Then she saw Argun stumble. The dragon was still struggling to fight the warlock despite his human form. Trying to find an accord with the evil warlock would mean watching Argun die,
and Cirona knew she could not let that happen. The vehemence of her decision surprised herself, and she knew her actions would be contrary to all mermaid law. She would fight rather than seek peace. She would see the warlock dead before she bent to his powers again. The dragon must have sensed her vows, because he stopped struggling towards the warlock and instead ran to her side. "You were right to listen to him and ask questions," Argun panted. "Don't give in to the urge to fight. One of us needs to think clearly." "Sounds like it's your turn," Cirona snapped. She only had time enough to summon a small cloud of moisture before the tower door burst open. Nemio jumped up to his feet, crying, "Seize them!" Cirona focused on the one small cloud, and it turned silver and glinted like a knife blade. In the churning moisture, she created a hailstorm so heavy the cloud dipped down over the heads of the charging guard. When she let loose the magic, the hailstorm pummeled the guards. Heavy bullets of ice bounced off the floor of the tower and ricocheted into the faces of the panicked guard. The warlock once again dove behind his ornate chair, and Cirona toppled it with one gust of her hailstorm cloud. "Stop the mermaid!" Nemio yelled. "Do not harm her, but restrain her now!" The guards tried, but hail littered the floor of the tower and tripped them like slippery marbles. Hundreds of frozen bullets still bounced around, and the guards could do nothing but cover their faces and cower. Those that stumbled near the oak desk were thrown back by Argun, while others unluckily fell from the gaping hole in the tower wall. "Get down!" she yelled at Argun. The warlock's misty tendrils were snaking through the tower room again. "You need to save your strength," Argun hissed. "Rest while I see to the remaining guards." Cirona clamped a hand on his arm and pulled him back behind the oak desk. "I am not the one that needs to conserve power now. You have to shift. We need your wings to escape." Argun knelt reluctantly next to Cirona as she unleashed another small cloud of deadly hail. He slowed his breathing and focused all his energy inside. More guards crashed towards them, but Argun did not flinch. He tried with every ounce of his strength to shift into his dragon form, but nothing happened. He opened bleak eyes and met Cirona's worried stare. "I'm too weak. We'll have to find another way out." Two guards dove onto the oak desk, and Argun rose up, fists at the ready. He knocked one guard all the way back to Nemio's chair with one punch, but the effort cost the dragon. He sank to one knee next to Cirona, who splashed the other guard's eyes with scalding water. The blinded guard stumbled out of the broken window, and his cry echoed far down to the ground. "There's two ways out," Cirona said. "The door and that huge opening you made." Argun's lips were bluish with exhaustion, but he managed a weak smile. "I thought we might need a wide exit." Cirona formed an icicle and sliced apart a misty tendril arm before it could wrap around Argun's shoulders. "At least we're not cornered." Argun smiled again. "There's just the problem of that first step. It's a big one." The last of the guards lost the battle to Cirona's hail, and an eerie silence overtook the tower. The only sounds they could hear were a stiff breeze coming through the broken wall, and the rallying cries of another wave of guards. Nemio shifted behind his hand-carved chair. "You're putting up a good fight. Very impressive, but it will only hasten your end. There was never any hope you would escape, and even now you must realise the truth of that." "What truth do you know?" Cirona called to the warlock. "You were ignorant enough to underestimate me." Argun glanced down at Cirona's hands and saw them shaking. She glared up at his human face and began to summon her water magic again, despite her growing exhaustion. He gently laid his human hands over hers. "Cirona, stop. You must save enough strength to save yourself," Argun said. "Oh no, you got me into this tower. I'm not leaving without you," Cirona told him. "Come now, my dear," Nemio called in a sing-song voice. "If you are so anxious to meet your end, then we might as well begin your extraction too." More misty tendrils reached across the room, and Argun knotted his fingers into fists. This time it was Cirona who covered his hands with her own. "You save your strength. I need you to get me through the city," she whispered. "The city?" Argun asked. "You mean the one down there?" Cirona found his human face easier to read, but she did not like the disapproval she saw there. "Do you have a better idea?" Argun nodded. "I will stay to discover all I can about this extraction. He took something from me, and I intend to get it back." "Then you intend to die?" Cirona said, elbowing him closer to the gaping hole in the wall. "You are in no state to survive, much less fight a warlock." "Or fall to my death," Argun snapped. The thundering footsteps of the second wave of guards grew louder with every second they argued. Nemio was enjoying the break by listening to them and laughing at their feeble plans. "You can learn all you need to know after I have extracted from the Mermaid as well," the warlock called. "I think you will find it quite illuminating." Nemio's words inspired Cirona. "You're right. Why would we leave when you have all the answers we want?" The warlock scoffed. "You think you can take me with you? I promise I will not be as tame a prisoner as the dragon turned out to be." Argun's arm muscles flexed, but he didn't move his gaze from Cirona's eyes. She had a plan. The mermaid directed her gaze to Nemio's chair, and then to the open wall of the tower. Somehow she hoped to distract him, disorient him, and let Argun shove him out of the broken tower. The dragon nodded, knowing now that the mermaid was not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, Nemio had learned the same lesson. When she unleashed a torrent of ice-cold water over his head, the warlock simply pulled his robe around him and withstood it. He would not leave his safe spot by the heavy chair for anything. "Go ahead and have your fun. My guards will be here to ruin it soon enough," he called. Cirona kept the warlock distracted with bursts of icy sleet so that he did not think about his guards entering the narrow door of the tower. Their numbers had to become a trickle to enter the battlefield, and it was one of the individuals that she concentrated her last efforts on. Each guard was faced with a shining lens of water. The mermaid tipped it at just the right angle, so that every guard that entered the room was instantly blinded by light, reflecting off a watery lens he could not escape. Blinded, they ran about the room, stumbling over the rubble and the prone bodies of the guards that had fallen before them. "Do the same to the warlock, and I will send him out of the window," Argun cried. Cirona broke her concentration long enough to pull the dragon back down by his human arm. "You saw your plan in my eyes, not mine." "Then what are you doing?" The warlock echoed the dragon's cry. "What are you doing, mermaid? Leaving this tower will be a death sentence that even I cannot stop." Nemio's misty, tendril arms were broken apart by the blinded panic of the guards. In the chaos of the refracted light, even the warlock could not see straight. He jumped up from behind his ornate chair, shielding his eyes from the glare with the long folds of his sleeves. "Over there!" he cried, pointing futilely. "They're over there! Block the edge of the tower!" "We're leaving," Cirona told Argun. She grabbed his hand and pulled him over to the broken wall. "And they won't be able to see where we land." The dragon had to admit her plan was chaotic, but effective. Then he frowned. "The only flaw is the landing. I cannot shift to save us." Cirona scowled. "Have I not proved yet that I am capable of saving myself?" She shoved the arrogant dragon hard, and he fell from the broken tower. Then the mermaid caught one more burst of sunlight in her watery lenses, and the tower was obliterated by the bright orange light. "Stop them!" howled the warlock. Cirona dove from the tower, slashing her tail through the air as she would water until she reached the falling dragon. Their fingers again laced tightly together, his black gaze meeting hers, even as the wind whipped tears from their eyes. She saw Argun try to shift again. He put everything he had into it, but the heart of his magic was gone. The ground rushed up, and Cirona created a wave below them. It rushed them along faster than rapids, and they spilled over the stone walls of the fortress and then skipped across the rooftops of the crowded village. Cirona extended the rush of water as far as she could, but her strength gave out, and the water evaporated. Argun and the mermaid crashed onto the packed dirt of a narrow road and rolled to a muddy stop by a short fence. The dragon struggled onto his human legs and lifted Cirona out of the mud. His weakened muscles faltered, but he carried the mermaid over the short fence and found them shelter in the back of an abandoned chicken coop. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Argun laid her gently on the straw and collapsed next to her. Cirona pushed herself to sitting and looked in despair at her long, silvery tail. "You cannot shift into dragon form, and I cannot hide my mermaid tail." "We have a few moments before we have to move. Let me try again," Argun said. He shifted free of Cirona and settled himself into a meditative pose. Cirona found her chest rising and falling with his as he focused all his breath. She watched his human form and hoped to see the onyx scales emerge one by one. A black glimmer, almost like a shiny shadow, flitted across Argun, but the dragon could not shift. Again and again he tried, until worried whispers from curious peasants came too close to their hiding place and jolted him from his trance. "I cannot shift," he told Cirona. Then he jumped up and pulled clothes from a nearby line. "I cannot be a dragon, but I can hide us. We can still make our escape." Cirona took the dragon's human hand and had no choice but to believe him. Chapter 17. Argun unearthed a pile of itchy burlap sacks from the corner of the chicken coop. He ripped a few to wrap around Cirona's long tail. She tied up her long coral hair and took a deep breath as Argun slipped the cleaner's sack over her head. He then hefted her over his shoulder and stepped out into the serpentine alleyways. The mermaid's stomach clenched with worry as Argun stumbled through the mud. She could feel the contours of his muscles, the way his wide shoulder easily held her aloft, but she also knew everything they had been through. The dragon's human form was strong, but his strength was ebbing. When Argun's knees buckled, she cried out. "Shush!" he whispered. "There are eyes everywhere." Through the itchy burlap, Cirona saw a few peasants coming up behind them. She tapped on Argun's back and he stepped aside. His murmured greeting did not garner any response, but the people didn't stop. They assumed he was yet another thief and moved on without a second glance. "Seems like the warlock is not a generous leader," Argun muttered. "But he might be generous with reward money," Cirona pointed out. "We shouldn't be out where anyone can see us." The dragon tucked her tail fins back under the burlap and then stumbled again. He swore under his breath before he said, "We have to keep moving if we want to escape." "We need to rest, regroup, get our strength back," Cirona said. She squirmed in her uncomfortable position over his shoulder. "I can feel this is too much for you." Argun gritted his teeth and his voice was tight. "I will regain my strength, and the warlock will not stand a chance." Despite his determination, Argun finally took Cirona's suggestion. He ducked into the charred doorway of a small abandoned hut. Evidence of a fire spread like a black shadow over the walls, and the smell of ash was still heavy in the air. A table and chairs were still intact, and he set the mermaid down carefully. She wriggled out of the burlap sacks and looked around the lost home. There must be a fountain or well nearby. They almost saved it. Argun grabbed an overturned pail. "I passed a small fountain." When he returned and put the bucket of fresh water next to her, Cirona reached out and put a hand on his human arm. "One is enough. You should drink some." He scowled at her, but whipped out an ash-covered goblet and poured himself a drink.
"What about drying sickness?"
Cirona gave a tired smile. "There's mud everywhere, enough moisture for me to summon, and whatever you don't drink will be enough for me to recover. What about you?" Argun lowered himself stiffly into the chair opposite her. His black eyes glittered.
"I will be ready to face our enemy."
"Without your heart?" Cirona's voice was soft with worry.
"You really think he extracted my heart?"
the dragon asked. He rubbed his chest. Cirona nodded. "It would explain why you can't shift. And if Nemio was able to create the bars that held us with his dark magic, I believe he knew what he was doing."
"So I am trapped in human form."
Argun gripped the goblet tight and took another small sip.
"That doesn't mean I won't be able to get my revenge."
"I agree that Nemio must be stopped, but we can't do anything like this." Cirona smoothed a handful of water onto her tail. "I didn't know dragons had a human form."
Argun snorted, only this time without sparks. "Shifting is an advantage better left a secret, wouldn't you say?"
Cirona patted more water onto her scales and nodded. "So the real advantage would have been you escaping when you had the chance. You'd still have the power of your dragon form, and we could have made it to the shore."
"You don't think that warlock had more tricks waiting at the waterline?"
Argun slammed down his water and got up to pace the small hut.
"We can't stay in hiding. We need to move."
"You at least could have made it," she said.
Argun gritted his teeth again. "We're not safe here. We're still too close to the tower. We have to move."
Cirona kept her head down as she poured the rest of the healing water over her tail. The dragon had said "we" 3 times in a row. He had no intention of leaving her behind, and that realization pumped a mix of relief and something warmer through her heart. When she could speak again, she said, "I won't let you carry me. You need all of your strength." The dragon grumbled, then upturned the small bed that had been left unburned. He kicked off the legs and fashioned a litter. Despite her protests, Argun picked up the mermaid and placed her on the boards and covered her tail with burlap sacks.
"I'll pull you and the peasants will think you are either sick or injured,"
Argun said. Cirona was worried, but she had no choice as Argun lifted one end of the litter and began to pull it out of the hut and into the muddy, winding streets. It was hard going, but they looked less suspicious, and she was happy to not have her head covered with itchy burlap. The sun dipped behind the rickety structures of the crowded town. They moved onto a busier thoroughfare and noticed how quickly the peasants were scurrying to their homes.
"They fear being out after dark," Argun noted. "Nemio will be made to answer many injustices."
Cirona glanced at the people's faces as they passed. Mothers were haggard with worry, children pale and quiet, and the men had the same stoic expression of frustration and anger that Argun wore. Despite the hardships of the warlock's rule, Cirona still saw kindness when she met people's curious glances.
"Would you like a hand?"
A gruff man stepped up to Argun. He was at least a foot shorter, but twice as wide, with the muscles of an ox. Before Argun could reject the kind offer, Cirona spoke up. "Thank you, but no, we aren't going far. I just needed the fresh air." At the sound of her voice, a tiny woman appeared from behind the gruff man. Her husband softened as she took his hand and smiled shyly at Cirona.
"It's not safe to be out after dark,"
was all Argun could manage in the way of polite small talk. The little woman smiled at Cirona. "Stay out long enough to see the evening star. A little dose of sky can be so healing." Cirona reached out and squeezed her hand. "That's a wonderful way to keep our spirits up until things get better." The gruff man snorted, and Argun nodded in terse agreement. Their spirits would not be satisfied until Nemio's dark shadow was gone permanently. Argun allowed the man to hold the litter while he stretched and rolled his sore shoulders.
"What she'd really like to see is the ocean,"
Argun said. The little woman's smile slipped, and she pointed with a shaky finger. "It's miles in that direction. Once it was an easy trip, but now there are at least 3 checkpoints along the way."
"Avoid the checkpoints," her gruff husband said. "Avoid anyone with torches. You'll see your star and get inside if you know what's good for you."
Cirona waved as the peasant couple disappeared down a winding side street. "Maybe we should heed their advice." Argun shook his head.
"We have to keep moving, and the less people that see us, the better."
"Look, there's the evening star," Cirona cried out.
"And there are torches."
Argun laid down the litter and hefted Cirona over his shoulder again. "Put me down!" she cried.
"Torches mean guards,"
Argun said. He turned to run. Cirona was upside down over his shoulder, but even from that vantage point it was obvious the dragon was right. An organised company of 8 guards bearing torches marched around the corner and saw them. Sharp orders rang out. "Seize the escaped prisoners!" Chapter 18. Cirona struggled to see as Argun dodged through back alleys and through tight side gardens. Once they stumbled onto a wide lane, jumbled upside down over the dragon's shoulder, Cirona could see the stars shining bright above. If Argun would have ever stopped moving, she might have been able to map their location with the stars.
"I can't carry you much longer."
Argun leaned against a ramshackle shed. "You have to save your strength. Put me down," Cirona pleaded again.
Argun snorted. "You're as light as sea foam, but it doesn't look right with you dangling over my shoulder."
"My fins are showing." Cirona, bent over Argun's shoulder, was able to see her own muddy tail.
"Hold on."
Argun hefted her higher up and dashed across another wide lane. It seemed like there were torches flaring up everywhere now, and they couldn't take many more chances at being seen. He made it across the lane and into the shadow of a lean-to stable. There he dumped Cirona into a hay cart and covered her quickly. The hay chafed her already dry scales, but Cirona bit her lip and said nothing. She remained silent until Argun had pushed her for what seemed like half an hour. "The tower?" Cirona gasped when she raised her head from her hay-covered hiding spot and saw where Argun had taken them, right back to the centre of the walled city. "Stay down. There are less guards here. They are all out looking for us," Argun whispered. "And when they don't find us out there, those guards will come running right back here for their orders." Cirona frantically brushed the hay off her itching tail. "I knew I couldn't trust you."
"We're safe here for now, and this is the best place for us to make a plan that will defeat our enemy," Argun said.
"Nimio isn't just our enemy. What about our kingdoms, our families?" Cirona asked. She grasped the sides of the hay cart and pulled herself up higher. "We have a duty to warn them." The dragon shook his dark hair.
"I am doing what's best for my kind by finding out as much as I can about this threat."
Cirona watched Argun's black eyes scan the tower and the surrounding buildings. His chin had a shadow over it that she was surprised to realize was stubble. He scraped at it when he marked all the streets that ran past the base of the tower. "And you really think this is worth our lives and the lives of those we could warn?" Cirona asked. "What does hiding in the shadows down there tell you?"
Argun scowled down at the mermaid. "Nothing."
Cirona hefted herself to the side of the cart and met his dark stare with her own angry stare. "You still think you'd be better off without me? That's why you don't care what I say."
"Perhaps if you weren't always saying something," Argun grumbled.
He left the cart and inched through the shadows, closer to the base of the tower. Cirona didn't dare call out her indignation, and she wondered briefly if she would ever see Argun again. She held her breath as he disappeared in the shadows, and thought she would have to hold on to her tirade forever. When he reappeared, all she could do was let out a relieved sigh. "Can we go now?" she asked. "I need to get to know the best vantage points. I need to get higher, so I can see how to attack from the air," Argun whispered. "Exactly why you should return to your kingdom and send dragons that can fly." Cirona bit her lip, but the words had already escaped. The dragon drew himself up as high as his human form could go. "If you are not willing to help me now, then I suggest you don't wait around for me to help you." Cirona whipped her hair around and knotted it fiercely. She was done with the dragon and his arrogance. It only took a small amount of strength to summon dancing water droplets. The mermaid concentrated until the drops were in a small rain cloud, and then she sent it through a door far across the square. "You better not draw the guards' attention," Argun snapped. He didn't take his eyes off the mermaid. "What are you doing?" She didn't break her concentration, but responded, "Why do you suddenly care?" "Your actions have consequences, mermaid. Whatever you are doing, we are doing, remember?" Argun growled. "Actually, I'm doing everything." Cirona intensified her magic in the far-off building. "Well, you won't have to feel so burdened any more." Argun peered closer at the building across the square. A large shadow moved within. There was a splintering crash, and a large horse galloped into the square, pursued by a small, relentless rain cloud. The dragon watched in awe as Cirona herded the horse towards her with the water droplets. He was still too surprised to move when the horse thundered past. Cirona caught the horse's mane and swung herself onto its back as smoothly as any seasoned warrior. The mermaid's long fins streamed back with the horse's tail as the pair rode out through a narrow side street. Moments later, the curving street spit the trotting horse and mermaid back into the square surrounding the tower. She glared at Argun and tugged the horse's mane to turn it. Argun saw the horse's chestnut eyes roll as torches flared behind him. He dodged into darker shadows as 4 guards ran into the square and cried out, "Stop! You are surrounded!" Both the dragon and the mermaid heard the bluff in the men's shaking voices. Cirona aimed her horse directly at the torch-waving guards and charged. The first guard dove out of the way, but the frantic flames of the other 3 caused the horse to rear up. Argun leapt from the shadows and took out 2 guards. He cracked their heads together and turned just in time to catch the first guard, returning with his sword raised. Argun ducked and caught the man hard in the ribs with his fist. The guard doubled over and fell to the ground. Cirona regained control of her horse and charged the last remaining guard. The man spun aside and into Argun's waiting fist. He stood over the crumpled man and didn't look up as he heard the hoofbeats crossing the square. Then the horse slowed and looped back, gaining speed as it drew closer. "Quick, jump on!" Argun took Cirona's lowered arm and swung onto the horse behind her, but they only made it a short mile away before the tangled lanes and footpaths became too narrow for the horse. "Hurry, we have to hide now," Argun barked. He jumped down from the horse and reached for Cirona. She batted at his hands, but couldn't deny he was right. The glow of torches was getting brighter behind them, and they needed to slip into the rabbit warren of alleys and dead ends in order to escape. Argun scooped her off the horse and tossed her over his shoulder again. Cirona squeezed her eyes tight this time as Argun ran and spun through the confusing streets. She was still dizzy by the time he squeezed through the cellar door of a house and carried her upstairs. "What is this place?" Cirona gasped when she opened her eyes. The walls were black, the floor a mess of rubble, and the roof hung down in rotting chunks. Only charred or broken things remained, excluding a large trestle table too thick to have burned. "There are many like this all over the city," Argun said. He gently lowered her to sit on the table. "The guards with torches," Cirona said. The dragon nodded. "We can hide here. I doubt they will come to burn it down again." Cirona looked at her flame-devoured surroundings and shuddered with despair. "I could have escaped on the horse. You didn't need to come with me." "You're the one that circled back for me," Argun exclaimed.
"So I'm not completely useless, am I?" Cirona hissed.
"You came back just to prove me wrong?" The dragon couldn't contain his sudden laughter. Then he clapped a hand over his mouth and swallowed hard. They heard shouts down the block, and the sudden appearance of torchlight revealed just how much of the exterior walls the fire had eaten away. Cirona swung to the far side of the wide table and beckoned Argun to join her as she slipped down behind it. He ducked down just as the guards flashed by. Then came one torch, moving so slow the flame hardly dipped or waved at all. The guard that wielded it paused at the front window and lifted his torch higher. Argun moved to attack the man, but Cirona held him back. "You missed something!" the guard called out. A bright mass of torches returned to join a guard outside. One snorted. "You really think anyone could hide in there?" Again Argun moved to attack, but Cirona's hand on his arm was firm. He glowered at her, but the mermaid's eyes were fierce. Not only was she going to prove herself again, but she was going to save them in the process. He finally relented and sat back, still sceptical. The observant guard kicked in the burnt-out husk of the door. The troop of guards entered, torches blazing, but they didn't see anything. Even when they lowered their torches and looked under the hulking trestle table, they didn't see anything but soot and ash. "All right, you've wasted enough time just so you could catch your breath. Let's get going. We have prisoners to recapture." The loudest guard led the way, and soon the torches were far down the street. Argun stopped Cirona before she could drop the magic spell. "How did you do that?" Cirona pretended her voice wasn't shaking as she explained to the dragon. "It's a thin wall of water, concave to create a mirrored effect. When the guards looked under the table, all they saw was the reflection of the floor." The dragon stood up and offered Cirona a hand. "Impressive. Now we should have enough time for me to try and regain my powers." Cirona pulled herself back onto the table and focused on her drying tail. It was useless to dash Argun's hope, as futile as it was for him to try to raise powers that no longer existed. She'd seen what the warlock had done to him, and it took everything she had to push the terrifying memory back. "Go ahead, I'll keep watch," she told Argun, "unless you think I can't handle it." "I know you can, Mermaid." He reached out of the back door and pulled in a bucket heavy with rainwater, then grinned at Cirona. "Just in case." Chapter 19. Argun picked his way through the burned cottage. The stairs were charred, but enough steps held for him to venture upstairs. He found an empty room that overlooked the tight serpentine street. At first he told himself he couldn't concentrate on restoring his powers, because he was too busy looking out for the glow of torches. Then finally he settled into a deep, meditative state that always restored his flagging magic. Downstairs, Cirona carefully sifted through the abandoned household items. Everything had been left to the fury of the fire, and she wondered if the townspeople that had lived there had escaped in time. It was a frightening sign that no one had returned to salvage the bits and pieces that survived the fire. Tears sprung to her eyes when Cirona uncovered a pale porcelain bowl, hand-painted with delicate seashells. She charmed the bucket of rainwater Argun had brought her with a phosphorant charm that made it glow like a lantern. In the blue light she carefully washed the bowl clean. "Oh, Mother, I hope I can see you," Cirona whispered. The mermaid poured enough of the glowing rainwater into the porcelain bowl to cover the bottom. She stirred it with one finger while chanting quietly. Then Cirona waited patiently for an image of her mother or her sisters to appear. She waited and hoped long enough for the phosphorant charm to wear off. When the blue glow died out, Cirona's tears mixed with the water of the scrying bowl. "Mother?" she whispered. Maybe her tears had strengthened the magic. The faint sound she heard was only Argun carefully climbing back down the narrow staircase. The hard set to his jaw made it obvious, even in the fading light, that his magic had not worked either. Cirona wiped the tears from her eyes and then restored the blue glow to the water. The dragon saw Cirona's tear-streaked face, but said nothing. He'd found some curtains upstairs, heavy with ash and smelling strongly of smoke, but they were wide enough to cover the front walls of the small cottage. When they were hung, he turned around and cleared his throat. "I can build a fire," he said. Cirona shook her head and turned to do it herself. "I found some rice. It was safe from the fire in that stone urn with the lid. Argun found a few onions for flavour. The townsfolk must be too frightened even to loot. I wonder what these poor people did." It was easier to talk about the destruction and fear all around them than to discuss the dragon's power, but Cirona couldn't think of anything else. "What do you think the warlock did to you?" "I think he must have extracted my powers." Argun leaned on the trestle table. "Like he did to create those dark magic cages." Cirona nodded while she measured out the rice. The dragon's shoulders slumped. He'd tried as hard as he could to revive his power and shift out of his human form, but the more he tried, the more obvious it became his magic was completely gone. Argun couldn't feel the fire that used to grow hot in his chest. As if she'd read his mind, Cirona said, "The warlock said something about the dragon heart. I wonder what he intended to extract from me." Argun rubbed his chest. "It doesn't matter. Whatever can be extracted can be replaced. I'll make sure of that. Once we capture Nemio, he will have a lot to answer for." "Do you think he did it just to stop you from shifting back into dragon form?" Cirona asked. "It makes sense. I'm disarmed while he intends to use my power for his own evil ends," Argun said. Cirona turned back to the rice and worried about how the warlock's evil extractions would disarm her. Without her powers, the mermaid would be forced to reveal secrets her kind had kept for centuries. "You're worried about what you'd do if you were powerless?" Argun asked. "Just anxious thoughts," she told him. "We'll hide here for another hour or so, regain our strength, and be out of the city before dawn. Once I reach the shore, I will be able to call for help." The dragon studied her. "We have to be careful. Without your powers, you will be even more helpless." Cirona bristled. "I am not helpless. Even without my powers, I would survive." Argun raised a dark eyebrow. "How would you move about?" "I think I put too many onions in." Cirona turned to check the simmering rice. "I heard a story once, long ago, about a mermaid that could magically shift her tail into legs," the dragon mentioned. "Not all stories are true," Cirona snapped. "I once heard that dragons could only sleep on piles of jewels." Argun looked at their charred surroundings and chuckled. "If this is the alternative, then I'll say that myth is true." His rueful smile faded as the dragon paced the small cottage. He longed for his dragon form and despised the weakness of his human body. Argun tightened his fingers into fists and flexed his thick arm muscles as he paced, but it was impossible not to feel powerless without his dragon magic. "Sit down," Cirona hissed. "Your shadow might be visible from the street." Argun crouched at the hearth and poked at the rice. "And if the guards return, I will be useless." The mermaid sighed. "Do I have to remind you that you fought off 4 guards in the square? In human form. I wouldn't call that useless." "I don't know how humans survive," Argun spat. "Sure, their clever hands can create and wield all sorts of tools, but they are weak and without physical defences." Cirona glanced at Argun's wide shoulders and hammer-hard fists. "They study and plan and fight with strategy. I would think a dragon could appreciate that over brute strength." "Humans can't fly." "Neither can mermaids," Cirona snapped. Argun scowled and kicked the remains of a burned chair. "I'm very aware. That's why we're stuck here, isn't it?" "There's that we again. Should we finally agree to go our separate ways?" the mermaid asked. Despite the savoury smell of the cooked rice, Argun could only focus on what he had lost. I cannot fly. I have no fire. I cannot take my enemies by surprise with my shifting powers. I cannot. Stop whining. Cirona hoped to end his litany for him. The dragon scorned the wooden spoon she offered him. If you were intelligent, you would mourn the loss of my powers too. How do you expect to escape without my ability to fly and carry you? Who says I'm depending on you to make my escape? Cirona asked. I should leave, Argun hissed. You're safe here for now, and I can move much faster without you. Then go. Cirona took a scoop of rice and began to eat. Argun flared up at her, his anger bright despite his missing dragon fire. And you think you'd survive without me? The mermaid ignored him and continued with her meal. She was determined to regain what little strength she had left, and listening to his whining was exhausting. Frustrated and upset, Argun strode around the small cottage, and then marched back up to the placid mermaid. Your tail is an anchor. It is weighing us down. Can't you see that? Us? Cirona's eyes finally glittered angrily up at Argun. I thought you were leaving. A tight muscle in Argun's jaw worked until he was finally able to bite out. It makes no tactical sense for us to separate now. Then why don't you eat something and try to get some rest? Cirona said. Argun snatched a spoonful of rice and gnashed it down. I'm going up to the roof to map out potential routes. Cirona caught the spoon. Don't come back for at least an hour. I need a rest. From you. Chapter 20. 2 hours later, Argun awoke with a start. He'd fallen asleep at the upstairs window after discovering the roof was too weak to walk upon. The dragon had refused to give up and had gazed out the window, gauging their location by the rise of familiar constellations. Somewhere between the stars and a confusing labyrinth of the city, Argun's eyes had closed. Now he narrowed them and peered into the shadows of the upstairs room. A thin figure stood at the blackened wardrobe, her back to him as she rummaged through the clothes. Argun was surprised to see the curve of her hips in the pale, pre-dawn light. Had a peasant returned to find a favourite outfit? It seemed like the silly thing a human female might do. Argun did not move, but watched the figure intently. She quickly slipped into a light blue dress and suppressed a cough at the heavy smoke smell the fabric released. Her eyes flew to his in the dark. "Did I wake you?" she asked. "Cirona?" Argun jumped to his feet. The mermaid took a few steps backwards, but then stood her ground, on 2 feet. "Let go!" she hissed as the dragon caught hold of her hem. Argun tugged the dress up just far enough to see her bare feet. "You can shift into human form?" Cirona snatched back the hem of her dress and smoothed it down. "It's not easy, and it's forbidden in my world." "These are special circumstances," the dragon said. "Exactly. Now will you stop staring?" Argun looked up from the mermaid's feet and blinked. "It's almost morning. We should get going." He tried not to stare as Cirona climbed down the rickety staircase and picked her way through the rubble to the cottage's back door. She tugged a shawl over her head to hide her coral-coloured hair and then slipped outside. Argun found a dusty cap in the back shed and pulled it on as he followed the mermaid out into the lane. In human form, both Argun and Cirona fit right into the early morning traffic. 1 block down from the burned-out cottage was a small market, and they were soon walking amongst the stalls with all the other early risers. She slipped an arm through his, and they walked side by side, trying not to marvel at how their human bodies fit perfectly together. Argun was so stupefied by the revelation of Cirona's human form that he let her drag him up to an apple cart. The glossy fruit was tempting enough to make the mermaid's stomach grumble, and Argun laughed when his answered the same. In amongst the piles of apples were smaller paper cones of nuts and dried fruit. Even the dragon found himself wishing for one. He reached out, but Cirona tugged his arm back. "We have no money. I searched the whole cottage, but there was nothing even to barter."
"If these apples were fish or some other hard-caught delicacy, I might feel bad," Argun said. "Most of these apples looked like they fell off the tree."
He turned over a glossy apple and showed Cirona the bruise underneath. She carefully replaced it and smiled at the vendor. "Good morning," she said. The vendor cocked his head and looked intently at Cirona. She was suddenly very aware of the smoky smell still clinging to her blue dress. Argun was even more aware of the power of her beautiful smile. The vendor seemed unable to look away from the lovely stranger.
"Come, dear, let's not distract him from his business."
Argun tugged her away. He escorted her across the market lane and into a side street, but not before he saw the vendor go to the neighbouring stand and start chatting. Now 2 sets of eyes stared at Cirona. The mermaid was too busy glaring at Argun to notice. She could feel the lumps inside his shirt. "You stole from that man? What if he noticed?"
"I was only able to take a few apples while he was busy noticing other things," Argun said.
Cirona frowned. "First you complain about my tail, and now you're complaining about my human form." The dragon forced himself to stop at another stall, just to quell any suspicions. The old woman minding the flower stall could tell immediately that Argun did not intend to buy anything, so she continued gossiping with her neighbour. "So I say, who cares why the torches are out? Close the curtains and pray, that's what I say." The neighbouring vendor packaged up a half-dozen eggs. "I heard the guards were chasing 2 prisoners. Imagine someone escaping the tower." Cirona's grip tightened on Argun's arm. He knew she wanted to leave quickly, but he idled over a bunch of daisies as he wanted to hear anything useful. "I can't believe old Tooth didn't see anything. He does all his drinking near the base of the tower," the flower vendor said. Her neighbour laughed. "Old drunken fool wandered through here an hour ago, telling everyone how he'd seen a mermaid being carried through town." "Oh, look, Chayton's gone all red in the face. Someone must have stolen his nuts again," the old women cackled. Cirona pretended to see something she liked at a far stall and dragged Argun away from the gossips. Behind them the voices were getting louder as the vendors argued about who saw the thieves. It was clear the townspeople were too poor not to fight for every scrap they had. They also knew each other well, and it wasn't long before they recalled the strangers they had seen. Argun's arm muscles were as hard as rock, though he kept a slow, steady walking pace. They were almost to the edge of the market, and he was eyeing an abandoned yard with a broken fence, when the cries went up, "Stop! Thieves!" It was too late to run, as a band of vendors charged across the lane. Argun shook off Cirona's hand and prepared to fight. But a stranger stepped between them and the angry townspeople. "If you condemn these people without understanding, you are no better than the guards," the man said. "Get out of the way, vagabond! No one asked you!" the apple cart vendor shouted. "What was it you were telling me the other day, Chayton? Without travellers, vagabonds, or strangers, this city would die completely." The vagabond patted the angry vendor on the shoulder. Chayton shoved his hand away. "Not everyone's like you. They stole from me." The vagabond shook his head. "It was my fault, friend. I forgot to give you this." Cirona peeked over the mysterious stranger's shoulder and saw him hand the apple vendor 2 bright coins. Argun's arm was still stiff, ready to fight, but he let the exchange go uninterrupted. Satisfied, but still suspicious, the vendors returned to their stalls to stare at the strangers. The vagabond turned around and smiled. "Their anger won't last long now that they've been paid. They're just curious." "We have to be going," Argun said stiffly. "Thank you for your kindness," Cirona told the vagabond. The man nodded and then gestured towards a low building with an arched entryway. "Perhaps you'd like to escape the sun. This way leads through the baths and into a quieter part of town." They had no choice but to trust the vagabond, as all eyes in the marketplace were still glued to them. Cirona nodded and dragged Argun with her into the shade of the low building. Chapter 21. Argun thanked the vagabond as soon as they were out of sight of the marketplace. The arched doorway of the low building led to a large space dominated by a large fountain and surrounding pools. Children splashed in the far corner, while women scrubbed clothing in large separate tubs against the far wall. A few idle men lounged in the largest pool while discussing business. Before he could stop her, Cirona found a bench and sat down. He wondered if her human legs took getting used to. He was always sore when he first shifted into human form. "May as well eat this now." Argun tossed her a glossy apple, then sat down next to her. They were both surprised when the vagabond pulled up a wooden stool and stayed with them. He took off his sandals and cooled his feet on the damp floor, not in any hurry to leave. Cirona ate her apple and tried to keep her eyes off the shimmering water. The morning sun was just reaching the top of the low building, and the water was lit with 1,000 sparkles. Her whole human body ached to slip into the baths, but she kept her head down. "Would you like to hear more of the marketplace rumours before you continue on your way?" the vagabond asked. Argun grunted his assent and then bit into his apple. "The whole city is on the alert for 2 prisoners. Woe to any pair of strangers in town today." The vagabond eyed his new friends. "Some claim a dragon destroyed the tower and allowed the prisoners to escape. They are said to be dangerous." "What about the dragon?" Argun asked. The vagabond smiled. "The streets are rife with the warning that dragons could turn into human form. No one is to be trusted today." Cirona choked down the last of her apple. "So there's a dragon and 2 prisoners?" "And the rumour of a mermaid being carried through the streets in the dark," the vagabond said. Her eyes met Argun's. "That's ridiculous." "A friend of mine said he saw a mermaid jump onto a horse and race away from the tower," the man countered. "Old Tooth?" Argun asked, remembering what the gossip had said. "I heard he drinks a lot." The vagabond laughed. "Yes, I suppose he does, but I've never known his vision to be blurry enough to conjure up such wild stories." "How does one hide a mermaid tail on dry land?" Cirona asked innocently. "What does it matter to us? If a herd of unicorns were trampling the market, it still wouldn't change our plans." Argun looked the vagabond straight in the eyes. "We're just passing through." "And where are you headed?" "The shore," Cirona said. Her eyes had been caught by the flowing fountains, and her longing was obvious. "Strange time of year to head to the beach," the vagabond said. He had not broken Argun's stare. The 2 men sized each other up as Cirona tried to tear her eyes off the wonderful baths. Finally she saw their fierce stares and leaned in to distract Argun. "That's why we should be leaving now," she said. Argun's gaze flitted to the mermaid and his eyes widened. Then, very slowly, he reached forward and tucked a long strand of her coral-coloured hair back under her hood. They both knew the vagabond had seen, and there was no other reasonable explanation for her strange hair colour. "So you're the mermaid," the man said in low tones. Argun stood up and pulled Cirona to her feet. "I think this man must drink as much as Old Tooth. We're leaving." "Would you like directions?" the vagabond asked. He slipped on his sandals and stood up too. None of the streets lead straight to the city gates. It's all a bit of a labyrinth unless you're familiar with the right lanes. Argun stepped towards the vagabond with a menacing expression. "Try to follow us, and I will kill you." The vagabond gave him an unconcerned smile. "Your arrogance gives you away, dragon." Cirona shoved her way between the two men before their confrontation drew anything more than curious glances. "It would be wise for us to ask you for directions, but how do you expect us to trust you?" Argun growled his frustration at Cirona's interference, but he could not argue with her reasoning. "We'd be better off asking a beggar child. Who knows what this man expects from us in return for the right directions?" The mermaid pushed the two men further apart. "Would you give us a moment, please?" she asked the stranger. He nodded politely and walked away to join some of the businessmen, soaking their feet in the big pool. "Let's go," Argun said. "We need directions," Cirona reminded him. "In broad daylight we need a planned route even more." "That doesn't mean we should trust him." Cirona watched the vagabond. "He hasn't turned us in yet." Argun snorted. "He must want something from us." "He doesn't seem to be much of a mercenary. He bought us breakfast," Cirona pointed out. As she watched, the businessmen laughed and clapped the vagabond on the shoulder. He left them to help a young boy carry a bucket of water to his father at the door of the bath. Then a young mother beckoned him, and the vagabond sat down with her as she rocked a small baby. "He seems quite well known for a travelling beggar," Argun admitted. He was watching the mysterious stranger as well. The vagabond made the young mother laugh, and she squeezed his hand thankfully. Cirona nodded her head decisively. "He has the respect of the people on the street. The vendors knew him and listened to him. The people in here are glad to see him. That must mean something." Argun sighed. "You are too quick to trust." "We're running out of time," Cirona reminded the dragon. "I say we ask him for directions, and then ask others to confirm them along the way." Argun rolled his dark eyes, but agreed to Cirona's plan. "It will at least give us a place to start." They beckoned the vagabond to join them again, and he came over with a smile. "I've figured out a way to gain your trust," he said. "If I show you the hidden passage that I use, then you will have a secret of mine to reveal." "Do you really believe we are the missing prisoners?" Cirona asked. "If you are not, then there is a dragon and a mermaid hidden somewhere in the city that desperately need help," the vagabond said. "Why would a dragon need your help?" Argun asked. "Because I know Nemio's plan for him." Following that tempting bit of information, Argun and Cirona walked with the vagabond farther into the shadows at the back of the bath. He paused in front of a large shell statue and faced the disbelievers. "My name is Law, and though I have travelled much, this was once my home," the vagabond said, "until the evil warlock destroyed it." They were alone in the shadows, so Argun stepped forward and stood toe-to-toe with Law. "Tell us what you know about the warlock's plan." Law studied Argun's face. "It's already happened to you, hasn't it? He took your heart." Cirona groped for Argun's hand as Law's gaze fell upon her. "Though you must have escaped just in time, your soul is still intact," he said. "My soul?" Cirona asked. Law nodded. "Nemio intends to fuse dragon heart with mermaid soul. The power of such a mixture would make him unstoppable." The vagabond pushed a stone pearl, and a small door opened behind the shell statue. He beckoned for them to follow. This time it was Cirona who hung back, uncertain. "Come," Argun said. "We must find out everything he knows." Cirona was glad when Argun's grip on her hand tightened, and they followed the vagabond together. Chapter 22. Cirona could tell by the set of Argun's shoulders that he still did not trust the vagabond. Law waved them through the small door, but as soon as they were inside, Argun dropped Cirona's hand and grasped the vagabond by the neck. Slamming Law against the inside wall, Argun leaned in and growled. "The warlock sent you, didn't he?" Law did not lift a hand to defend himself. He even waved back Cirona when she grabbed Argun's arm. "I understand you cannot trust anyone," he rasped. "Argun, there is no ambush here," Cirona whispered. She carefully closed the secret door behind them. "Why are there torches lit?" Argun asked. He squeezed his hand tighter around Law's throat. "I came this way earlier." Law struggled to speak. "It is not safe for me to be seen by the guards either." The dragon's grip loosened. "So you are not just an innocent traveller, are you?" "Of course he's not," Cirona snapped. She grabbed Argun's arm again and pried him back from Law. "No one is just an innocent traveller, but we're safe here for now." Argun reluctantly looked away from the vagabond and saw that Cirona was right. The catacombs were open, with only stone columns separating the archways that held up the roof. Here and there were deep cisterns that collected rainwater for the baths. The space was open, clear to the view, and empty. "How does he know the rumours so well? How does he have more information than the peasants on the street?" Argun still held Law hard against the wall. "He does seem to have extra special information," Cirona agreed. The water in the cisterns was rising in response to Cirona's magic, and she was finding it hard to keep her mermaid gifts contained, especially as she was still exhausted from their flight and sleepless night. The mermaid longed to call the water to her, to restore her inner flow and to ease the strangeness of her human form. Trying to distract Law from noticing, Cirona continued the awkward interrogation. "And how do you claim to know the warlock?" Argun lifted the vagabond up onto his toes. "Most importantly, what do you know about this dark magic that has befallen the dragon?" "I'm not asking for your trust," Law rasped. "I am simply hoping to share what I know. What you choose to do with that information will be up to you." "What if we share it with the dragon and the mermaid?" Cirona asked. Despite Argun's choking grip, Law smiled. "Mermaid, I can see the water seeking you out. Your magic cannot be hidden from those that know the signs." Argun dropped the vagabond and stood back to shield Cirona. "Who are you? Reveal yourself." Law smoothed a scarred hand down his neck and smiled magnanimously. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Balor, former king of this fallen city." Argun turned to Cirona. "See? He's just a crazy old man. You are too trusting." "Me? You're the one that was joking some poor man that doesn't even know his own name," Cirona retorted. The vagabond cleared his throat. When they turned around, his sleeve was rolled up, and he showed them a signet tattoo. The royal ink pulsed with purple light as he held it up. "As I said, my name was King Balor. Now I am Law." Argun stepped forward and studied the signet tattoo. "And you lost your kingdom to the evil warlock." "Not so long ago that the people have forgotten me," King Balor explained. "I hid my identity and use what hidden resources I have and help undo the terrible evil that has befallen my kingdom. It's not your kingdom any more. This time it was Cirona that did not trust him. I heard the story of a king named Balor once." "Not everything is based on fairy tales," Argun snapped. "But every fairy tale is based on a truth," the Ragged King said. "We don't have time for tales." Argun stepped forward to threaten the mysterious man again. "Tell us the way out of the city now, and we're done with you." "How could we trust what he says?" Cirona said. "Fine. Tell me your children's tale," Argun said through gritted teeth. King Balor inherited his kingdom from a long and noble line, but he was not content to simply fill his familial destiny. Cirona looked at the ragged man. So he traded his time and energy for magic, The more he learned, the more entranced he became, until he took in a warlock as his assistant, and stood helpless as his protégé turned evil and destroyed the kingdom around him. The vagabond finished.
"Enough!"
Argun snarled. He grabbed the ragged man by the neck again and turned him to the wide catacombs.
"Take us to the exit. Tell the truth, and you may continue to breathe."
"Don't you think the story makes sense?" Cirona asked. She trailed after the men as the stranger showed the way. It would explain how he knew the warlock's plan.
"We still don't know if that is actually Nemio's plan, or what actually happened."
Argun bit his lip before he said, "To me." Cirona glanced behind them, but there was still no sign of an ambush or trap. They were alone in the damp and dimly lit catacombs. As they passed the largest of the cisterns, Cirona could not help but stop and plunge her hands into the deep water. Argun heard the sound of splashing water and stopped without turning around. He held the vagabond at arm's length.
"It doesn't take a king to realize she's a mermaid," he said.
The vagabond smiled. Just surprising to see her in human form. Argun disliked that he had been the one surprised by Cirona's ability to shift. They had not discussed the revelation, there had been no time, but he was still shocked to realize mermaids had kept their secret well for centuries. Such hints were hidden deep in ancient scrolls that the common people would never see. He could not deny the stranger seemed intelligent and well-educated, as befitted a king. Cirona rejoined them, radiant in the dim light. Even the briefest immersion in water restored her magic, and it was impossible to think she was merely human.
"So what happened to the king in your story?"
Argun asked, changing the subject. "His kingdom was lost," Cirona said, "and no one tells tales about vagabonds."
"But you missed the best detail,"
the stranger teased Cirona. "The gory part about the scars." She crinkled her nose in disgust.
"What scars?"
Argun asked. King Balor reached out to stop the warlock, and his hand was irreparably scarred by the dark magic he interrupted, Cirona explained. The ragged king raised his scarred hand.
"I had to let go. I had to escape. I knew that in the end I would be the only one to come back and try and save my kingdom. Me and the magic beings Nemio foolishly thought he could cage." "What kind of cages?"
Argun asked sharply.
"Dark magic cages.
One made of pure fire fused in the metal, and one of pure water," King Balor answered. "It took him years to perfect the extraction process. Making the cages only proved to Nemio that he could do it. As soon as I heard the cages had been completed, I returned to the city." "You knew he'd be capturing us?" Cirona asked.
"A dragon and a mermaid,"
King Balor said. "I told you before, Nemio has been working up to this spell for years. He needs the heart of a dragon and the soul of a mermaid."
"So you agree, no matter who you really are, that I have to get Cirona out of this city?" Argun asked.
King Balor nodded. She must reach the seashore. Cirona stopped walking and crossed her arms. "You can't possibly think to trust him now."
Argun growled with frustration. "Why not? Isn't that what you wanted?"
"He's the king that lusted for power and glory. King Balor strove night and day for magic that would make him all-powerful. Just because his protégé beat him to it doesn't mean his desires have changed," Cirona said. King Balor bowed low in front of the mermaid. "I am defeated, scarred, and incapable of handling the dark magic he now wields. I understand that I am not to be trusted, but you must realize that my mistakes are your gain. I know the warlock's plans and how to stop him."
"Show us,"
Argun demanded. He marched King Balor captive through the catacombs, with Cirona following reluctantly. With each step she called more water to her, so that she would be ready for whatever came next. There was a dark door ahead, and a dizzying realization flowed over her as they stopped in front of it. "What is it?" Argun asked. The dragon's dark eyes flashed with concern. "The water," Cirona gasped. "It can carry magnetic currents, like the needle of a compass." "So you know where we are?" Cirona fought down a tidal wave of fear and frustration. "We're back in the heart of the city." "Underneath the castle," King Balor said. He dug out of Argun's grip and opened another secret passage. "This is the way to retrieve the dragon heart and defeat the evil warlock once and for all." "He's right. I can feel it. My heart is calling me," Argun said. He held out a hand to Cirona. "I need your help once more." The mermaid longed to run back through the catacombs and lose herself in the deepest pool. Perhaps there she could finally contact her mother. If only she could find water still and pure enough to scry in. If only she could reach the seashore and finally be safe underneath the waves. Her human legs shook with a desire to run, to escape. Instead, Cirona took a deep breath and reached forward. She took the dragon's hand, and together stepped into the darkness. Chapter 23. Argun rebelled at the sight of the dark, descending passage. Dragons ruled the skies. They did not hide in forgotten catacombs. His kind also did not fall into traps, team up with mermaids, or have their hearts stolen. "Are you coming?" Cirona waved for him to walk with her. He was still shocked by her human form. Argun had always dismissed mermaids as a soft and malleable race. He had no idea they could shift forms, just like dragons, but Cirona had proved to be a surprise, time and time again. She had fought by his side, stepped into battle to protect him, and revealed her shifting powers in order to walk with him now that he could no longer change back into his dragon form. Argun considered the dank passage again. The battle against their enemy, a power-hungry, evil warlock, was anything but an assured victory. If he didn't make it out of the walled city alive, Argun wondered how his kind would remember him. Dragons were proud. Would he be shunned as the one that needed a mermaid's help? "What, are you afraid of the dark?" Cirona teased. The dragon scowled and followed Cirona down the passageway. Ahead of her, their guide did everything he could to assure them the way was secure. "I never told my assistant about these tunnels. The catacombs are sacred to my family line, and Nemio dismissed them as nostalgia," Balor told Cirona. Balor was dressed in rags and posing as a vagabond in his own city. The dethroned king had to flee when his magical protégé had used dark magic against him. He had been unable to leave his people and had survived in the shadows as a poor traveller, witnessing over and over again the atrocities that Nemio's dark magic wrought. Balor was determined to help his people. The mermaid believed he was trying to regain his integrity and that helping Argun was his first step. Balor was leading them back to the castle to take back the dragon's heart. Argun moved slowly, alert to any possible traps, and eventually the mermaid slowed down to walk with him. "He's doing the right thing," she reminded Argun. "The vagabond is useful, but not to be trusted," Argun said. Cirona stopped Argun. "I believe he wants what is best for his people, and that is helping us." The dragon shook his head. "That dark magic, the kind he and the warlock cultivated, it doesn't just go away. It's too tempting. There will always be good reasons to use it, and the people will always want its benefits." Cirona wanted to argue, but the deeper they went into the passageway, the more uncertain she became. She didn't sense any violence or betrayal from Balor. The ragged vagabond was humble, and every gesture spoke of his desire to right the terrible wrong he had loosed on his people. Balor held his torch aloft and illuminated the edged walls of the passage. "We are under the castle now." Argun lost his caution, eager to get back into the castle and restore his lost heart. This time it was the mermaid that hesitated. "What decorates these walls?" Cirona asked Balor. The vagabond gave a tired smile and held his torch aloft again. "These etchings record the history of my family line. All our biggest conquests, greatest innovations, and strongest traditions are recorded here." Argun nodded. "We dragons have similar records cut into stone." Mermaids also kept sacred records, but there was something unsettling Cirona. She stood frowning in the dark as Balor swept the torch away and tried to keep moving. "What is it?" Argun noticed she was rooted to the spot and called Balor back. "The torch again, please." The dragon had learned to trust Cirona's instincts, but Balor tried to dismiss it. He came back slowly and held the torch lower than before. "It must look like a lot of nonsense to anyone outside my bloodline," Balor said. Cirona shook her head. "No, that doesn't look like nonsense to me." She reached out and ran a shaking hand over the closest etching. It showed a rough-cut view of the bay, just beyond the walled city. In the depiction, large crowds of humans were handling boulders along a line and tossing them into the water. They were closing in the bay, but that foolishness was not what bothered Cirona. Carved into the centre of the etching was a small knot of mermaids. They were trapped in the bay, surrounded on all sides by fishing boats and nets, whilst they watched their way to the open ocean be walled off. Balor cleared his throat. "Ancient history." "I know this history. A broken treaty," Cirona said. "A massacre." Argun took the torch from Balor and tipped it away from the grim etching. "All the more reason for us to work together against a common enemy now. We will do better than our past." Cirona nodded and moved to follow the dragon, but she kept her eyes averted from Balor, and though the passageway narrowed, she made sure to keep her distance from him. Balor shot her painful looks underneath the torchlight as he continued to lead the way with Argun wielding the torch for them all. Soon they exited the hidden passageway. It was hidden by a stone wall that ran across the opening and left them only a small gap to slip out the side. From beyond, the stone wall blended in with the rest of the rough walls and appeared to be completely solid. Cirona shuddered and hoped they wouldn't have to search out the secret passage ever again. "Do we have a plan?" she whispered to Argun. He held a hand to her lips and cocked his head to one side. "Did you hear that?" He mouthed the words without a sound. The mermaid shook her head and listened. What could have been the scrapings of mice took on too rhythmic a sound, the soft shuffle of boots. "The guards!" Balor hissed. He grabbed the torch from Argun and ran ahead. Cirona felt Argun's arm snake protectively around her waist. She was about to confess her growing mistrust of Balor when shouting drowned her out. "There! A light! Seize him!" Balor's spluttering torch revealed a large central catacomb connected by multiple dark passages. The mermaid was glad when Argun made for one of the openings instead of pulling her back into the hidden passage. The water there had a bad vibration that she hoped to never feel again. "They'll kill him if they catch him," Argun whispered. He led Cirona down an offshoot and then chose to take right turns that led them back to the centre. Cirona's mistrust lost to their need for an ally. "I can create a mirror to trick the guards. They'll run right into solid rock." "Wait. Maybe the evil you were feeling in that passageway wasn't from the past," Argun said. He held down Cirona's hand to stop her from casting her water magic. "If there are guards down here, then I bet the warlock isn't far behind." The mermaid blinked. Surprised the dragon was so in tune with her inner feelings. Even without his heart, they were forging a strong bond. She wondered what it would feel like when Argun was whole again. Cirona flexed her fingers, eager to take their enemy by surprise. "He'll have your heart with him." Balor's wild torchlight circled back around and flew into the centre catacomb. A cluster of guards sprinted after it, only to discover the torch was flying on its own. The vagabond was nowhere in sight. The guards had no choice but to divide their ranks and run through the radial passageways again. Argun smiled as he saw how strategically Balor had separated the men, leaving them vulnerable. The guards could not see farther than the bright flames of their torches could reach, while Balor, Cirona, and Argun had eyes now accustomed to the deep shadows. The dragon spotted Balor first. He watched the human slip from one doorway and press himself behind the pillar of another. Guards ran by, completely missing him. Argun was about to call to him when another light illuminated the catacombs. "The warlock!" Cirona cried out. She sent a burst of water, bright with a phosphorant light, into the centre of the underground room. Balor saw his protégé, but it was too late. The evil warlock had his eyes locked on the dethroned king, and his staff raised at the ready. Argun kicked a stone loose from the wall and heaved it at the evil warlock. It fell harmlessly to the ground, but not before Balor had a chance to disappear into the shadows again. Enraged, the evil warlock turned towards Argun and sent a blazing light to the far corners of the catacombs. "There you are, determined to die a human, eh, dragon?" "I've come for what's mine, Nemio," Argun cried. "He won't be stuck in human form for long." Balor appeared behind Argun and Cirona. He tried to block them as Nemio's rage blazed brighter. "Stolen power will destroy you. Stop now while you still have a chance." Nemio's only answer was a low, growling chant. The damp floor of the catacombs began to vibrate. Drops of water shook loose from the low-lying puddles and shook in great swathes. Cirona felt the focus of his dark magic before it appeared. "Run!" The dancing water droplets gave rise to a rough, scaled back. It stretched 15 feet before a lashing tail and gaping jaws took shape. Nemio increased the volume of his chanting until the gigantic alligator-like creature he conjured pulled its claws loose from the catacomb floor and charged. The mermaid grabbed Argun's hand and pulled him down a side passage just as the creature crashed through the stone archway above them. Its jaws nearly double the length of the dragon's human form and snapped together with a force that shook the entire foundation of the castle. It was difficult for the guards to decide if they were more frightened of the conjuration or the evil warlock, but just one look from Nemio and they took up their pursuit of the escaped prisoners. Balor, who had stepped aside just before the crocodile lunged, now jumped back, barely missing the lashing tail. "Keep coming back to the centre. Don't get cornered," Balor called. In the darkness and the confusion, Cirona heeded Balor's advice by accident, and she and Argun appeared again in the centre catacomb. They were greeted by Nemio's cackle and propelled across the room by the crocodile's thunderous pursuit. This time Balor ran ahead of the snapping jaws with them. "This way!" he cried, but Cirona was running too fast. Argun did not hesitate to follow her, despite his own judgment. It was becoming increasingly more important for him to be with Cirona, even if that meant choosing the poorer tactic. Still, he yelled at her as they ran. "You don't know where you're going!" The mermaid did know, and she soon found the narrow dead end she had hoped to find. "Now we only have to fight the jaws, not the tail as well." She ran into the narrow passage, and the dragon followed. Balor skidded to a stop at the low archway and yelled, "I'll keep the guards busy." He disappeared to the left, just as the crocodile dived into the passage and jammed it from damp floor to rocky ceiling. The creature was wedged. its conjuration too overblown for the tight catacombs, and its jaws snapped uselessly. Cirona and Argun were tight against the far wall, at least 7 feet from the horrible mouth. "Now what?" Argun asked. He watched as the creature began to scrape the floor with its giant claws. Soon it would carve out enough to move forward and devour them.
"Now we defeat Nemeo's dark magic," Cirona said.
Chapter 24. "You won't have enough time to gather enough magic," Argun called over the crocodiles, clawing and snarling. "It's too big." "Big enough to stay stuck," Cirona snapped. She reached out her hands and began to pull water magic to her. "So big it'll carve out a whole new room before you can even make a rainbow." Argun turned to the rock wall at their backs. "Can't you use your magic to open another passage?" Cirona scowled at the dragon. "I don't need to make another passage. I need to defeat Nemeo's monster." Argun narrowed his eyes and studied the rock wall again. Cirona's phosphorescent magic gave off a dim light, but it was enough for him to see. "We've been here before. Come on." The mermaid slipped her arm loose from Argun's grip. "I'm not going back in there." The hidden gap that led to Balor's sacred passage was directly behind them, but Cirona refused to retreat into its safety. Somehow the snarling, lunging conjuration was easier to face than the strange vibrations beyond. "Just because his ancestors wronged your people at one point? All of our histories are muddied by war, but we need to concentrate on the present," Argun said. The present had torn up 2 more feet of the passageway, and they could both feel the dark magic manifestations' hot breath on their faces. The creature was relentless, and it seemed foolish to stand in front of it when there was a way to escape. "It's more than the atrocities his bloodline visited on my kind." Water was dripping in heavy rivulets from all over the dark passageway and swelling with the mermaid's magic. "What if Balor led us into this trap?" Cirona asked. "He led the guards away from us. How can you not trust him?" Argun asked. "Balor left us alone to face this," Cirona pointed out. The crocodile clawed its way forward as if to answer her. "Why should I trust him?" The dragon frowned, deep in thought. "It's better if we don't both trust him. It will help us keep our balance." Nemeo's conjuration lunged forward again, shaking the floor and making both Cirona and Argun stumble. Debris fell from the crumbling roof of the passage, and the dragon did his best to shelter Cirona from it. She didn't even notice as she pulled more and more water to her. Cirona blinked back tears as she began to feel her exhaustion again. "Just a little more," she said through gritted teeth. Argun couldn't stand the sight of the mermaid's tears, so he searched desperately for some way to defeat the conjuration. Without his dragon heart, Argun could not shift out of his human form, but he couldn't let that stop him from trying to save Cirona. He hefted the largest bits of debris and hurled them in the creature's open mouth. The rocks weighed down the enormous alligator's lower jaw, but it still continued to snap and growl. Some rocks were crushed between its teeth, and its breath blew heavy dust at the mermaid and dragon. Its front feet, wider than a wagon wheel and capped with claws the size of pickaxes, scraped furiously. Soon the floor of the tight passage would be carved out enough to let the monster all the way in. Cirona coughed and choked, but began a chant of her own. The water she had drawn up to her began to pulse with a rosy sheen as she put every ounce of strength she could into her magic. "Cleansing, clearing, remove all clogs," she repeated. "We're going to need more than a household drain spell," Argun grumbled. He kicked the nearing alligator in its impervious jaw. He was knocked back, bumping hard into Cirona as the monster lunged forward again. The mermaid cried out, but did not break her concentration. She took a deep breath and went back to her chanting with greater effort. "Take the passage, Mermaid," Argun said. His voice was nearly a shout, but it was calm and steely. "Go now!" Cirona did not respond well to the command, even after all the dragon had helped her survive. "I'm not going in there. The only way to defeat this dark magic is to stand and face it." "I am facing it," Argun snapped. The alligator's cavernous mouth gaped only 2 feet in front of him. "I'm facing it, and you are getting to safety." "There is no safe place as long as Nemio has your heart," Cirona reminded the dragon. "And he'll have your soul as well if you don't take that passage now." The mermaid scowled as Argun yanked her onto her feet. "If anyone should, it's you. I still have my magic." Argun shoved her towards the hidden gap that led to the secret passage. "You won't have your magic for long if you don't go now. Live to fight and use your powers another day, mermaid." Again Cirona refused, but now the conversation was over. Argun leaned back just in time to miss the alligator's snapping jaws. The rough, scale skin of its jaw scraped a raw patch off Argun's arm, and he contorted to avoid the monstrous creature. It was too late. There wasn't enough room to move, much less force the stubborn mermaid to safety. All Argun could do was kick a loose rock up into his hands and prepare to fight. Tears were flowing freely down Cirona's cheeks, and she increased her focus and energy. Water began to fill the bottom of the passage and turn the alligator's deep claw marks into mud. Not wanting to see Argun waste what little was left of his strength, she squeezed her eyes shut and concentrated on conjuring the most powerful magic she could. With a battle cry that belied his human body, Argun began to hammer the crocodile with the rock. Its lower jaw was still jammed with debris, so the dragon was able to grab hold of its upper jaw without being snapped in two. He gripped the monster by the nose and shoved with all his might. Inch by inch, the colossal conjuration slipped back. The mud floor was impossible for it to grip, as Argun was able to manoeuvre up the wall and find footholds among the stones. He would be dead tired after another foot, but the dragon was determined to give Cirona the room she needed to escape. "Go now!" he shouted. The mermaid ignored him and stood up. As she raised her hands, the water level in the passage rose. It curved behind her, swelling and pulsing with a pressurized magic. "Hold your breath!" she cried. Cirona reached for Argun's hand as her water magic was let loose. The conjuration reared its head to avoid the swelling water and sent Argun smashing into the stone ceiling. The mermaid screamed as she dove for Argun, but the torrent of her water magic was too fast. Like a geyser, the mermaid's spell propelled the monster back and out of the passageway, flushing it far into the catacombs, where its dark magic was finally drowned. Argun's body would have been untouched if only her hand had reached his in time, but the dragon was flung far down and disappeared with the flooding water. She heard spluttering screams from the remaining guards, but did not wait to hear if any commanders survived. Cirona sprinted out of the now open passage and searched frantically for Argun. Her panic made the phosphorescence that clung to her glow even brighter, and she used it to illuminate every crumpled body she came across. Then Cirona found him. "Oh, Argun, are you breathing? Breathe, please breathe," Cirona cried. The dragon's human form lay against a far wall in the central catacomb. Cirona turned him over and immediately dragged him down a more sheltered passageway. There she dimmed her glow and frantically dried off his face. She didn't know she was holding her breath until Argun finally coughed and began to breathe again. Dizzy, Cirona leaned down and pressed her forehead to his. "Oh, God, I thought I'd lost you," she whispered. Argun struggled to open his eyes, his whole body tensing with the effort, before he passed into unconsciousness again. The mermaid cradled his head and slipped her fingers across his throat to check his pulse. Before she could find it, her magic rose in a protective wave, shielding them with reflective water. "Use your swords to seek out every corner. Do not let her magic fool you," Nemeos shouted. Not all the guards had been washed out, and the evil warlock had remained unscathed. Soon she saw his dark magic lighting torches, and the remainder of his guards moving slowly through the still dripping passageway. "Just breathe," she whispered to Argun. He snapped from unconsciousness, coughing up great spurts of water, and struggled to inhale with long, rattling breaths. The dragon's black eyes focused on Cirona for a few seconds, and then blurred. "No! No!" Cirona cried out. She didn't care if the guards could hear her. "Come back to me!" A deep gash on Argun's head was seeping dark blood. It pooled on the ground as his head lolled to the side again. Cirona tore the sleeve from her dress and pressed it over the wound, but it was soon soaked through. The mermaid stopped to control her own shaky breathing before she carefully searched the dragon's human form for more injuries. The reflective wave that surrounded them slipped as she channeled her magic into healing. "Fine, we can take the secret passage again," she told Argun. "Hear me? I'll concede to your plan if you lead the way." Argun's eyelids fluttered, but he did not regain consciousness. Dark bruises appeared from where he'd been battered against the rock walls. Cirona smoothed her cool hands over them and tried to make them fade, but her magic was losing strength. Guards were working their way along the catacombs, jabbing their torches into any possible hiding place and sweeping their swords across the empty air. Her thin, reflective wave would not be able to hide them much longer. "Wake up, my dragon! Argun, please wake up," Cirona whispered. His body remained lifeless, his breath shallow and uneven. Cirona curled herself around him, and her tears overflowed. The magic she had surrounding them gave way as the mermaid fought off fear and despair. The dark shadows of the passageway closed in on them as she cried over Argun's prone figure. Then the light shifted. Balor, his ragged hood pulled up to hide him from the guards, slipped into the passageway and whispered, "There you are." Cirona tensed, the water around her suddenly as sharp as icicles. "We should never have followed you," she wept. Balor crouched over them, hiding them from the guards for a few more moments. Without a word, he pulled a small vial from his pocket and held it out to Cirona. She flashed a mistrustful look at the vagabond and then realized what he was doing. Quietly, he gathered her tears and formed them into a strong enchantment. The mermaid watched fiercely as Balor uncovered Argun's bloody head wound, but she did not interfere. This was old magic, neither light nor dark, and she felt the faint embers of hope as Balor turned her tears into a magical ointment. Silently, they spread the magic over the wounded dragon. Guards moved into the passageway in front of them, and it would only be a few more breaths before they saw Balor's ragged robe. Cirona, nurturing as much hope as she could, leaned down and kissed Argun on the forehead. That's when she saw the wound was gone. His eyes fluttered open. "Can we take the secret passage yet?" The mermaid's joy burst out like a hailstorm and drove the guards back. Together, with the help of the vagabond, Cirona and Argun escaped once more. Chapter 25. Cirona stopped and stamped her foot in the darkness. "Speak now, vagabond. We've left the guards far behind. Where are we going?" Balor turned around and swept into a low bow. The torch he carried flared, and the mermaid saw his haggard face. The dethroned king had led the warlock's men on a merry chase around the catacombs, survived the magic Cirona unleashed, and lived to gather her tears in order to save Argun's life. He looked tired and worried. but he still tried to smile. "Princess, I apologize. You will know you are safe soon enough," Balor said. Cirona peered into the darkness and noticed it wasn't as dense as before. There was the occasional whiff of wood smoke and a far-off rattling sound. "Are there people living down here?" "Come, we're almost there." Balor tugged Argun forward and forced Cirona to take a step. The weakened dragon stirred between them, but his head still hung low. Her first thought was thieves, and the worst kind of brigands. Men who would count the vagabond as one of their own. She stood firm in the rough-hewn tunnel and shook her head. "I need assurances. I have no reason to trust you." Balor pursed his lips, but bowed low again. He had saved Argun's life by gathering the mermaid's tears. He had led the guards away so they could escape. He had saved them from the evil warlock's grasp again. Cirona held firm to Argun and shook her head. "We won't go another step." The vagabond's eyes blazed with frustration, but his face was suddenly lit up by a knot of bobbing torches. Cirona tensed her run until she heard them singing. A slovenly but sober group of young men passed them in the tunnel with nothing more than polite nods, and one or two double-takes. They continued down the passage the way Balor was leading. The mermaid watched, wanting to make the right decision, as Argun was unable to speak for himself. Then she saw the young men illuminate a glass mosaic sign that read, "Citadel City." Balor noticed her thoughtful gaze. "It's called that because it rests directly under the tower itself, nearly 2 miles down, but right below." Argun's head lifted slightly at that, and Cirona had to concede. Wherever she was going, it was safer to be around other people. She sighed and moved ahead. "Can we escape notice there, or is it too small of an encampment?" The vagabond just chuckled and led the way. Argun's feet shuffled between them, but most of his weight hung heavy on their shoulders. Wherever they were going, he would have to rest soon, and Cirona needed to make sure he was safe. He couldn't die. Just the thought made tears spring to her eyes again. Her tears had healed his wounds. Cirona clung to that thought, the last 100 yards with Argun heavy on her side. She was just about to complain again when they rounded the corner and all of Citadel City appeared before her. All she could manage was, "Oh, holy shells!" Balor laughed, even as he tugged his hood farther over his eyes. "Careful, mermaid. It's a big city, but everyone is very familiar with each other's business." Cirona noticed the keen looks as they ducked below the blazing wall sconces. The city was lit by a series of bonfires and mirrors, creating an effect both bright and full of crisscrossing shadows. People's faces seemed to change from one patch of firelight to the next. The city itself was a large pit with catacombs caves dug in off a central staircase. The staircase itself served as a winding market, with wares displayed across the steps or hung over the edge in large baskets. As they descended the stairs into the lower layers of the city, Cirona noticed some caves were actually labyrinthial tunnels. They paused at the entrance to one such passage, and a slim shadow detached from the wall in front of them. "My lord," the shadow said, "it is as you said." Cirona did not like the bored certainty in the young pale man's voice, as if Balor had predicted their very state. The thought nagged at her, but her back was aching, and Argun needed safety. "We need privacy," she commanded the pale man. He pursed his thin lips, but nodded and led the way to a private chamber. Cirona had taken careful stock of every twist and turn. She was certain the smallest wave would knock the pale man clear. So when they hauled Argun's saggy body into the small room, she quickly bustled everyone else outside and yanked closed the heavy curtain. "If there's one thing I've learned from you, dragon, it's that we'll figure everything out as it comes," Cirona whispered. She dropped to her knees and cradled Argun's head in her lap. His wounds were healed, but his body had fallen into a deep unconsciousness. She watched and waited as he finally relaxed into a healing slumber, and from there swam his way back up from the depths to consciousness. "You learned something from me?" he asked, while his eyes were still blurry. Cirona beamed down at him. "And you weren't as far gone as I thought?" Argun smiled, but it turned to a sorrowful grimace. "I'm sorry, Cirona. You should be free under the waves by now." The mermaid looked sadly at her human legs, but joked, "We're so deep underground we must be below sea level." The dragon's intense black gaze locked onto her. "I should have listened to you long before it came to this. I'm sorry, Cirona. Forgive me." "Forgive you?" Cirona scoffed. "How can I forgive the soul who has saved me countless times since we met?" Argun squirmed and then winced, as his still aching muscles protested. "You have returned the honour more times than make it even." The mermaid primly refused the compliment and changed the subject. "I often thought the myths were overblown. Dragons were always so fearless and so determined. I thought they only existed in fairy tales." She brushed Argun's dark hair out of his eyes and smiled into those deep black pools. "Now all I can do is marvel at your courage. You took on that beast." A violent shudder cut off her compliment, and Argun clasped her hands tight. "It's behind us, Cirona. We're already past it." He struggled to sit up so he could assure her. The brave mermaid's shoulders quaked with her effort to be strong. Though once they were face to face, a deep calm fell over her whole body. Argun's heart was missing, but he could still feel the waves of warmth and relief flowing from Cirona. "Are you really healed?" Her question was so loaded with hope that she had to whisper. Argun stretched out his arms, flexed his muscles, and rolled his weighty shoulders back and forth. He nodded. "I feel as well rested as when we first woke in those cages." A helpless burble of laughter escaped Cirona's lips. She was too tired to control her emotions any more, and confessed to Argun, "I have never seen a creature as brave as you. You faced that conjuration, that monstrous alligator, without flinching. And if I live to see another year, there won't be a single day that goes by that I don't recount the bravery of dragons." Argun's back bowed under the weight of Cirona's compliment. With bended head, he made his own confession. "But it wasn't bravery that spurred me to face that monster." "The need to vanquish the warlock, then?" Cirona asked. The dragon shot her a smouldering look, and then felt his eyes drop again. "No, it was fear." "Impossible!" Cirona scoffed. "You took it on with nothing but your human form and a rock." The corners of Argun's mouth lifted slightly. "I knew I had a tsunami maker behind me." Cirona shook her head. "What they say about dragons' courage is not mythology at all, but fact." "It was fear, Cirona." Argun's voice was louder than he intended. He took a deep breath and continued in a rush. "It was fear of losing you. I could not watch that evil magic devour you. I had to save you from it, even if I would die." "You almost did." Cirona's voice was soft in comparison with his agitated tones. "You almost died because of the spell I cast." Argun moved closer and caught Cirona's face in both hands. He made her look him in the eye and said, "You saved me, Cirona, more times and in more ways than I think I can count." He silenced whatever protest she might make with a swift kiss. Her surprised eyes took a long moment to close, but as soon as his lips murmured against hers, her eyelids dropped. The kiss overtook her need for other senses. All she needed was Argun's lips tasting hers. The dragon pulled back from the kiss sharply. "Apologies! I shouldn't have. How could you have wanted me to? I'm sorry." Before Cirona could even blink open her eyes, Argun changed his mind. He pulled the mermaid tight into his lap and tipped her chin so they were nose to nose. "I have hope, but I'm worried about seeing the sun again," Argun confessed. Cirona nodded, her nose brushing the tip of his in a way that sent fire smouldering in her stomach. "We'll survive as long as we can."
"Yes, so I have to tell you, you have to know, you have to feel what I feel for you," Argun said.
He dropped his lips down for a kiss, fully expecting the mermaid to stop him, when Cirona drew her arms around his neck and pressed closer to his chest. He claimed her mouth in another smouldering kiss. She melted like honey, her sweet body moulding to the muscles of his chest, her lips so delicious he was dizzy with their taste. "Where are we?" he asked. They paused a feather's breadth apart and smiled between kissing. Cirona thought of the city with its spiralling staircase and the dark miles it would take to reach the surface. Then she caught the galloping rhythm of her own heartbeat. A surge of energy one of the dragon's kisses gave her made all of Citadel City seem like matchsticks. "We're safe. We won't be disturbed," she said. Argun's arms tightened around Cirona's back, and he kissed her breathless before leaning back again. "You should rest. I'll keep watch." Cirona shook her head, her long coral hair coming loose. The loud market sounds outside, the busy footsteps, and the monotonous tones of the vagabond instructing his pale servant made her feel safe and sheltered, and Argun's muscular arms made her want to test the freedoms of their momentary peace and protection. She finally shook out all her long tresses. The coral strands were tangled but curled invitingly along her body. Argun couldn't breathe, but all he cared about was the waves of fire surging through his body. Not only did he feel healed, but he knew somehow that Cirona was the source. One touch of her cool skin along his, and his blood began to sizzle. The fire of his passion was more healing than any other spell the mermaid could have cast. "I don't think I would be anything without you," Argun whispered against Cirona's bare neck. "You have become the very fire inside me." There, in the vast bustle of the underground city, they kissed until the bright fire inside consumed them both. Only when they both felt healed and whole did they dare sleep and dream of how to defeat their foe together. Chapter 26. His shadow swept across the waves again. The mermaid shivered as the cold memory overtook her dream. She would never forget how Argun's wide wings had sliced across the waves. A dragon in her kingdom. It was an affront, a break in diplomacy, and she raced to set the dragon straight. In the depths of her subconscious, Cirona could admit that curiosity spurred her on more than law. Dragons did not fly so low over the mermaid kingdom. Their sacred coral castle was only a few fathoms below. She could have sent the royal guard, but the morning's lessons had been long and boring. The sweep and slice of his wings made her want to race along the waves and test herself against the magnificent creature. "Cirona, look!" Her sister's sharp warning jarred Cirona even in her slumber. The dream changed colours, plunging into sinister shades as her memory was mixed with her subconscious mind's fears. Shadows darted after the dragon, pecking at him like crows after a bird of prey. Something was wrong. Cirona felt the clutch in her chest again as the dream rolled through the memory. Who knew that was the moment she would meet Argun? Cirona swam faster than her sisters. She was the first one to feel the splash, the first one to see the man sinking below the waves. "Human! Don't touch him!" Her sister's sonic calls reached her, but Cirona could not help herself. She had to catch him. She had to pull him back from the abyss. Something about his dark, shaggy hair, the square cut of his chin. Cirona simply could not let him drown. How had a human survived the dragon's flight? In her sleep, Cirona again pulled Argun to the surface. She scanned the clouds for the dragon, but the arrogant beast and the shadow hounding it were gone. They floated on the surface, arms clasped in a tight embrace. The dream let Cirona avoid the warlock's flashing spell, but it did not let her hold on to Argun. Their embrace changed as she remembered their kiss, and Cirona again pressed herself close to the dragon's human chest. It was hollow. She felt the dull echo in response to her own racing heart. The dragon's heart was gone. He turned to onyx, too heavy for the water, and Cirona dreamed that he slipped through her fingers and sank down, down, out of sight. Even a mermaid could sound the depths where he had fallen. Cirona woke with a start. 3 panicked breaths later she remembered where she was, miles below the tower in Citadel City. The small chamber in the bustling underground city was a safe haven. She could hear the voices of passing peasants outside, and their overheard comments about the price of potatoes was soothing. Cirona lay back on the empty sacks they had made into a bed and took a deep breath. Then she reached out and discovered Argun was gone. Cirona sat up, clutching a rough sack to her body. She quickly strained to listen to the voices outside. Was Argun strolling through the marketplace with Balor? Or had the fallen king betrayed them? No, she could hear Balor's low tones. She'll find out soon enough. There's no need to wake her. Is the mermaid really that powerful? Balor's pale servant asked. Her magic needs protection, Balor said. Cirona didn't feel powerful or magical. Her muscles felt weak as she curled her still human knees to her chest and hugged them. She sat on the floor a few minutes more before the truth became clear. Argun had left her behind. How could he? New fears froze her in place. The dragon had been so tender. Cirona could still remember the soft frown on his face when he admitted his fears revolved around her. The mighty Argun had been afraid because of her. Losing her or seeing her hurt had driven him to one of the bravest acts Cirona had ever seen. It would be easier to believe it had all been a lie. Cirona could leave angry and head straight for the shore. The only trouble was that she knew better. Argun's heart had been taken, but she had felt his true fire. Cirona scrambled to her feet. Her human form was weakening, and scales scratched her here and there on her bare legs, but her own fear drove away the discomfort. Argun had left her behind to protect her. He had gone on without her, because he loved her. She ripped back the heavy curtain that closed in the private chamber and saw the pale servant jump. Balor, on the other hand, did not seem surprised to see her, or her bright anger. "It is better this way, Princess." Balor's ragged hood was pushed back from his face, and he was in earnest. "We must get you to the ocean, so that the other kingdoms know what is happening here. The others must be warned." Cirona knew it was the logical approach, but she refused to accept her orders. Argun had made the decision out of fear of seeing her get hurt, and she would not let their bond become a tactical error. The dragon was weakened, and he could not face the warlock alone. "Without his heart?" Cirona was so upset she could not get a full sentence out. Balor nodded. "I understand, Princess, but Argun is a formidable warrior, with or without his ability to shift into dragon form." Cirona pounded on her chest. "But what about mine?" "Nemio is after your soul, Cirona. We cannot risk him having both a mermaid soul and a dragon heart," Balor reminded her. She shook her head. Balor didn't understand, and Cirona wasn't certain she could admit what the dragon now meant to her. They had shared so much the night before. She and Argun had formed a bond that reached across race, tradition, and magic. It was something new and precious, and she would do anything to see it preserved. "I'm going after him." Balor stopped her, his arm surprisingly strong under his ragged robe. "I can't let you do that, princess." The mermaid shot him a fathomless look. "Then tell me where he went. He must have shared his plans with you, that you would act so certain." He hesitated, his arm still raised to stop her, and then sighed. "What you suspect is the truth. Argun went to the castle. He does not plan to confront Nemio, but to wait until the warlock's guard is down, and then steal back the dragon heart." "And you told him the way to the castle?" Cirona looked up at the spiralling levels of Citadel City. Somewhere in that hive of catacombs and tunnels was the path the dragon was now on. Balor nodded. "I gave him a map so he would not get lost. But you will show me the way." It was a command in Cirona's most royal tones. Balor hitched his ragged hood back over his head before he shook it. "No, princess. I will show you the way to the sea." Her temper flared. "Is that what the dragon told you? He dared to command not only you, but me?" The fallen king held up both hands to try and appease her. "We need your magic to remain safe. The best way to help Argun now is to get to the sea and send a message to your kind." Cirona plaited her long coral hair into a thick braid and tucked it underneath a dusty handkerchief. "I will not be coddled like a baby seal. Take me the way you sent Argun. Now!" Balor's jaw flexed, but he nodded. They began a slow ascent past the market stalls. Here and there Cirona caught a glimpse of families huddled in the tight caves, and children playing on the wide, spiralling steps. The people had to hide from the evil warlock, burying their desperate lives deep in the ground so they could continue. She felt the weight of the tower crushing down on them all, and tears blurred her eyes. Tears that could heal a dragon's wounds. Cirona had to get to Argun. She couldn't let him go into battle alone, especially a battle that would save so many lives. "Maybe he just wants all the glory," she muttered to herself. Cirona felt a sudden stab of doubt. What if the dragon had clouded her judgment with his soft words and his sensual caresses? Had she been made a fool? Perhaps it would be wiser for her to get to the shore. Deep in thought, Cirona followed Balor, without concentrating on the labyrinthal twists and turns. As long as they climbed upwards, she knew she would reach the surface. The tower could be seen from anywhere in the walled-in city, and Cirona knew she would find the dragon there. She just hoped she reached him before he faced the evil warlock again. "I've heard that tune before," Balor said. "An old sea shanty that sailors used to sing as they loaded their ships." Cirona stopped in the cave-like passage. She had been singing without realizing it, and now that Balor recognized the tune, she felt a cold wave wash over her. The song that had risen unbidden to her lips was something her mother used to sing. The Mermaid Queen claimed the song was the ocean's own call. "We're going the wrong way," Cirona said. Balor stopped, the slump of his shoulders telling her she was right. "Please think, princess. You need to get back to the water." The moisture around them had a slight tang of seawater, and she breathed it in as she stood rooted in indecision. There was truth to what Balor had said. If Cirona reached the shore, she could tell her kind of the building threat. An army could surface to face the evil warlock. She could bring a wave of soldiers to save Argun and restore his heart. At the very least, Cirona could get close enough to the shore to gather seawater. She could make a vessel of her palms and enchant the water to connect her with her mother. Scrying, a form of divination that used reflections, was sacred to mermaids, and her message would be heard. "It's not much further," Balor lied. Cirona could feel the waves on the shore calling to her, their voices faint and still miles away. She shook her head. "I can't." "Princess, please. You have to think of the greater battle." Balor moved to block the return passage. Water spurted up in dancing shoots around Cirona's knees as she narrowed her eyes at the fallen king. "I cannot leave him." He swore he would return to Citadel City if he was unable to reclaim his heart without a battle, Balor said. "He made me swear you would be swimming fathoms deep if that time ever came." Cirona shook her head again and raised her water magic higher. "I will not continue to the sea, and I will not return to the underground city. You will take me the way you sent Argun, or draw me a map." Balor scowled. The disgraced king was humble, but he was not without his own power. The dark magic that had cost him his kingdom was still in his head, and he could try to use it to subdue the stubborn mermaid. Then he remembered the swirling wave that had defeated the warlock's conjuration. The mermaid's magic would increase the closer she came to the waves, and he was already powerless to stop her. Finally, Balor bowed his head. "I will take you to the tower. We will find the dragon together." Cirona nodded sharply and passed Balor back the way they had come. Water rushed along the passage at her feet, and the fallen king had no choice but to follow. Chapter 27. "Beyond this corner is the hidden chamber of the throne room," Balor said. He and Cirona crouched near a bright sliver in the stone wall. She leaned closer to the sliver and peeked into the hidden chamber. It was more of a cavern than a room, and the domed roof was supported by large, intricately carved pillars. "More of your bloodline's illustrious victories?" she asked the fallen king. Balor shook his head. "Centuries ago, this was the ceremonial meeting room of the great magical clans." Cirona eyed the intimidating height of the pillars again, and then squared her shoulders. "Past this room is the stairs to the tower?" "This is the base, Princess. If Argun is hunting the warlock, it is for certain he passed this way," Balor said. Cirona nodded and slipped around the corner, out from the secret passage, and made her way into the cavernous room. She cautiously approached the first massive pillar and looked up at the impressive carving. The smooth marble had been etched into leaves and branches, broken apart into great legs, and the body of a wooden warrior. "Dryads," Balor explained in a whisper. "Tree warriors from the ancient kingdoms." Each of the great magical clans was represented in the cavernous room. Cirona continued on, making sure to stay in the long shadows cast by the pillars. Faint light filtered down from small windows. She calculated those thin window openings were part of the baseboard of the more elaborate throne room above. "Kraken," she noted as they passed another massive pillar. "And mermaid," Balor pointed out. The mermaid statue was female, rising nearly 40 feet into the air and armed with a sharp trident. Cirona tipped her head to study her clan's pillar. There was something familiar about the face she saw, perhaps an ancient relative, and Cirona wondered how long it had been since her kind had stepped within those walls. She opened her mouth to ask Balor about the last time the clans met, but he cut her off with a sharp gesture. "Voices," he whispered. They crouched down at the stone mermaid's gigantic tail fins. Faintly, at the far end of the great room, were voices arguing in clipped, harsh tones. "Argun!" Cirona scuttled forward along the pillar's wide shadow. Balor raced to catch up with her at the hooked claws of the dragon pillar. "I hear the warlock too," he cautioned her. Cirona frowned and shook off Balor's restraining hand. If Argun was facing the evil warlock, she wanted to make sure she was close enough to aid him. As the voices grew louder, she could no longer sit still. The mermaid burst out from behind the towering dragon pillar, just in time to see Nemeo fire an acidic green orb at Argun's face. A wild spray disintegrated the orb and splashed to the floor between the two opponents. "Ah, and you said she wouldn't come." Nemeo laughed, and the hollow sound bounced around the cavernous room in an ominous echo. "I'm so glad you could join us, Princess Cirona." "This is between us, Warlock." Argun's face was contorted somewhere between joy at the sight of Cirona and terror as Nemio turned towards her. "Leave her alone." "I wouldn't dare lay a hand on her," Nemio boasted. Instead, he rubbed his hands together until a sickly green magic began to form and expand. "In fact, why don't we let your ancient ancestors in on the fun?" The green cloud of dark magic drifted quickly across the stone floor and up the pillars of the mermaid and dragon clans. The marble groaned, then cracked, and came loose in gigantic shards as the statues began to move. The dragon's wings beat a dust cloud into the great room and obscured the warlock from both Argun and Cirona. "You shouldn't have come." Argun dove through the dust clouds to grab Cirona's hand. "I wanted you to be safe in the sea by now." Cirona pulled him back around the base of the dragon pillar before the huge clawed foot stepped down. "How many times will you underestimate me, dragon?" As if to answer her question, the mermaid statue pierced the stone floor 10 feet away with its enormous triton. Cirona kicked at the sharp stones before the statue could pull them loose, and she succeeded in breaking 2 of the triton's tips off. The mermaid statue yanked back the weapon and lifted it high for another strike. "Move!" Argun yelled. He pulled her back close to his side. "Leave the rock piles to crumble on their own. We cannot lose sight of the warlock." Cirona nodded and let loose a volley of phosphorant waves that lit up even the densest patches of marble dust. They hunted the warlock through the dim light as the pillar statues crashed and stomped around them. "Balor!" Cirona cried. Argun gave a stiff grin. "I knew he'd have no choice but to bring you here himself." The fallen king was nowhere to be seen, and Cirona began to worry they had been led into a trap. Then she spied him along the far edge of the wall. He was inching his way along in an attempt to surprise the warlock from behind. "How about we clear this dust so the real show can begin?" Nemio cackled again, and a burst of light from his staff dispersed the heavy marble dust. The next burst was acidic green again, and aimed directly at Cirona. Argun blocked her, crying out when the dark magic burned his shoulder. Her eyes still stung from the dust, so Cirona was able to swipe her face and gather enough tears to soothe his hurt. Then they ran together to find shelter behind the enormous troll pillar at the far end of the room. Nemio pursued them, unaware of his fallen mentor creeping along behind him. The evil warlock twirled his staff, and the dragon's tail lashed out at his command. The troll pillar collapsed, its bulbous nose almost crushing Argun and Cirona as they ran hand in hand. "Don't worry, princess. No harm will come to you until I have extracted your soul." Nemio's cheerful assurance echoed as the enormous mermaid statue slapped down her long tail and stopped their escape. The look on Argun's face twisted Cirona's heart. Her safety was the very thing that worried him, and it was all her fault. Had she gone to the shore, there would already be help on the way. But now there was a very real possibility the battle would end, and they would be buried in the rubble undiscovered for centuries. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come." Cirona pressed herself close to Argun and then pushed away. "We have to split up." "No, I have to keep you safe." Argun refused to let go of her hand. She slipped from his grasp. "And I have to help you retrieve your heart." Argun followed the way the mermaid's eyes swept over the statue's crushing tail fins. Just beyond where the marble statue writhed, the ceiling was lower. If she could draw the warlock there, then the marble statues would not be able to follow, and the fight would be on even terms again. Argun pulled Cirona close, and she thought he was going to lecture her on battle tactics again. Instead, he pressed his lips to hers, with a promise stronger than words. Argun hefted the troll pillar's broken nose and heaved it at the mermaid statue. It landed with a reverberating crash and crushed the tail fins right off the marble pillar. As the enormous mermaid struggled to bring her broken tail around, Cirona darted underneath.
A hollow creature like you will never be able to touch my soul, Cirona shouted to Nemio. The warlock commanded the pillars to stop their destruction long enough for him to follow Cirona's running feet. I'm sorry, Princess, but your plan will not work. That fountain ran dry over a century ago. Cirona realized the rounded wall she was running towards was, in fact, an empty fountain, and her heart splashed with joy. No matter how long the water had gone, or how far it had retreated, she could call it back. And this time the only thing she would flood was Nemio's lungs. She skidded to a crouch behind the wall of the fountain and pressed her palms to the stone floor. Cirona could already feel moisture pulsing towards her. Rainwater seeped down the walls into the great room, and from far away came the gurgle of the swelling spring. Not breaking her gathering magic, Cirona peeked over the edge of the fountain again. It did not matter that Nemio strode towards her, or that the marble statues had swung to life again. All she wanted to see was Argun. Balor was closer, still clinging to the shadows of the wall, but she couldn't see the dragon anywhere. Suddenly, the monstrous dragon pillar stamped its claws down, cracking the stone floor. Argun appeared out from underneath the statue's legs and sprinted clear of the crushing stones. Cirona held her breath as he darted past the dragon pillar's lashing tail. Even Nemio turned to see Argun's impressive run. Your human form is quite adept, dragon. Too bad it will be the shape you die in. Nemio raised his staff again until Cirona pelted him with razor-sharp hail. She'd wasted valuable magic, but Argun was still alive and getting closer every second. Soon they would have the warlock surrounded. Mermaid! Nemio howled in anger. It was unclear whether he was summoning the gigantic pillar or cursing Cirona. She peeked out from behind the statue, just in time to see the marble mermaid dive across the floor and block Argun with her mighty triton. It crashed to the floor with a quake that shook the entire room. The rest of the pillars began to crumble, and the arch ceiling looked ready to collapse. Please, please, fountain, fill again, Cirona chanted as she called as much water magic to her as she could. Argun struggled to evade the enormous mermaid, as it used both its tail and triton to stop his path, no matter which way he turned. Come on then, rock. Can't you crush me? Again Cirona held her breath, as the evil warlock laughed and raised his staff aloft. With pleasure, he called to Argun. The mermaid statue swung its tail around one more time and raised it high into the air. Argun crouched, ready to spring out of the way. But Cirona saw the hard set of his jaw. The dragon did not intend to run this time. He would face the marble mermaid until he had crushed her stone weapons to dust. Panic rose in Cirona's throat, and she swallowed hard. If she couldn't control her fear, then she would never be able to gather enough water magic to stop the marble monstrosities. Still, her heart wobbled and stumbled as Argun barely evaded one ground-shaking hit after another. The mermaid statue was covered in jagged cracks, but still attacked again and again. "Argun, please run!" Cirona cried. She stood up to show her hands surging with water magic. They looked at each other across the great room. Cirona felt her soul reach out to Argun, and there was a surge in her magic, more powerful than anything she had ever felt before. Now she was certain she could destroy the marble monsters and wash the evil warlock's staff right out of his hands at the same time. All she needed to do was catch hold of Argun's hand, and he would survive the tidal wave of her magic unscathed. Argun understood. He leapt over the rubble and ran towards her, but he was not fast enough. The ancient mermaid statue threw its full weight to the ground, and he was lost under the crumbling rock. Chapter 28. The wave of fear that flooded through Cirona doubled her magic. Argun had fallen beneath the crush and crumble of the gigantic mermaid statue, but Cirona was certain he still lived. She could feel him.
She could save him. Suddenly, her water magic exploded into billions of particles. The mermaid's element expanded and lifted the rubble over Argun's fallen body. Great chunks of marble sat precariously on top of minuscule water droplets. Cirona focused all her energy on holding the crushed rocks back as she searched frantically for the dragon. Argun shifted, but did not stand. Cirona could see his muscles flexing, his human form struggling to get up, but he was too weakened from the fight. Her magic wouldn't hold much longer. The dragon statue continued to cough out dusty roars and slash its great tail across the floor. Each swing burst the water droplets into spray. Cirona turned her back on the monstrous statue and concentrated. "Argun, wake up! Please wake up!" she called. The dragon pushed himself up to sitting, but his arms shook with the effort. Then he brushed back his dark, shaggy hair and noticed the floating marble above him. A piece of the mermaid statue's tail hung above him. The water droplets holding it up shimmered as Cirona's focus shook. The marble fin must have weighed near 500 pounds, and the realization fired Argun to his feet. "Watch out!" the dragon shouted. Cirona frowned. The last thing she needed was Argun's doubt. "You're fine, dragon. Just move." Argun charged through the droplets, moving fast enough to create a fine mist, and massive chunks of the mermaid statue crashed back to the floor behind him. He bellowed as he ran. "Not me! You! Behind you!" Cirona turned to see the dragon statue's marble tail swinging towards them. "No!" The mermaid's terrified yell pulled all the water magic to her. Argun dove for her as the monstrous tail swept the last few feet. The room went dim around them as Cirona's magic swallowed them in a dense bubble. The dragon statue hit with the force of a 30-foot wave, and the concept of up and down was gone. The world was nothing but a tumbling wall of water around their tightly enlaced fingers. Argun and Cirona splashed down outside the tower walls. They both gasped for air on the courtyard stones. Behind them, the dragon statue tore at the hole they'd left in the thick stone wall. "We're safe for now," Cirona panted. The monstrous columns were too large to escape the inner chambers. Argun shook his head and pulled Cirona to her feet. "We're too exposed." Their only choice was to race back towards the tower and slip through the great doors into the throne room. The chamber of columns was hidden from the throne room by thick stones, but they instantly heard the dragon's tail begin to beat on the far side of the wall. "You want to hide?" Cirona was shocked. The dragon shook his head. "I want you to hide. That magic. You saved my life, but you must be exhausted." Cirona yanked her arm away from Argun. "I don't need to run away. If you can still stand, then I can still fight." They didn't have a chance to argue. The warlock himself slipped through the small secret passage and into the throne room. One tap from his staff, and the heavy iron lanterns dropped from the ceiling. Cirona and Argun ran to avoid the falling metal, and they got separated. Enchanted by Nemio, the iron lanterns became large black snakes. Argun kicked one back and discovered they burst into rust on contact. Every muscle and nerve in his human form ached, but he battled his way to where he'd last seen Cirona. Suddenly, all the black snakes fell back to iron. Argun froze, knowing full well that Nemio's magic had found a new focus. He scanned the throne room and found the mermaid again. Cirona had scrambled to the throne itself, hoping the large seat would shelter her from the falling iron lanterns. It had kept her from getting hit, but the raised dais on which the throne stood had made her an easy target for Nemio to find. The evil warlock had dropped the enchanted iron as soon as he saw her. Now the mermaid was caught in a paralyzing spell. Nemio muttered and cast as he marched towards her, and a long, misty arm appeared. "No!" Argun was too far away. He stumbled and leapt over the twisted iron, but he couldn't reach Cirona in time. "Don't worry, dragon. I won't hurt her.
You know from experience that extraction is not painful," Nemio called out across the throne room.
"Don't touch her!"
Argun's rage amplified his voice, and it rattled the broken iron all around him. The warning did not stop Nemio. The long, misty arm reached into Cirona's chest. It dug deeper than her heart and clutched at something bigger and brighter. Argun scrambled to close the distance, but even he stopped as the misty arm extracted Cirona's soul. "There!" Nemio dropped the mermaid as he claimed his prize. Argun raced the last few feet and caught Cirona before she fell to the ground. "No! Open your eyes, Cirona! Stay with me!" The mermaid shifted in his arms, and her eyelids fluttered open. Cirona looked up at Argun with blank, soulless eyes. A black rage gripped Argun, darker and more powerful than he had ever felt before. He shook with it as he helped Cirona to her feet. Then he turned to focus all his anger on the evil warlock. Nemio held the mermaid's soul in one hand and taunted Argun with the stolen prize. "There is nothing you can do now, dragon. My sorcery will be unstoppable." Argun shook with rage and revenge, but he held himself in check. Behind Nemio a shadow detached from the wall and revealed Balor. The ragged king had used his deep knowledge of the tower to stay hidden, and now he was posed to attack the warlock from behind. "You may have stolen my heart, warlock, but you will never have Cirona's soul," Argun said through gritted teeth. "I will make sure of that." He took 2 threatening steps towards Nemio. The evil warlock chuckled. "Dragons never know when they're defeated. Such an arrogant race." Balor raised one hand, armed with a jagged rock, and cracked Nemio on the head. Despite all his powers, the warlock was still human and stumbled to his knees under the blow. Argun swept Cirona into his arms and sheltered her behind the throne as the men grappled. The staff was in Balor's hand, and with a bright flash of magic, he reclaimed the dragon's heart. Nemio hissed with frustration and held Cirona's soul aloft. An arrow of unfiltered magic shot towards Balor, and the ragged man had no choice but to use Argun's heart to defend himself. One muttered spell unleashed a whip of dragon's fire, and Nemio was forced to retreat. Argun cheered, but Cirona's eyes were still flat and lifeless. Then the dragon noticed Balor's face. Their ally, their saviour, changed in front of his eyes. Just one spell, one small hint of magic and power, and the ragged king was unable to resist his old temptations. He'd been forced to use magic to defend himself, but now he could not put it down. Balor raised the warlock's staff and prepared to defeat Nemio with relish. "He's lost," Cirona noted flatly. "There's still good in him. We'll find it," Argun said. He held Cirona closer as her words chilled him. The mermaid was right. Balor grinned as he fired from the dragon heart again. Nemio scrambled to avoid the masterful spell. "You fools!" Nemio screamed. "You have no idea the destruction you have brought on us all." His voice shook with fear. The wicked warlock scurried across the throne room floor, running in fear of his old master. Balor fired from the staff again, but his protégé still had the mermaid soul to defend himself. "Such potential, such power is wasted on you," Balor called out. "You'll be stripped of your magic and more." Gone was the soft voice of the vagabond and the humbled face of the fallen king. Balor was lost to the temptations of power, and he held the magical staff aloft again. One more blazing spell, and he knocked Cirona's soul free from the warlock's grasp. The bright orb flashed across the room and into the staff. Argun cheered. "Now, vagabond, return our powers, and I will take care of the rest." Balor turned and blinked slowly. The staff shook, barely able to contain the power it now held.
The ragged king gripped it with both hands, and a sharp look of pain crossed his face. "He's lost," Cirona said again. Argun didn't want to believe it, but there was no denying the power had changed Balor from ally into enemy. Chapter 29. Nemeo was forced into a far corner of the throne room, with Balor bearing down on him. Argun pulled Cirona along with him as he called out to the ragged king, "Balor, restore what is mine!" The evil warlock responded with a low chuckle. His eyes never left his enemy, as Nemeo said, "He can't let go of it now. That kind of power has control over those that wield it." "Except the original possessors," Cirona said. Argun cringed as the mermaid's voice still sounded flat and lifeless. He focused his anger and fear on the human in front of him. Balor had let dark magic overtake his kingdom once before, and he had lost everything. Would he really let himself be lost to its dark pull again? The ragged king's hand shook as he lugged the staff along the stone floor in pursuit of Nemeo. He struggled for breath as if the effort was against more than just the distance. "I'll give it back, dragon, after he is defeated," Balor said. "It's already got him," Nemeo taunted. "We can help you. He'll be no more in minutes, I promise, after I am restored," Argun told Balor. He gnashed his teeth at Nemeo, despite still being stuck in human form. "I'll make sure he drowns, slowly," Cirona added. Nemeo's laugh was higher than before and short. "The mermaid is ruthless without a soul. Any other dragon would think she was an improvement." Argun snarled. "I won't lift a finger to help you, warlock." The dragon had to content himself with watching Balor stalk their enemy. After all, Balor had something to prove, and the warlock had been his loyal assistant once. Argun could understand how the ragged king didn't want anyone standing in the way of him and Nemeo. His chest ached where his heart was missing, but Argun had to think strategically. "You're saving your energy to attack Balor as soon as Nemeo is down," Cirona said. She came to stand next to him, eagerly watching Balor for signs of a strike. "You think he'll give us back our powers?" Argun asked. The mermaid shook her head. "No, the power had control the minute the human touched the staff." "I wonder what the other you would have said," Argun muttered. Cirona narrowed her eyes at Argun. "You're heartless, and yet you continue on. I never doubted you would continue on. Why am I different?" "You would have hoped before. With your soul intact, you would have seen a way that was possible for Balor's good to pull through," Argun said. The mermaid blinked back sudden tears. "You're right. I sound different even to myself." Cirona pressed a hand to her mouth as she tried to come to grips with the gaping hole inside her. Argun, heartless as he was, still remembered to wrap one arm around her as they watched Balor make his final approach. "You'll lose the people if you kill me outright," Nemeo cried. "They'll come around." Balor paused for a moment and then reconsidered. "Though the people should hear about my reappearance from your own lips." Having decided, Balor sent a shockwave from his staff through the stone floor. Nemeo crashed to his knees and desperately tried to scratch a sigil into the dust. He muttered a spell, but it fizzled out as Balor's power formed a bright glow around him. "Perhaps a cage right here in the throne room," Balor chuckled, "like a parrot for all the people to hear." He gripped the staff with both hands, and the wood groaned with the widening stream of magic he conjured. Cage bars formed all around Nemeo, dark magic created to deflect all magic, and the warlock knelt in the centre, defeated. "There, it is done." Argun stepped forward. "Now is the time, Balor, before it is too late." The ragged king gave the dragon and mermaid a pained look. "You're right. I cannot handle much more, but I must try to repair the damage done to the tower. Its fall would mean many innocent lives." "He'll always sound reasonable," Cirona said. "He'll always keep the magic for himself." Argun tried to stamp down his own feelings of powerlessness and remain reasonable himself. He could not attack Balor and expect to live. Both he and Cirona were too weak to fight physically. They had no choice but to hope the human overcame his own temptations and did the right thing. They followed him across the throne room and then into the wreckage of the ancient columned hall. Cirona shuddered as they passed the outstretched tail of the mermaid. She had seen it almost crush Argun, and it felt as if her life might be squashed out with it. The fear she felt passing the monstrous mermaid column stopped her breath. "It's all right," Argun said. He squeezed her hand encouragingly. Cirona was thankful, but more for the fear than his comfort. Feeling afraid reassured her that she could still feel. There was a cold gap inside her that she couldn't quite pinpoint, but the pain of the void radiated everywhere. She was trying to put one human foot in front of the other, and, like Argun, continue on despite her detriment. Every step felt false, but she was relieved her feelings were still intact. The mermaid looked down where her fingers were laced with Argun's, and felt a warm rush in her heart heal some of her strangeness. She loved him, and could think about nothing else but getting his heart back, and hoping he would feel the same. Balor used the staff to reform the mermaid statue and replace the dragon column. He carefully checked the foundations. It was true that none of his careful repairs would have happened without magic. It would have taken near centuries for humans to set right all the destruction alone. Argun stopped at sweeping the floor. "Enough, Balor. The structure is sound, and you can spend the next 100 years in here, safely polishing the floor. Now you must return our powers." The ragged king nodded, and made agreeable sounds all the while, as he led them back into the throne room. Stunned guards stood slack-jawed, and then dove into deep bows at the sight of their once-lost king. Word went quickly through the kingdom that the evil warlock was caged, and that their king had returned. "They will not all remember me kindly," Balor said. "That fight is yours, and you must face it with your own gifts, not what was taken from us," Argun said. The ragged king was given a long sapphire robe made of velvet. He nodded again. "You are right, as always, dragon, but they will not bother any of us tonight. There will be too much to sort out." Argun stepped forward to block the king's way. "So you'll have a night to plan your next moves. We'll be on our way, whole." "Rest, dragon. Tend to the mermaid. We will talk in the morning," King Balor said. He left the throne room with a tight throng of curious guards. Cirona had to pull Argun free of his deadly imaginings. "We have no choice. He's not going anywhere, and we know wherever he is, our magic will be close by." The dragon had to agree. There was a lot of logic in taking a night for their physical bodies to recover, but every fibre of Argun's body cried out for his heart. He knew Cirona felt the same as he saw her flat eyes blink and cast around, searching for what she had lost. King Balor led the way to the castle. Argun and Cirona walked a ways behind him as droves of curious peasants flooded into the tower square. Some screamed, some cried out with joy, but all followed him along. His return had to mean better things than the dark days Nemio had brought on. "You must have exaggerated your departure," Argun said to the king. "They do not seem opposed to having you as their king again." King Balor chuckled. "They really don't care who sits in these halls, as long as there is food in the markets." Cirona bristled despite being soulless. "They deserve someone who cares about their opinion." "And I will." Balor's eyes were drawn to the magic glow of the staff. He held up Cirona's soul, and the light became unbearable.
though I'm sure I can make them see the light of my choices." "It's rotting you from the inside," Cirona said. "Soon I won't be the only one with a missing soul." Balor chuckled, his eyes looking wild and pained. "I made so many mistakes the first time. I recounted them myself. Every night I was the vagabond. I won't make those mistakes again." The mermaid shook her head. "There was only one mistake, and you've already made it again." "I can control it!" Balor's voice took on a sharp edge, and the peasants all widened the path around him. Argun laid a hand on Cirona's arm. "Perhaps you were right about us resting." She scoffed at Balor. "The only mistake you made the first time was believing you could manage the magic. Dark magic doesn't work that way. It takes from you more than it provides." "I learned from my mistakes," Balor growled. "You learned that you were weak and could not avoid temptation," Cirona snapped. Balor's eyes were washed with tears, but it was already too late for him. The dark magic had him in its grip, and any chance for repentance was lost. He raised the staff and blew Argun and Cirona back across the courtyard. They tumbled back into the throne room. Balor appeared in the doorway, having flown on the staff. One more wave, and they were sucked into a whirlwind. "I will control it," he screamed. "This magic will do what I say. It is in my power." Argun pulled Cirona to her feet and tucked her behind his wide back. "You're right. We haven't given you a chance. Perhaps after a night's rest you will have the strength." The king flung back his sapphire robe and thumped his chest. "It was I that defeated the warlock. I that caged the greatest threat our kingdom has seen." Peasants and courtiers alike had run into the throne room. Their appearance made Balor suck in great deep breaths and try to calm his rage. Even the thought of giving up the staff or handing over the mermaid's burning soul was enough for a red haze of rage to descend over the lost king's mind again. He had to keep it. It was his power now. "I am the only one that will keep our kingdom safe from those clans that mean to destroy us." Balor lifted the staff, despite his shaking muscles. "The dragons and the mermaids will no longer look down on our human kingdom with disdain. We will be the rulers now." Argun turned to Cirona and grabbed her shoulders. "Can you run? We have to run." "Not when there's a crush of people," Cirona said, but she did not move. "Can you run?" Argun looked down at the mermaid's dusty and bruised feet. The mermaid nodded. "Yes, but there's nowhere to go. I can't go without my soul. I don't want to." Argun felt her body sag, and he held her up with the last of his strength. "Cirona, we have to go. Now!" It was too late. King Balor sent a cord of magic from his staff, and it encircled them tighter and tighter. Soon they were dragging across the throne room. Some people cheered, while others looked on in horror. No one moved to challenge the mad king, and he cackled as he lifted the dragon and mermaid and flung them into the cage with the evil warlock. "Rest tonight," King Balor called. "We'll talk tomorrow, after I have reascended my throne." He left them, trailing his people, that soon sensed a reason to celebrate, and, despite their fears, found a way to make merry as the dark night descended. Chapter 30. Cirona did not recover from the magical blow, and Argun knelt over her, guarding the mermaid with his bruised body. The warlock had scurried to the far side when they landed, but had then fallen into a heap and not moved since. Argun glared at his fallen body as he stroked Cirona's cheek. "I'm still alive," Cirona said. The cold, matter-of-fact tone of her voice did not comfort Argun. He gathered her into his arms, and, forgetting Nemio, searched her pale face. "Are you hurt?"
he asked. The mermaid stirred weakly in his arms. No, just tired. I'm so tired.
Well, you can't rest yet, Argun growled. The warlock had shifted weakly in the far corner. We are not alone. Cirona struggled to sit up and blinked her flat eyes. She noted the cage, and a crooked smile curved one corner of her mouth. We're back where we started, where we met. What sort of magic would be needed to contain him? Argun asked. The mermaid didn't even bother to look at Nemio. It's his own magic turned against him and locked in by dark enchantments. Nothing we could break even if we had our powers, she said. Could he? The dragon shot a deadly look over his shoulder. Cirona shrugged. He can't even lift his head. He'll come to soon enough, and then what will we do? Argun asked. He was sorely missing the mermaid that double-checked and argued his every idea. Instead of debating with the dragon, Cirona shook her head and shivered. It doesn't matter. We're still alive, and it will matter as long as we have breath in our bodies, Argun snapped. It will matter as long as your sisters swim in the sea. The sharp emotion brought on by mention of her sisters made Cirona rub her chest. The shivering grew worse, and she fought for some hope, but could not find any. Nemio had stolen it when he had extracted her soul. Argun stood up, fists clenched. Balor shouldn't have left things unfinished. It's not your place, Cirona said. Our fight is only with the person who possesses our magic. He took your soul, Cirona. I cannot let him get away with that. Argun strode over to the warlock, but lost momentum when he crossed the short cage. He's not dead, Cirona said. Nemio was not dead. His chest lifted and fell at irregular intervals, but he was defeated in every sense of the word. The warlock had failed to save his mentor and his king, had failed to revive the kingdom, had failed to avoid the same fatal mistake when using dark magic. Even with his soul intact, Nemio was more hopeless than the mermaid. Argun looked at the enemy that had hounded him across the waves, downed him, caged him, and taken his heart. The living evil was nothing more than a pile of robes now, and Argun did not have the energy. He turned back to Cirona and noticed her racked with shivers. He forgot about the warlock in an instant. Are you hurt? Argun dove onto the cage floor and wrapped his arms around the mermaid. Her teeth chattered. No, I think it's exhaustion. It was more than physical exhaustion. Cirona had been in her human form too long and was terribly dehydrated. As much as her body struggled, it was nothing compared to the relentless, searching pain of her lost soul. Where Argun was lacking confidence and warm certainty, the strengths of a dragon heart, Cirona was void of hope, and it was consuming the mermaid. You can fight this. It's only temporary. Argun told her everything that had kept him going. Focus on getting to Balor. I can do the rest. Cirona shook her head. She wanted to believe in the dragon. She knew that she could have found strength in her hope. Now she couldn't even seem to locate her thoughts, as her mind slowly froze. The mermaid lost track of Argun's words and stared lifelessly past the cage bars. Cirona! Argun pulled her into his lap and tried to warm her with his embrace. You cannot give in. Don't give in. We're back in a cage. We're right back where we started, Cirona moaned. In the throne room, Argun pointed out, there is no way that Balor will be able to avoid us in the morning. We should rest and be ready to face him. Rest, sleep. When was the last time we actually slept? Cirona asked. Her voice was reedy and weak. I don't want to close my eyes now. It's only darkness. Argun wrapped his arms tighter around Cirona and buried his face in her coral-coloured hair. You can't think like that. Concentrate on what it will be like when you are restored.
The dragon tried to keep the mantra up, but without his heartbeat he lost track of the beat, and his encouraging words trailed off. No heart kept time in his chest, and Argun was starting to feel the cold void that was consuming Cirona at an alarming rate. How had he remained unaffected for so long? She was the answer. Argun breathed in the scent of her and realized why he had not felt the absence of his heart right away. Cirona had taken its place. She had encouraged him, driven him, and kept him moving. "He has no reason to keep us," Cirona said. Argun could barely lift his head from her shoulder. "He may still return our powers." "He can't." The muffled voice came from the warlock, though Nemio did not move. "Now he is the weakest of us all." The dragon's head snapped up at the sound of Nemio's voice. He watched with a deadly stare as the warlock struggled to sit up. Nemio dragged himself to the bars and leaned back with his head lolling. Every breath seemed to be a struggle, and soon Argun turned his attention back to Cirona. "You know that humans can surprise us," Argun reminded her. "He's less human every time he uses the dark magic," Nemio coughed. "And that power means he cannot let us live," Cirona said. "He cannot stand the idea of us having a claim on it. He'll wake in the night and not be able to bear us living a second longer." Argun soothed away Cirona's exhausted fears. "If he's as power-hungry as you two think, then Balor will not return. He will tour the city and soak up his tainted glory, or perhaps the people will rebel." "He'll kill us in front of them. Remember, Balor was the leader of the resistance." "It's dead," Nemio said. Argun lifted Cirona in his arms and retreated as far from the warlock as possible. "You cannot listen to him." She pressed a hand to his heart and waited to feel a heartbeat that never came. "No more talk. At least your arms are warm." The dragon snuggled her closer and whispered in her ear. "If I talk any more, it will only be about our night together." Cirona gave a weak smile. "Determined to think about good things until the end, eh, dragon?" "It was a very, very good thing," he purred in her ear. The mermaid revived a little as her body responded to Argun's words. She pressed closer into his chest and lifted her face to his. "I don't need a soul to remember that." Argun could not resist leaning in closer and reminding her of his favourite details. It eased his painful worry to see Cirona's pale cheeks start to blush. She stopped shivering as they snuggled close and teased each other with pleasurable memories. Cirona sighed as her shivers subsided. "Ah, there's a little magic. Your words have warmed me inside and out." The dragon had noticed it as well. The more they shut out their horrible circumstances and future fears, the stronger they felt. Close in each other's company, concentrating on the times they felt most passionate and happy, was creating its own kind of healing magic. He felt a stirring in his chest. With Cirona warm and relaxed in his arms, it didn't seem possible for his heart to be stolen. Argun waited for another hollow thump. "What is it?" Cirona asked. "Magic!" Argun grinned. He kissed her. Cirona smiled against his lips. "I feel it too." "I remember the first time you put your hand in mine," Argun whispered. She kissed him back. "You helped me out of that first cage, even as I was trying to leave you." Argun smiled and took his time tasting her lips before he replied, "I had to see what you do next." Cirona wrapped her arms around Argun's neck and lost herself in a long, deep kiss. Each brush of his lips and every inch of his warm skin seemed to push back the void inside her. When she leaned back for a breath, there was a dim sparkle back in her eyes. "I think we can do this." Argun's black eyes were awed and earnest. The mermaid nodded. She lifted his hands and intertwined their fingers until they were palm to palm. "We can." They stared into each other's eyes, both concentrating solely on the good that had come out of their unexpected union. Without words, they shared the energy of their love back and forth. It washed from the dragon to the mermaid and gained strength with every wave. Their love washed away every doubt and fear until there was only one certainty left. "Together," Argun breathed. Cirona nodded, then blinked rapidly. "Did you see that?" "Was wondering when you'd notice," the warlock chimed in from the far side of the cage. Argun was reluctant to leave off thinking about Cirona, but he opened his eyes. A soft blue glow radiated around them. It created a distinct orb that swelled and strengthened as the mermaid smiled at him. "You were right! Magic!" she exclaimed. The dragon couldn't speak. He could only kiss her again. When they opened their eyes minutes later, the sphere surrounding them was a deep purple, turning to red, and had expanded. It now filled a third of the cage and gave off a hum of high energy. Nemio dragged himself forward, too amazed to keep his distance. "Pure, unconjured magic. Do you have any idea what this means?" Argun didn't take his eyes off Cirona. "You love me?" She laughed. "That's the part you can't believe." The dragon gave her another breathless kiss. "I feel it, even without my heart. I love you." Tears poured down the warlock's cheeks. "So pure! It's more powerful than either of your stolen essences." "More powerful than them combined?" Argun asked Nemio, without taking his eyes off Cirona. "More powerful than any combination Balor can hope to create," Nemio said. The crooked smile Cirona gave Argun boosted their magic even more. "More," was all she said. The dragon adored the joyful vengeance he saw in Cirona's eyes now. It was easy for their magic to grow, pulsing orange now and vibrating with power, as they smiled at each other and then pressed grinning lips into another long kiss of true love. Chapter 31. King Balor returned, as Cirona had predicted, and his bloodshot eyes missed the magic. All he saw was the throne. His throne. He slammed the heavy wooden doors on his advisers and guards. His hands shook, but he managed to drop the massive bar into place and lock them out. Who could he trust? "I must have the power. I have to keep it. How else will I be able to rule? They don't know what's best for them. Someone has to make it all happen. It's me. I'm king." The ragged king muttered to himself and paced the far end of the throne room. Cirona watched him, but felt no fear. Argun's arms were around her, the taste of his lips still on her mouth, and the magic they had created now grew with every breath they took together. "I would return it, you understand. I would return it if I could." Balor spoke to them, but was so engrossed in his own pacing worries that he did not look up. Nemio's first instinct was to heckle the fallen king, but he was too amazed. His wonder added to the magic, and it filled the cage entirely. The evil in him reached out to try to claim some of the power for himself, but he couldn't touch it. It had risen unbidden, and was too pure for his weak greediness to have any hold. Heavy banging on the throne-room door made King Balor jump and yelp. The guards called through the heavy door. "Your Majesty, you are unwell and should rest. We have your most trusted physician." "Your king is not unwell. Your king has returned. You should be leading the city in celebrations," Balor cried. The guard did not leave. They knocked louder, and the ragged king covered his ears. He continued to pace, muttering to himself, with the staff of magic clutched awkwardly in his arms. Argun should have been focused on that staff, and his heart held captive within, but he could not take his eyes off Cirona. The mermaid had revived under their shared energy, and her eyes sparkled like sunlight on water. The dragon knew there was nothing else worth focusing on. He was in love. The shock of it caused a golden sheen to flash through the magic surrounding him. The power grew easily now, as their wonder and joy fed it every second. Cirona loved him. Argun was sure if his heart had still been in his chest, it would have burst with happiness. There was no other reason for joy. Dark magic had clearly poisoned Balor's mind, and he and Cirona were still trapped in a cage with the evil warlock. But those things were nothing compared to what they were creating between them. That realization strengthened the magic even more. "It's real," Cirona marvelled. "It almost feels like water to me." "Fire to me," Argun agreed. "Do you think we can use this?" Cirona smiled. "I don't think we have a choice." The golden orb had finally expanded past the bars of the cage. Engulfed in the pure magic, the bars were beginning to warp and bend. Their awe fueled the magic even more as it burned away the dark intentions and peeled back the metal. The only shadow was Argun's sudden fear the warlock would escape before them. He turned to look and found Nemio unable to move. He was pressed back against the bars by the force of their magic, but showed no signs of pain. Instead, the warlock looked on, wide-eyed. He stayed put even as they slipped free of the cage and pulled their magic with them. The warlock sunk down and prepared to duck his head when the clash began. "What dirty trick is this?" The ragged king had finally noticed the bright glow. He scuttled across the stone floor of the throne room. "Where did you get that enchantment?" Argun and Cirona walked forward, hand in hand, and the magic arched high above them. Balor scrubbed his chin and scowled at them. Then he turned and fled to the far door of the throne room. There he pounded on the door wildly, threw open the lock, and pulled the confused guards inside. "They're full of tricks! Get them! The people won't be safe until those monsters are contained!" he screamed. Argun stepped forward. "This is your last chance to do the right thing." "A dragon! The dragon!" Balor yelled to the guards. Many of them had never learned that dragons could shift into human form. They looked at each other in confusion and discomfort. The ragged king was wild-eyed and hard to believe. Balor tried again. "The mermaid is the most trouble." The guards turned a wary eye on Cirona. Though separated, she and Argun were still sharing an arc of golden magic. It illuminated Cirona in an unearthly light and made her calm confidence even brighter. She smiled serenely at the guards and confused them even more. The ragged king stamped his foot. "I demand you take them prisoner." He aimed the staff at the feet of the nearest guard and let off a fissure of miniature lightning bolts. The guard jumped and started to run. He made the mistake of moving past Cirona, almost as if he planned to take shelter behind her serene smile. Balor killed him in an instant. "Attack!" yelled the captain of the guards. The humans, driven by fear and their own powerlessness, rose up against the mysterious prisoners. Swords drawn, they sought desperately to bring the throne room back under control. As soon as the first sword caught a reflection on its blade, Argun raised his hands. Bright arcs of magic leapt from Cirona and into his hands. Their love pulled them closer together in the midst of the danger, and anyone who stood between them was certainly not there any more. Argun's magic lashed out and whipped them from the throne room and far across town. Balor alone stepped forward. The few remaining guards ran from the room and left the ragged king to fend for himself. "I would have let you go," Balor told Argun. The dragon shook his head. "You are no longer in control." Balor smirked at the staff in his hands. "True, I'm nothing compared to this power." Cirona gasped. "My soul!" In the short time Balor had visited the castle, he had worked a complicated spell that bound her soul to Argun's heart. Both powers swirled together in the staff, and Balor now levelled it straight at Argun's chest. "Do you really think that will work on us now?" Argun asked her. Cirona swallowed her fear and met Argun's dark eyes. She waited and felt 2 heartbeats, his reverberating across the room to hers, and then she smiled. "I know it can't touch us." The dragon laughed as he turned back to Balor. "You can't use our own powers against us. It won't work." "You can't say. What do you know? I'm the one that unlocked the secret of magic. I'm the one that dug up the darkest magic and brought it to light." Balor's eyes were red-rimmed and burning. "I am the one with the power." He aimed his staff at Argun and fired a column of sickly yellow light. It hit the dragon in the chest and began to force a sour pallor over his entire body. Argun bent forward as the nauseating pain of the spell washed over him. Then he stood up and looked at Cirona. The golden sparks bloomed on Argun's palms, and it was his turn to take aim at Balor. The king was knocked back a few feet, but he skidded to a stop, still standing. They were evenly matched. Cirona ran to Argun's side and took his hand. As soon as they touched, the arc above them glowed brighter than the sun. Balor blinked and howled. He covered his face with the sleeve of his sapphire robe and stumbled back a few steps. "This can't be!" Balor screamed. He slammed the staff into the stone floor and used both hands to raise all the power trapped within. "What trick is this?" Argun lifted their intertwined hands. "There is no trick, Balor. Real magic has no need for tricks or spells. It comes into existence on its own, grows with belief, and is not meant to be controlled." "Only focused," Cirona added. "And guess what our focus is right now." "I'll destroy them before you get them back." Balor seized the staff again and tried to break it over his leg. The magic-imbued wood remained unbroken, even after the Ragged King hurled it to the ground and stamped on it. All it took was for Argun and Cirona to walk forward, and the last of the king's power faded. He was brushed back as if he weighed nothing more than a butterfly. Cirona leaned down and picked up the staff. "What if we need a spell to release our powers?" she whispered to Argun. "I'd rather ask the warlock than the king," Argun spat. He reached out to look at the staff, and as their hands touched the magic-imbued wood, their powers were restored naturally. Argun's heart leapt back into his chest, and Cirona's soul soared back inside her. They dropped the useless staff and clasped each other's hands, finally whole and together again. Chapter 32. The grip of dark magic still choked the Ragged King, and he rose up, determined to use the last vestiges to destroy the dragon and mermaid. His face twisted and turned grey and haggard with the effort. "He's pulling from the magic he already used," the evil warlock's warning rang out in the throne room. Argun stepped back, pulling Cirona with him, and watched in horror as the enchanted repairs Balor had made began to come apart. Great jagged cracks raced across the ceiling, and the ground-shaking clamour of falling rocks told him the towering columns in the hidden room were also falling. "We need to get out of here, out to the city as fast as possible," Argun told Cirona. The mermaid shook her head. "As long as Balor has some form of power, he will stop at nothing. We have to save the people from his tyranny." "And stop his crumbling tower from crushing the townspeople." Argun's jaw was clenched, but he had to agree with Cirona. Remaining in the fight was the right thing to do. It was difficult to find the Ragged King in the crumble and chaos of the throne room. Balor had dragged himself up to the throne itself, and using it to support his own failing weight, he reached up to recall all the dark magic he had used. It shot back to him in knife-shaped shadows, slicing back into his palms in excruciating arcs. Balor cried out in agony, but his wild, red-rimmed eyes were fixed and determined. He could not let the dark magic go. "You can be the vagabond again," Cirona cried out to him. "You can humble yourself and help your people." Balor shook his head. "I know now it was all for this. Every good deed was to get me back what I lost." The returning dark magic shadowed his face and pulled all the colour from his now inhuman cheeks. Balor could barely stand, but he could still raise his hands. From them a thundercloud burst up towards the ceiling, and with a great clap it shook the tower's foundation. "Argun, you must shift," Cirona urged the dragon. He looked at their intertwined hands and shook his head. "This is where our power lies, and we need every bit of it." Despite the danger swelling all around them, Cirona smiled at Argun. She slipped her fingers lightly from his and said, "I don't think our connection can be lost that easily." She was right, and Argun could feel it, but the next second brought an iron chandelier crashing down between them. He reached out, desperate to feel her safe in his embrace again, but the mermaid had to dodge farther away to avoid the falling debris. "Your magic will not escape!" Balor screamed. The black thundercloud shifted across the ceiling of the throne room and centred over the scrambling mermaid. Still in human form, she dove and rolled, but was losing out to exhaustion. Argun's heart was in his throat as he watched her struggle to escape the pummelling debris. His fear for Cirona's life and the love that strengthened them both came out in one mighty roar. "We will be free!" Argun bellowed. He planted his feet on the shaking floor of the throne room and folded his arms tight across his chest. A fire-red glow began where his wrists pressed, and soon the flames engulfed his entire human form. The blaze was blinding, and even Balor had to stop to cover his eyes. The dragon's wings appeared first, beating around the edges of his heart's fire. The flames died out and revealed black onyx scales and Argun's true form. With another roar, the dragon took to the air. Balor screamed and scrambled behind the throne. From his hiding place, the ragged king raised his hands and redoubled his efforts to bring the tower down over their heads. The stone arches that held up the ceiling quaked and cracked, and the thundercloud swelled over Cirona. Before a crack of lightning could burst from the dark magic cloud, Argun swooped over Cirona and guarded her with his wide wings. She shrieked as his talons swept dangerously close to her hair. "I'm sorry," Argun cried. Cirona recovered underneath the shelter of the hovering dragon and smiled up at his concerned face. "Watch where you're going, handsome." Argun's back was being pummelled by falling rock, but he landed as gently as he could. "Can you ride?" he asked Cirona. She nodded, and without hesitation climbed up his scaled leg and onto his neck. There she held tight to his black onyx horns and pressed herself close. Argun lunged forward as a pillar collapsed behind them, and then he took to the air, with Cirona riding as if she'd been born to the air, and not water. The dragon flew through the throne room, dodging falling rock and splintering wood. Wherever their battle had caused destruction, and whatever repairs Balor had used the evil magic to fix, were all coming apart. As they flew near the entrance to the secret hall, they could hear the dragon's column roar. The monstrous mermaid statue attacked the wall between them, and tail fins the size of a sailboat crashed through into the throne room. "Hang on!" Argun swooped higher and out through a gap in the crumbling wall. The mermaid cheered as they banked high into the blue sky. She let go of Argun's horns and raised her hands in victory. The dragon spread his wings even wider and took her higher. He revelled in the trust he felt as Cirona did not scramble for a tighter grip. She balanced on his back and moved as he did. They flew as one, and once again their mutual magic formed a bright glow around them. On the ground, the scattering people saw the bright glow and watched as it soared and then circled back. In the midst of the chaos, they were a beacon of hope, and the people cheered them on. "Now, I will take you directly to the sea," Argun told Cirona. Again the dragon's heart lifted as Cirona raised her hands and cheered, but the celebration was short-lived. As soon as they swept around, she could see the destruction Bala was bringing upon the city. Even from a mile above, they could see the monstrous columns breaking through the tower and threatening all the people who ran across the wide courtyard in search of safety. Her hands fell to Argun's black scales, and she leaned forward to be heard over the rushing wind. "We have to go back," Cirona said. Argun shook his mighty head. "You need the water. I can feel the drying sickness in you." Cirona swatted the dragon's powerful neck. "You know as well as I that we must make sure our enemies are vanquished. You cannot leave the field of battle until the outcome is final." The dragon dropped into a descending glide, overcome by their complete alignment. Cirona now understood the dragon's code of battle, just as he could feel her waves of compassion for the innocent suffering below them. Without another word, Argun took them back towards the crumbling tower to face whatever was left of their enemies. Before Argun's mighty talons could touch down, they saw the tower implode. Nemio, Cirona guessed. He must have counteracted Balor's magic in order to bring the tower down without crushing the city. Argun snorted bright sparks. "You assume too much, Cirona. He may have done it simply to stop his own rival. The people matter very little to such monsters." They landed in the courtyard just as a great puff of marble dust exploded from the rubble of the tower. The evil warlock appeared in the cloud and crawled out onto the cracked stones of the courtyard. Cirona slipped off Argun's back, prepared to chase Nemio through the small cracks in the debris. He saw the dragon and mermaid and collapsed at their feet. "Balor still lives!" Nemio cried out from his prone position. Argun lifted one threatening claw over the evil warlock. "And whose doing is that? Have you joined your evil master once again?" Nemio did not even squirm as the black talon pressed against his chest. "I waited until I thought he had nothing left. When I struck, he faded, but I do not think he is gone." Cirona considered the massive rubble in front of them. "Can anyone escape that?" she asked. Argun scowled. "The catacombs, remember?" "Sealed," Nemio said. His voice grew weak and faint. "I sealed the passages, but still he may escape." "Then we must warn everyone," Cirona said. She jumped back onto Argun's neck, ready to fly. The dragon lifted his claw and prepared a death blow for the evil warlock. But when he looked down, Nemio was nothing more than a bright flash of blue. "He teleported away," Cirona said. "We must warn the others and be prepared for war." Argun agreed, and together they took to the sky. Chapter 33. The dust began to settle as Cirona rode Argun up into the sky over the city. People crowded into the streets to recover from the battle, but also to see the dragon fly. They cheered as his wide wings beat the air and he turned towards the ocean. "We have to come back. We have to make sure they are safe," Cirona said. Argun chuckled. "I doubt your sisters will let you out of their sight long enough to poke your head above the water, much less march back into battle." Cirona's heart stumbled as she thought of how much she wanted to see her sisters, but then she laughed. "I'm afraid they've never been able to keep me below." "I'm glad you surfaced the day I fell," Argun said. They flew in silence over the walls of the city and out over the fields. To have met under such distress and dark magic had bonded them closer than either could say. Even when they reached the sparkling shore, and Argun took an unnecessarily long time to turn and descend, Cirona said nothing. The magic of their love lit the air around them and reflected off the waves far below. Argun circled and glided and searched for a long stretch of perfect beach. Cirona rowed in silent agreement and tried to memorize the rhythm of the dragon's great heart. She felt it fuse deeper into her soul with every breath. Finally, a half-moon curve of white sand appeared, and Argun had no other excuse but to land. He descended slowly and landed with such gentle grace that tears sprung to Cirona's eyes. After she had witnessed so much of Argun's strength and ferocity, the chivalrous gesture revealed what she already knew of his kind heart. Cirona took a moment to brush away her tears before she dismounted and landed next to Argun in the soft beach sand. "Thank you," was all she could manage to say. Sprays of seawater formed a mist around the mermaid, and the waves welcomed her with great splashes. The drying sickness that even Argun could feel slowly started to withdraw, and they both breathed in great draughts of salty ocean air. The dragon closed his black eyes and hoped he could remember the scent of Cirona's magic forever. Cirona gazed out into the waves, drawn powerfully towards her element, but she kept her feet buried deep in the sand. She felt the beach quake gently underneath her and realized Argun had shifted forms. She turned and put her hands in his without hesitation. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" An insistent chorus of voices surfaced just beyond the shallows. "Go, answer them. I will wait," Argun said. Cirona felt the loss as soon as her hand slipped from his, but she waded into the water to answer her kingdom's messengers. The fast-swimming fish were part of an enormous school that had been scouring the ocean for the princess ever since she disappeared. "Send word right away," Cirona told them. "The army must prepare. All the kingdoms must be informed that dark magic has arisen." "You must return, Your Majesty," the fish cried in unison. They could feel her resistance as the wave circled her still human feet. Cirona nodded, her head heavy with the expectation of her waiting crown. "I will return, but you must go now. Tell my family that King Balor has fallen to dark magic and that the evil warlock Nemio is still loose in the world." The fish splashed their tails and turned towards open water. "Wait!" Cirona cried. "My sisters?" "All well, Your Majesty, all anxiously awaiting your return," the fish called before they dove down to deliver her messages. When she turned back to Argun, Cirona saw his sway upon the sand. She rushed to him and intertwined their fingers once more. "You should shift and regain your strength." "Why haven't you?" Argun asked. Cirona looked between their joined hands down to their human feet in the sand. It sparkled underneath the glow of their joined magic. "I don't know," she whispered. Argun cleared his throat and pressed his palms tighter into Cirona's clasp. "I wanted to feel this one more time," he admitted. Salty tears ran down Cirona's cheeks. Argun did not want to release their hands, so he stopped them with soft kisses. The tide had come in to claim Cirona, and he felt the pull even as his lips found hers. When she kissed him, he could taste the ocean and feel the surging connection of her water magic. Argun's heart burned in answer, and a cloud of steam rose all around them. Its heat pulled them both from the deep kiss, and they knew it was time to say goodbye. The dragon stepped back and lowered his head. This time the shift was gradual, as gentle as the steam dissipating, and Cirona welcomed his primal form without fear. Then she too gave in to her element. The waves rose up around her, and when they rolled back down the beach, the water revealed her mermaid tail. She stretched it out in the shallow swirls and soothed her dry scales, not sure she could look up at her love again. "Cirona?" The dragon's voice was soft, despite the hard black armour of his scales. "Cirona, please look at me." She raised watery eyes to his and tried to smile. "I should be relieved to see you here, knowing we're both free," Cirona said. The dragon folded his great claws underneath him and sank down in the sand next to her. "We don't need to make this goodbye." Her tears flowed faster. Has a dragon ever dove down to the mermaid kingdom? Has a mermaid ever scaled the heights of your dragon realm? Argun had to laugh at the thought. "Oh, how my family would marvel at your bejeweled tail." Cirona smiled. "And my sisters would ride the waves your wings would cause." They both fell silent, knowing the closeness of their daydream would never come to reality. Besides the physical impossibilities of mermaids on mountain tops and dragons far underneath the ocean, they knew their families were too far separated for them alone to bring together. Argun blinked away tears and looked back to the walled city behind them. A shame such a beautiful kingdom cannot welcome all kinds. The mermaid turned back to the shore and looked wistfully up past the dunes. Who will rule the city now? For a moment, another daydream kept them both. The seaside kingdom rested between their two worlds and held joined possibilities. A whale breached, signalling the coming of Cirona's family. The princess would be brought back to the kingdom in full regatta. The ocean swelled with her greatest allies, all swirling over the sight of her, so near to a dragon. The water pulled her, and Cirona was torn from her musings. She could not turn her back on her element, her kingdom, and her kind. Born the eldest of her sisters, Cirona could not duck her crown or abdicate the war they all knew would come once again. "The ocean needs you, your majesty," Argun said. Cirona looked up at the dragon and saw great thunderclouds sweeping over the horizon. The first storm of the ongoing battle would soon be upon them. "We will gather our allies and make our combined treaty strong," Cirona promised him. Argun understood. Neither could give up their kingdom to be together. There was too much work to be done to bring peace once again. He nodded and said, "We will begin a search for the missing dark magic." "And we will see each other again?" Cirona asked. The dragon smiled at Cirona one last time. "Perhaps one day you will see my shadow upon your waves." Cirona clasped her hands over her heart. "I'll know when to look to the surface. I'll feel it here." Argun lowered his great head and whispered to the mermaid, "I will forevermore be lifted by your soul." With that, the dragon launched from the beach, his great black wings beating the air as he rose higher and higher. Cirona let the tide gather her and sweep her out to the deep. There she paused on the surface, just long enough to watch Argun sweep away into the clouds. His shadow circled, and the dragon swooped over the glittering water one last time. The mermaid was already skimming the waves out to where the whales waited. She looked up just as Argun passed overhead, and their eyes met for the last time. Cirona watched as Argun banked higher into the sky. Then she slowly sank below the surface, welcomed back into the kingdom that had searched desperately for her since her capture. The dragon watched until her slim, sparkling figure was swallowed by the deep, and then he flew fast to meet the coming thunderclouds. A great war was coming against the dark magic, but Argun knew in his heart there would always be an ally waiting for him below. Just as the mermaid, her eyes still on the surface, knew one day her soul would fly with the dragon once again. This has been Mermaid's Destiny, an epic fantasy action-adventure series, Meragon Book 1, written by Mira Crest.
Narrated by Beverly Murray. Copyright 2018 by Alvin Chu. Production copyright by Alvin Chu.